Book 2, Chapter 22 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 2, Chapter 22. How Oriana was greatly afflicted for the departure of Amadis, and moreover to find herself great with child. And how 12 knights came from the Firm Island to defend Madasima and the other damsels, who were in danger of death with them, though there was no just cause why they should be put to death. Now Oriana felt herself great with child, and she asked counsel of Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark in that danger. They, albeit they were sore dismayed, dissembled that, and Mabilia bade her take heart, for all should be remedied. I always expected, said she, that to such a saint such an offering would be brought. Oriana could not forbear a smile. I will feign myself worse, she said, and withdraw as much as I can from all company, and if the damsel of Denmark will hazard her honour for me, my honour and life may both be saved. Lady, quoth the damsel, I am at your command, even were it to my death. Good friend, quoth Oriana, this I hoped, and if I live you shall recover your honour and with great praise. Then the damsel knelt and kissed her hands, and Oriana proceeded. Continue to visit Adalasta the abbess of my nunnery, as you have hitherto done, and when it is time tell her that you are pregnant, and beseech her to help you, so that you may lay the child at the church door, and that she will order it to be taken in and brought up for charity's sake. Thus will my secret be safe, nor will you be shamed, for none but this honourable lady will know what you shall tell her, and she loves you much. Thus they determined that it should be. When Lisuarte knew how Gromadaza persisted in her warfare, by advice of Gandandel and Brocadan he sent for Madasima and her damsels, and told them that they must all be put to death for an example. When she heard this so rigorous doom, the fair and fresh colour of her cheeks suddenly changed to a pale and deadly hue, and falling at the king's feet she said, Sir, the fear of death doth make my heart weaker than it naturally is, weak damsel as I am, so that I have neither thought nor words to answer you, but if in this court there be any knight willing to uphold the right, let him speak for me as a knight is bound to do, for I did not enter your prison willingly, but in obedience to my mother. If there be none such here, do you, O king, whom hitherto never distressed dame or damsel hath implored in vain, do you deal justly by me, and let not anger have the mastery over you. Gandandel, who was present, was greatly desirous that Madasima should be slain, knowing that then Amadis could never be reconciled with the king, and he said, Sir, do not hear her, these damsels were given you as hostages to die if the conditions were not performed, and therefore justice ought to be executed without delay. But Don Grumedan, who was a good knight, and well versed in all the laws of knighthood, as one who had not only practised but read much, replied, That shall not the king do if it please God, nor ever shall such cruelty and wrong be by him committed. This damsel came hither in obedience to her mother, and as that obedience will in secret be by God rewarded, so should it be in public by the king as his servant, and one who obeys his will. Moreover, I have learned that within 3 days here will arrive certain knights from the Firm Island, to take up their quarrel, and if you, Gandandel, or your sons are willing to maintain the justice of your advice, you will there find those who will answer you. Gandandel answered, Don Grumedan, though you wish me ill, I have never deserved it at your hands. If you had offended my sons, you know they are such knights that they can maintain what I have said. We shall soon see that, quoth old Grumedan. As for you, I only wish you well or ill as it shall be found that you have counselled the king. Albeit that Lisuarte had acted much amiss towards Amadis, and had it in his heart to do him all displeasure, yet could not that new passion subdue his old virtue, so that he was glad at what Grumedan said, and asked who the knights were that were coming to defend the damsels, and when Grumedan had told their names, he observed that they were enough good and prudent knights. But then was Gandandel sore dismayed, and he repented him of what he had said concerning his sons, knowing that they were nothing equal in arms to Florestan and Agrayes, and Don Brian of Monjaste, and Gavarte of the Perilous Vale. So when Madasima was remanded to prison, he went to his brother-in-law Brocadan in trouble of heart, receiving now the guerdon which the merits of his misdeed deserved. Here came to pass what the Gospel saith, that no hidden thing but shall be made known. For Gandandel retiring with Brocadan to a private chamber to consult with him how they might prevail upon the king to execute Madasima and her damsels before the knights of the Firm Island arrived, Brocadan began to reproach him for the wrong he had done to Amadis, greatly repenting his own wickedness now that he saw his own honour and his son's in danger. Now it happened that a niece of Brocadan was enamoured of a young knight called Sarquiles, who was nephew to Angriote of Estravaus, and she had hidden him near this chamber, so that he heard the whole secret of this treachery, and when it was night he went out and armed himself, and mounting his horse he rode on the morrow into the town as if he came from another place, and he went before the king and said to him, Sir, I am your natural subject, and was brought up in your household, and therefore would save you from all treachery, that you may not commit wrong in compliance with another's will. It is not 3 days since I was in a place where I heard persons counselling how to instigate you to do an evil thing against your own honour and good reason. I say to you, give no heed to Gandandel and Brocadan in what they say to you, touching Madasima, for there are others in your court who more honestly advise you. You and all here shall know wherefore I say this within 12 days, if you will delay following their will for so long. Now sir, God be with you, for I go to my uncle Angriote. God be with you, replied Lisuarte, and remained musing on what he had heard. Sarquiles rode on by the shortest way he knew to the Firm Island, and when he arrived there his horse was so overspent with the speed he had made that he could scarcely carry him. He found Amadis and Angriote and Don Bruneo riding on the shore to hasten the equipment of some vessels which they had ordered to pass over to Gaul, for Amadis was desirous to see his parents. Right well was Sarquiles received, and Angriote said to him, Nephew, what business have you that your horse is in such plight? Very great, replied he, and he told him how his mistress Gandaza had hidden him in Brocadan house, and what he had there heard. Now sir, quoth Angriote to Amadis, was my suspicion right? You would not suffer me to bring the matter to an end, but now if it please God, neither you nor aught else shall let, but that this great treason against the king and against you shall be made manifest. Good friend, replied Amadis, you may now do it with reason and certainty, and God therewith will speed you. I will depart to morrow, said Angriote, and Sarquiles upon another horse with me. Accordingly on the following morning they twain set out for the dwelling of King Lisuarte. Meantime the king mused much upon that Sarquiles had told him. One day Gandandel and Brocadan came before him and said, Sir, we are grieved to see how little you regard your own welfare. That, quoth Lisuarte, may well be, but why say you this? Because these knights who are your enemies are coming to your court without any fear, to defend these damsels, for whom you ought to have the land given up. If you will take our advice, you ought to behead them before these champions arrive, and send to forbid the knights to enter your kingdom. Thus would you make them fear you, and Amadis would not venture to offer you any wrong, for if they do not forbear for fear, for nothing else will they. The sooner this is done, the better will it be, and the more terror will it strike. The king then called to mind the words of Sarquiles, and saw how he had spoken truth. You tell me 2 things, he replied, against all reason. The one that without any form of judgment I should have these damsels slain. What account could I give to the Lord, whose minister I am, if I should do this? He has appointed me here in his stead to administer right in his name, and if I did this wrong which you counsel, to strike fear into others, it would fall upon my own head at last. Those kings who follow their own will instead of what is reasonable, rely on themselves and not on God, which is the worst error into which they can fall. Their best security is to choose out good counsellors and honest ones, and to remember that however evil actions appear at first, the just judge directs, and the end thereof cannot be good. You tell me also to forbid these knights from coming to my court. A dishonourable thing would it be to prevent any one from claiming justice before me, much more they being my enemies, for it is to my honour that I have the power and inclination to do what they request. I do not like your counsel. You have done ill to those who deserved no ill at your hands. I have sinned, and I have my punishment, and if you have been false, so I trust will you have yours at the end." And with that he went away and left them. The following day Lisuarte rode forth after mass with a great company, and seeing that the 12 knights were approaching, he rode forward to receive them, for he was a courteous man to all, and they well deserved such honour, being what they were. They made obeisance to him, and while their people pitched tents in the field, Don Galvanes spake to the king. "Sir, confiding in your virtue and in your wonted goodness, we are come hither to request that you will hear Madasima and her damsels, that they may have their right. We are come to plead their cause, and if by that means we cannot succeed, let it not offend you, sir, if we support it by arms, for there is no cause wherefore they ought to die." The king answered, "Go now and rest yourselves, I will do all that can justly be done." Don Brian of Monjaste then replied, "So, sir, we hoped that you would do what behoved your royal dignity and your conscience, and whenever you have failed so to act, it has been the work of evil advisers, and that, if it did not offend you, I would prove upon any one who dared gainsay." "Don Brian," quoth the king, "if you would listen to your father, I know that you would neither forsake me for another, nor come hither to plead against me." "Sir," replied Don Brian, "my pleading is for you, it is that you should do justice, and not listen to those who would serve you less faithfully than I, and stain your worth. You say, sir, that if I had listened to my father I should not forsake you. I have not forsaken you, sir, for I never was yours, albeit I am of your lineage. I came to your court to seek my kinsman Amadis, and when you were pleased that he should be no longer yours, then I departed with him. In all this I have not erred a single point of duty." The king then returned to the town, and they remained in their tents, where they were visited by their friends. But for Oriana, I tell you she never left the window, looking at those who so loved her lover, and beseeching God to give them the victory in this appeal. That night did Gandandel and Brocadan pass in great perplexity, wishing that they could recall what was past, but now perforce must they go on. On the morrow the 12 knights heard mass with the king, and that done accompanied him to his palace. He then called for Gandandel and Brocadan, and said to them, "You must now support the advice which you have always given me in the affair of Madasima, and make these good men understand why she ought not to be heard," and he bade them stand where all might hear them. Ymosil of Burgundy and Ladadin of Fajarque then came forward and said, "We, sir, and these knights beseech you of your goodness that Madasima and her damsels may be heard, for so we conceive it is right." Then answered Gandandel, "Many talk about the right, and few know what it is. You say that of right these damsels ought to be heard, which of right they ought not, for without any such condition they bound themselves to death, and entered the prison of the king thereupon, that if Ardan Canileo were slain or vanquished, and the whole island of Mongaza were not then freely surrendered, they and the knights with them should suffer death. The knights delivered up the castles in their keeping, which Gromadaza will not do. Therefore there neither is nor can be reason for which they should be excused from death." Ymosil replied, "Certes, Gandandel, you might have been excused from uttering such reasons before so good a king and such knights as are here. It is manifest to all who have any knowledge, that man or woman are to be heard of right in their own defence, in all cases except in treason and conspiracy. This is the custom in all lands wherein justice is observed, and this is what we require." Gandandel replied, that nothing more was to be said, the king was to decide, so the matter was at issue, and the king remained with certain knights, all the others leaving the hall. The king wished his uncle Argamonte, an honourable count and of great prudence, to deliver his opinion, but he referred it to the king, saying that none so fully understood what was right as he himself. The other counsellors did the same. Lisuarte seeing this then said. Since you leave the decision to me, I think Ymosil of Burgundy hath spoken to the purpose, and the damsels should be heard. Certes, sir, quoth the count, and all they who were present said the same. You have determined justly, for thus it ought to be. They then called in the knights and said what had been resolved. For this Ymosil and Ladadin of Fajarque kissed his hands, and said, Be pleased therefore, sir, to let Madasima and her damsels be summoned, and we will save them by fair reason, or by arms if need shall be. Let them come, replied the king, and see if they will commit their cause to you. Presently they came before the king so modestly and in such fear, that no man could behold them without great pity. The 12 knights of the Firm Island took them by the hand, and Agrayes, Florestan, Ymosil, and Ladadin said to Madasima, Lady Madasima, these knights come to save you and your damsels from death. Will you commit your cause to us? Sirs, she replied, if the cause of damsels so forlorn and wretched may be undertaken, we commit it to you, and trust in God and you. Since it is so, quoth Ymosil, let who will come forward against you. If he be one, I will defend you by reason or by arms. If more, 12 shall be answered. The king looked at Gandandel and Brocadan, and saw that they looked down, and were dismayed, and did not answer. Return to your lodgings till the morrow, said Lisuarte, and meanwhile those who are to answer you will take counsel. The knights then conducted Madasima to her prison, and went to their tents. Lisuarte led Gandandel and Brocadan aside, and said to them, You have often urged me to put those damsels to death, and said you would maintain the justice of the deed by reason, or your sons should in arms if need should be. Now then do as you said, for what Ymosil advances seems just to me, and I will not appoint any of my court to combat against these knights. Look ye to it? Else will the damsels be delivered, and I shall have been ill advised by ye, and wrongfully. They replied that tomorrow they would be ready with their reply, and return very sorrowfully to their homes. And they agreed to persist in their advice and maintain it by reason, but not put their sons in danger, because the cause was not just, and they were not such in arms as those knights. But that same evening tidings came to the king how Gromadaza the giantess was dead, and had ordered her castles to be delivered up to save her daughter and the damsels, and that they had accordingly been yielded to Count Latine. Greatly pleased thereat was Lisuarte, and when the knights came before him on the morrow he said, Proceed no farther in this cause, for you are quit of your defence, and the damsels are free, the castles for which I held them in pledge having been surrendered. Gandandel and Brocadan then rejoiced, for they surely expected to be dishonoured. Then Lisuarte sent for Madasima and the damsels, and said to them, Ye are free, do what it pleases you, the castles have been given up, but he would not tell her that her mother was dead. Madasima would have kissed his hand, but the king permitted not that, for he never suffered dame or damsel to kiss his hand, save when he bestowed upon them some boon. Then said she, Since you leave me at my own disposal, I give myself to my lord Galvanes, who had been so willing to help me. Agrayes took her by the hand and said, Good lady, you do that which is right, and though you are now disherited of your own land, you shall be honoured in another till it please God to remedy your loss. But Ymosil then said to the king, Sir, if right be done to Madasima, she will not be disinherited, for children who are in the power of their parents must obey them, however unwillingly, but not for that should they be disherited, when obedience and not free will hath made them bind themselves to what their parents commanded. And because you, sir, are appointed here to make every one render to another his right, so ought you yourself to do as an example. Ymosil, replied the king, you have the damsels at liberty, say no more upon this other matter. I have had sufficient trouble about that land, and will defend it now it is mine, nor can I take it from my daughter Leonoreta, to whom I have granted it. Don Galvanes then said, Sir, that right which Madasima has to the land of her fathers is now mine. I beseech you remember some services which I have done you, and do not disinherit me, for I would willingly be your vassal, and stand in your favour, and serve you as loyally as it is possible. Say no more, Don Galvanes, quoth Lisuarte, that is done which cannot be undone. Since it is so, quoth he, that I find neither right nor courtesy here, I shall strive to win it how I can. do your utmost, replied the king. It was in the power of those who were stronger than you, and easier will it be to defend it from you, than it was to win it from them. You won it, answered Galvanes, by means of one who was badly guerdoned. He will help to recover it. If he helps you, cried Lisuarte, many others will serve me who would not serve me before for his sake, when I had him in my household and protected him from them. Agrayes then grew angry and exclaimed, Certes all here and others beside can tell whether Amadis was protected by you or you by him, though you are a king and he was always as an errant knight. Don Florestan, seeing how Agrayes was moved, laid hand upon his shoulder and drew him back, and then said himself, It seems, sir, you prize the services of these you speak of above those of Amadis. Whether they be so indeed we shall soon see. Don Brian of Monjaste then stepped forward. However little you esteem the services of Amadis and his friends, they must be of great worth indeed, who can reasonably make them to be forgotten. It is plain, Don Brian, replied the king, that you are one of those friends. Sure, sir, I am. He is my kinsman, and I shall do what he pleases. We have enough, quoth Lisuarte, to dispense with you. All you have, replied Don Brian, will be wanted to resist what Amadis can do. The knights on both sides drew nigh to answer, but Lisuarte stretched out a wand which he held, and commanded them to say no more, and they returned to their places. Just then Angriote of Estravaus and his nephew Sarquiles entered, completely armed, and approached to kiss the king's hand. The 12 knights marvelled at their coming, being ignorant of the cause thereof, but Gandandel and Brocadan were put in fear, and they looked at each other, for they knew what Angriote had said of them before, and albeit they held him for the best knight in the king's dominions, yet they took courage to answer what he might say, and they called their sons and bade them say nothing more than they should tell them. Angriote stood up before the king and said, Sir, let Gandandel and Brocadan come hither, and I will say that to them which shall make you and all present know them better than you have hitherto done. The king accordingly called on them to come forward, and all the knights drew nigh to hear. Then said Angriote, Know, sir, that Gandandel and Brocadan are disloyal and false toward you, they counselled you wickedly and lyingly, neither regarding God, nor you, nor Amadis, who had so honoured them, and had never done them wrong. They, villains as they are, told you that Amadis designed to seize your kingdom, a thing which never was in his thoughts, for what he desireth hath ever been your service, and thus have they made you lose the best knight that ever king had to serve him, and many other good knights with him, for no fault of their own. Therefore I say that these wicked and false men, in whom you trusted, have committed a great treason against you, which if they deny, I will do battle with them both, but if their age excuses them, let their sons come forward, and by God's help I will make them confess the disloyalty of their fathers before you, that you shall understand it. Sir, replied Gandandel, you see how Angriote comes to dishonour your court, and this is because you permit those to enter your land who do not seek your service. If you had prevented that at first, this would not have happened. And now, sir, do not marvel if Amadis should come hither to-morrow and defy you yourself. If Angriote had met me in those days when I did good service in arms for this kingdom, and for your brother King Falangris, he would not then have dared to say what now he says, but now he sees me old and weak, and dares insult me as one already overcome. This shame, sir, falls more upon you than me. No, sir knave, quoth Angriote, I am not come hither to dishonour the court, but for its honour to destroy treason, and root out the tares which you have scattered among the good seed. Then said Sarquiles, Sir, you know the words which I spake to you upon this matter. With my own ears I heard the villainy which these old traitors were devising. They are old, but their sons are young and strong. Let them answer for them. They are 3 and we are 2. Then will God discover the truth, and it will be seen if they are such as to make amends for the loss of Amadis and his lineage, as their fathers have boasted. When the 2 sons of Gandandel heard this, and saw that the whole court was smiling to see their fathers so pressed, they thrust angrily through the throng, and came before the king and said, Sir, Angriote lies in all that he hath said, and we will combat with him. Here are our gages, and they threw their gloves into his lap. Angriote then held out the lappet of his armour. Here sir is mine, let them go and arm themselves, and do you sir behold the battle. The king answered, the day is far spent and there will not be time, let it be after mass to morrow. With that Adamas came up, the son of Brocadan by a sister of Gandandel. He was great of stature and strong, but of so villainous a nature that none esteemed him. He said to the king, Sir, Sarquiles lies in all he hath said, and if he dare enter the field with his uncle I will combat him. At this Sarquiles right joyfully gave his gage. The court then broke up. Angriote and Sarquiles went with the 12 knights and Madasima, who had taken leave of the queen and of Oriana, and Brisena sent her a rich tent to lodge in. The king remained with Don Grumedan and Giontes his nephew. He sent for Gandandel and Brocadan, and said to them, I marvel at you. You have so often told me that Amadis designed treason and meant to seize my kingdom, and now when the proof was necessary you shrunk from it, and have suffered your sons to risk themselves who know not what is the justice of their cause. You have sinned against God and me. Great evil have you done me in making me lose such a man and such knights, but you will not escape without your punishment, for that just judge will give to every one his due. Sir, said Gandandel, my sons came forward hastily, thinking that the proof was delayed. Of a truth, quoth Grumedan, they thought right, for there neither is nor can be proof that Amadis in this or in aught else hath done wrong toward the king, and if you suspect it, it is against all reason, even the devils in hell cannot think so. If you had 1,000 heads, and the king were to cut them all off, he would not be enough revenged for the wrong you have done him, and now you will be left for more mischief, which God forbid, and your wretched sons must suffer for your fault. Don Grumedan, said they, whatever you believe and wish, we trust that our sons will save their honour and our own. God never save me, replied he, if I wish more than that you be rewarded as your counsel deserves. The king then bade them cease, and he went to table, and they departed to their homes. That night the arms and horses of the champions were made ready. Angriote and Sarquiles passed the remainder of the night from midnight in a chapel of St. Mary, which was near their tents. At daybreak the 12 knights armed themselves, for they doubted the king, seeing how wroth he was against them, and with Madasima and her damsels, each upon her palfrey, they rode through the town to the field of battle, Angriote and Sarquiles going before them. The king and his knights were already assembled, and 3 judges were appointed, King Arban of North Wales, and Giontes, the king's nephew, and Quinorante, the good jouster. They placed Angriote and Sarquiles at one end of the lists. Presently the 2 brothers Tarin and Corian came with their cousin Adamas, well armed and mounted, and disposed to do their part well, if the wickedness of their fathers had not been against them. They being opposed each to the other, Giontes blew his trumpet and they ran the career, Corian and Tarin at Angriote, and Adamas against Sarquiles. Tarin broke his lance upon Angriote, who encountered Corian, and bore him from his saddle, then turned and saw Tarin sword in hand. Tarin struck at him, but the blow fell upon the horse's head and wounded him, and cut away the headstall, so that the reins fell on his neck, and the horse being thus at liberty, Angriote was carried against his enemy, and they dashed against each other, and Tarin fell. Then Angriote leapt lightly from his horse, as one accustomed to such perils, and took his shield, and laid hand upon that sword with which he had heretofore dealt so many and mighty blows. He saw his nephew maintaining a brave sword combat on horseback, and then made at the 2 brethren who stood by each other, and laid on him a heavy load like brave and strong knights. But Angriote well defended himself, holding out his shield against one, and laying on the other with the sword, so that he made them give back, for never stroke came from him that did not shear away the armour, for as I have told you, this knight was the best foyner with the sword of any in the king's dominions. So that their shields were soon chipped away, and their hardness broken, that the blood started through, nor was he so whole but that the blood ran from many wounds. When Sarquiles saw how his uncle sped, and that he was still coping in equal battle with Adamas, he spurred his horse and grappled with his enemy, and there they struggled each to overthrow the other. Angriote, seeing them, drew nigh to succour Sarquiles if he should fall undermost, and the 2 brethren followed him to help their cousin. At length the two knights fell from their horses, still grappling. Then might you have seen a great conflict, Angriote pressing to help his nephew and the brethren to assist Adamas. But in that hour Angriote did such wonders in arms, and laid on such terrible and heavy blows, that the brethren, albeit they did their utmost, could not save Adamas from the hands of Sarquiles. When Gandandel and Brocadan saw this, who till now had hoped that the valour of their sons might have defended their wickedness, they withdrew from the window in great sorrow and pain of heart, and the king withdrew also, for all the good fortune which befell the friends of Amadis displeased him, and he would not witness the victory of Angriote. But all else who were present rejoiced to see that Gandandel and Brocadan would suffer some part of the punishment on earth which they deserved. The four knights meantime continued their fierce conflict, but it did not long endure, for now Tarin and Corian gave ground and fled, seeking some place of safety, but finding none they turned and struck again at their pursuers, and then again fled, till they were smitten down and slain, to the great joy of Madasima and her damsels and the knights of the Firm Island, but above all of Oriana, who had never ceased praying to God to grant her friends that victory. Angriote then asked the judges if there was aught more to be done. They replied he had done enough for his honour, and led the two champions from the lists. Their comrades then received and took them with Madasima to their tents, where they were healed of their wounds. End of Book 2, Chapter 22. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 1. Here beginneth the third book of Amadis of Gaul, wherein are related the great discords and jealousies which were occasioned in the household and court of King Lisuarte by the evil counsel which Gandandel gave the king, for the sake of injuring Amadis and his kinsmen and friends; wherefore the king sent to Angriote and his nephew, commanding them to leave his court and his kingdom, and how he sent to defy them, and they returned the defiance. So soon as King Lisuarte knew that Angriote and his nephew were so far healed of their wounds that they could ride, he sent to bid them quit his kingdom and not enter it again at their peril. Of this those knights complained loudly to Don Grumedan and their other friends, especially Don Brian of Monjaste and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, who said that, since the king had so forgotten their past services, they would give him cause to remember the future. They then struck their tents and departed for the Firm Island. On the third day of their journey they found Gandeza in chapel, the niece of Brocadan, she who had concealed her lover Sarquiles, where he overheard all the treason, and who had now fled for fear. Great joy had they in finding her, and above all Sarquiles, who loved her truly, and taking her with him he continued his way. Grumedan and his friends, after they had ridden out with the knights of the Firm Island, on their departure, returned to Lisuarte, and told him what had passed. He who was already much grieved for the victory of Angriote, not for any regret for the slain, whom he knew to be evil like their parents, but because it was a triumph to Amadis, became now more enraged. Forbearance, said he, is for the most part a profitable thing, but at times it is the cause of great mishap, and so hath it been with me. If I had withdrawn my favour from these knights, they would not have dared say that which they have said, nor have approached my court, nor even entered my dominions. But they shall pay for their folly. I will send and defy them, and Amadis with them, and see whether their pride can save them. King Arban of North Wales, who truly desired the welfare of the king, replied, Sir, you should look well to this before you do as you have said, because of the great valour of these knights, and because God hath shown the justice of their cause, else would not Angriote, good knight as he is, have so acquitted himself against two such enemies, nor Sarquiles have so come off from Adamas. The good cause which they maintained gave them the victory, Therefore I should think it well that they return to your service, for poor profit is it for a king to war with his subjects when he can avoid it. The blood that is shed and the wealth that is expended on both sides is the king's loss, and he gains no honour in victory. From such strife great evils often arise. The neighbouring kings and chiefs who had been before kept in awe, take courage and recover more than they had lost, and what is more to be feared, the vassals cease to respect their lord, who should rule them mildly as a good shepherd controls his flock. For if he oppresses them more than they can bear, it oftentimes chances that where the first broke out the rest follow, and when the fault is at last discovered it is difficult to amend it. Now, sir, is the time to amend what has been done amiss. Amadis is so gentle and so kindly disposed to you, that you may lightly recover him and all who follow him. You say well, quoth Lisuarte, but I will not give them that which I have already given to my daughter Leonoreta, and great as his power may be, it is nothing to mine. So say no more, but prepare arms and horses to serve me, and let Cendel of Ganota go to-morrow and defy those of the Firm Island. In God's name, they all replied, he will appoint what seemed good to him, and we will serve you. You must know that Gandandel and Brocadan, when they saw their sons slain, and that they were undone in this world and in the next, receiving that due reward which such as them escape in our days, for God reserves them either in his mercy that they may repent, or for his justice, that if they continue in sin they may pay for all without redemption. They took their dead sons, and with their wives and household embarked in 2 vessels with the curses of all who beheld them, and went their way. And this history will not mention them more. But we may reasonably believe that they who have grown old in wickedness will die in it, unless it pleases God, more for his mercy than their deserts, to turn their hearts in time. King Lisuarte then having assembled together all the great lords of his court, and the knights of lower degree, complained to them of Amadis and his friends, and besought them to redress his wrongs as he did theirs. They all replied that they would serve him in what he should command. He then called Cendil of Ganota, and bade him to horse, and carry a letter of credence to the Firm Island, and defy Amadis for me, and all those knights with him who will support the cause of Don Galvanes. Tell them to beware of me, for wherever I find them I will destroy their lives and fortune. Don Cendil took his bidding and departed. After some days the king went to one of his towns which, because it was so abundantly furnished with all things pleasant, was called Gracedonia. This removal greatly pleased Oriana, for her time now drew nigh, and this was near Miraflores, so that she thought herself safer there than in any other place. Meantime the knights who escorted Madasima continued their way, till when they were within 2 leagues of the Firm Island, they met with 2300 knights who had come out to meet them. Well were they then received, and Amadis courteously welcomed Madasima, and embraced Angriote many times, for Florestan had sent tidings of the battle. While they were thus rejoicing, they saw Don Cendil of Ganota come riding down the mountain, but he beholding so large a company, and knowing that they had all forsaken the king's service, the tears came into his eyes, for he was a right loyal servant to Lisuarte. Howbeit he put on the best countenance he could, being a fair knight, and of great valour and discretion, and rode up to them and asked for Amadis, by whom and by the rest he was honourably welcomed as he deserved to be. Sir, said he, let this letter be read. That being done, Amadis replied, It is your credential, now speak your embassy. Sir Amadis, quoth he, my lord the king hath sent me to defy you and those of your lineage, and those who are here present, and those who mean to attempt the Isle of Mongaza, and he warns you henceforward to defend your lands and possessions and persons, for he will destroy all if he can, and he says you may be excused from seeking adventures in his country, for whomsoever of ye he finds there he will slay. Quadragante answered, Don Cendil, You have said your bidding and have therein done right, but for your master who threatens our lives and lands, let these knights reply to him as they think good. For me, tell him that, king as he is, I regard my poor life as much as he can value his mighty one, that in birth I yield nothing to him, being of as royal blood on both sides as himself, and since I must defend myself from him, bid him defend himself from me. But Amadis wished that a milder answer should be returned, and he said, Don Quadragante, sir, let this knight take one answer for you and all. We have heard the embassy, and we will take counsel how to reply. And you, Don Cendil, may tell the king that he will find it difficult to perform what he threatens. Come with us to the Firm Island meantime, and try the arch of true lovers, for if you achieve it you will find better favour from your mistress. Sir, quoth Don Cendil, I will go with you if it please, but of my loves you shall know nothing. They then rode thither, but when Cendil beheld the island and its strength and the abundance of all things therein, he knew that not all the force in the world could injure it. So Amadis took him to his home and lodged him honourably, for Don Cendil was of high lineage. The next day the knights assembled and resolved to defy King Lisuarte by a knight called Sadamon, who came in the company of Dragonis and Palomir. These two brethren were sons of Grasugis, king of Low Germany, by Saduva, King Perian's sister. And they and all the other sons of counts and kings who were there had brought forces there from their father's land, and vessels wherein to pass over to the island of Mongaza. To this Sadamon they gave a letter of credence signed with all their names, and they said to him, Tell King Lisuarte, since he defies and threatens us, to defend himself. With fair weather we shall go against the island of Mongaza, and if he is the mighty lord he says, we shall soon prove his strength and our own. If he replies aught to this, answer him like a good knight, and if God pleases we will maintain it. Then Amadis spake with his foster father Don Gandales, and said, You must go from me to King Lisuarte, and without fear tell him I care little for his defiance and less for his threats than he believes. Tell him that if I had foreseen how thanklessly he would requite my services, I would not have encountered such dangers for his sake. For that power and dominion wherewith he now menaces me and my friends and kinsmen hath been supported and preserved by the blood of my body. I trust in God this will be all amended, more by my power than his inclination. But say to him that as I want for him the island of Mongaza, he shall not lose it by me. Nor will I ever offend him in any place where the queen shall be, for the honour which she deserves. Tell him this, and that as he desires my enmity, he shall have it in such sort that all he now feels shall be forgotten. Don Gandales, said Agrayes, strive to see the queen, and kiss her hand for me, and tell her to send me my sister Mabilia, for seeing on what terms we are with the king, she should not remain in his court. At this was Amadis sorely grieved, for rather than see Mabilia separated from Oriana, he would have had his own heart taken from his breast. Yet he could not gainsay, lest the secret of his love should be discovered. The knights departed with Don Cendil of Ganota. 10 days they rode and then arrived at the court, where King Lisuarte, knowing their errand, honourably bade them welcome, and having read their letter, bade them speak. Sir Sadamon, sir, quoth Gandales, will deliver you the bidding of the knights. I come with words from Amadis to you, and from Agrayes to the queen, if it please you that I may see her. It pleases me well, replied Lisuarte, and much pleasure will she have in seeing you, for you served her daughter Oriana well while she abode in your country, for which I thank you. Many thanks, quoth Gandales, and God knows if I should delight to serve you, and if it troubles me to do otherwise. Lisuarte answered, I believe you, but trouble not yourself for doing that whereto you are bound, in the service of him whom you fostered, to act otherwise would be to your shame. Then Sadamon delivered the defiance, and when he said that the knights expected no peace till he restored the island to Don Galvanes and Madasima, the king replied, That peace will come late if they wait for it. may I never be held a king if I do not break their pride. Sir, quoth Sadamon, thus far is my embassy, what else I may say is of myself. I tell you, sir, that he must be of great prowess and power who can break the pride of those knights, and you will find it harder than you imagine. Don Gandales then delivered the bidding of Amadis, and when he related how Amadis would not go against the island of Mongaza which he had won for Lisuarte, nor yet war upon him in any place where the queen should be, all present spake of it as being honourably and right loyally done, and so the king held it. Then the king bade the embassadors disarm themselves and come to table, for it was time to take food. And he made them sit at a table opposite his own, with his nephew Giontes and Guilan the Pensive, and other good knights who were placed there in honour of their prowess. The king grew cheerful at this meal, and he ordered all the knights who were there to prepare for going to the island of Mongaza, and said that if need were he would himself accompany them. When the cloths were removed, Don Grumedan led Gandales to the queen, who wished to see him, whereat Oriana and Mabilia rejoiced, because from him they should have tidings of Amadis. The queen welcomed him right lovingly, and made him sit before her by Oriana, and asked him if he knew the damsel beside him, for he had served her well. Lady, quoth he, happy am I to have served her, and happy should I be to serve her again, or you, lady, and so would I the king, were it not against Amadis my lord and my foster child. He bade me kiss your hand for him, as for one who is much grieved that he is driven from your service. And I do the same for Agrayes, who beseeches you to send him his sister Mabilia, for as he and Don Galvanes are no longer in the king's favour, it is not meet that she should remain in his house. When Oriana heard this she was greatly troubled, and the tears came, for she could not bear it, for she loved her in her heart, and now at this season knew not what to do if she should be taken away. Mabilia exclaimed, Ah, how cruel will your father and mother be to me, if they separate me from you. Do not weep, cried Gandales, you shall be taken to your aunt, Queen Elisena of Gaul, than whom, except her before whom we stand, there is not a more honourable lady, and there shall you see your cousin Melicia, who greatly desires your coming. Don Gandales, quoth Brisena, I am troubled at what Agrayes demands, and will speak with the king thereon. If he takes my counsel the princess shall not be dismissed, till she is married as beseems her rank. Let it be determined soon then, said Gandales, for I cannot tarry. The queen then sent for Lisuarte, and Oriana, knowing that a remedy was in his will, went to him and fell on her knees and said, Sir, you know what honours I received in the house of the King of Scotland, and how when you sent for me they gave me their daughter Mabilia, and to my shame would it be if I did not show my gratitude to her. Moreover, she is my comfort and help in my sickness and sufferings, and now Agrayes has sent for her. If you take her from me, you will do me the worst cruelty that ever was inflicted, and for no cause, for she is not yet repaid for the honours I received from her father. Mabilia knelt before him and held up her hands to beseech him that she might not be taken away, for grief would kill her. And then she clung to Oriana. But Lisuarte, who was of a kind heart and of great discretion, answered, Think not you, my child, Mabilia, because there is discord between your house and mine, that I should forget you, or cease to receive and honour any of your lineage who would choose to serve me. I shall not leave to love one for the sake of another, much less you. You shall not depart till you have been recompensed as you deserve. She would have kissed his hand, but he raised her up, and made her and Oriana sit down, and sate himself between them. He would do ill who should part you, ladies, quoth Don Gandales, and so shall I tell Agrayes, and be he pleased or not, all will think that good which the king does, and ye yourselves desire. Now then I must depart. God be with you, replied Lisuarte. Say to Amadis, that in what he says of the island of Mongaza, I well understand him. It is for his own profit more than for my honour, and as I understand it, so do I thank him. Henceforth each must do what he can. And then he left the queen's apartment. Don Gandales, said Brisena, do not you attend to the angry words of the king, nor of Amadis, but strive ever, if you can, to reconcile them, as I shall do. Salute Amadis for me, and tell him I thank him for what he said that he would not attack any place where I might be, and beg him to grant my request when I shall make one. So she commended him to God, and prayed that there might be peace between her husband and Amadis, and Gandales took his leave. Then the princesses called him, and Oriana said, Don Gandales, sir, my true friend, greatly am I grieved that I cannot recompense you for the service which you have done me, but the times will not permit me now, nor have I wherewith to repay you, but if it please God I may one day do what is my duty and desire. This enmity troubles me, they are of such hearts that much evil must follow unless it please God to remedy it. I trust he will. Salute Amadis for me, and tell him I beseech him to remember all that passed here, and bear with the present, and give way for the future to my father, who still values and loves him. Then said Mabilia, Commend me kindly to my lord and cousin Amadis, and to Agrayes my lord and brother, and to the right good Don Galvanes my uncle, and tell them to have no concern for me, nor to trouble themselves to separate me from my lady Oriana, for this trouble would be lost, and I would rather die than leave her. And give this letter to Amadis, tell him he will find in it all I have to say, and I believe he will receive great consolation thereby. Gandales then saluted them and departed, and took his way with Sadamon. As they left the town they saw a great force which the king had prepared to go against the island of Mongaza, and had now drawn up in their sight, that they might terrify those of the Firm Island by the report thereof. The chiefs were the good knight King Arban of North Wales, and Gasquilan the Bold, son of Madarque, the fierce giant of the Dolorous Isle, by a sister of Lancino King of Sweden. This Gasquilan the Bold was so strong and valiant in his arms, that when King Lancino died without an heir, all they of his kingdom held it good to choose him for their king. But when he heard of the war between King Lisuarte and Amadis, he left Sweden to be present in the battle, and to prove himself in combat against Amadis, by command of a lady whom he loved. The which how it fell out shall be recorded hereafter. Gandales and Sadamon, nothing afraid at beholding so great a force, rode on till they arrived at the Firm Island, and having disarmed went into the fair garden, where Amadis and the knights awaited them, and there delivered they their bidding, and declared all that they had seen, and also the coming of King Gasquilan, because he desired to prove himself against Amadis and the other knights. Gavarte of the Perilous Valley said then, he will find able masters here to cure his longing sickness, Don Florestan and Don Quadragante, and if they should be otherwhere employed, I will offer to him my body, for pity would it be if he should travel so far in vain. Don Gavarte, said Amadis, if I were longing sick I would rather forsake all physic and only hope in God, than taste your emulsions and electuaries. Nay sir, quoth Brian of Monjaste, you are not sick like he who comes to seek us, and we ought to remedy him, that he may report in his own land what leeches are to be found for such ailments. At this they laughed a while, and then Amadis asked if there were any there who knew Gasquilan. Listrin of the White Tower answered, I know him well. Then told he of what race he came, and how for his valour he was made king. I once, said he, encountered him in a tourney at Valtierra, and we both fell at the first attaint, horse and man to earth, but the press was so hot that we could not finish our combat. That day the part on which I was put to the worst, because the knights did not do their duty, and because of the great strength of Gasquilan, who was our mortal enemy, so that the praise was his, and he never fell that day, save only when we encountered. Certes, quoth Amadis, you speak of a great man, who comes like a valiant knight to make his worth known. That is true, answered Don Quadragante, but being free to choose his side, he ought to have taken ours, for we are the fewest. He has chosen right, said Galvanes, for if he has joined the many, they are the weakest, and he could not have proved his prowess, unless the worthiest were against him. While they thus communed, the sailors came, and bade them arm and aboard, for the wind was fair. They then joyfully left the garden, and such was the press and clamour of people and of the instruments of the fleet, that scarce could they hear each other. Soon were they armed, and their horses embarked in the brigantines, and all things needful put aboard, and they themselves joyfully embarked. Amadis and Don Bruneo of Bonamar went in a boat among the fleet, and in one vessel they found Don Florestan and Brian of Monjaste, and Don Quadragante and Angriote of Estravaus, and they went aboard to them, and Amadis embraced them as if it would be long before he should see them again, and the tears came into his eyes for the exceeding love he bare them, and for the solitude he should feel when they were gone. Good sirs, quoth he, I rejoice to see you thus in company. Quadragante answered, Sir, we have determined to continue thus by sea and by land, unless fortune should separate us. And they then showed him their banner, which was marvellously fair, in which 12 damsels were figured having white flowers in their hands. Amadis then exhorted them to be cautious, and taking leave he went through the fleet from ship to ship with Bruneo and his foster father Gandales, till the fleet put to sea, and then he and his comrades returned. The ships sailed on, following the vessel wherein Galvanes and Madasima led the way, with clarions and trumpets. The wind was fair, and in 7 days they came before daylight before the castle of the Boiling Lake, which was near the port. Forthwith they armed themselves, and prepared the boats to land, and bridges and planks, and mats of reed to land the horses. All this did they as secretly as they could, because Count Latine and Galdar the Rascuil were in the town with 300 knights. The watchman saw them, and cried out that they were there, but he knew not how many, for it was yet dark. The Count and Galdar went up to the castle, and they heard the noise and stir, and it seemed as of a great company, and when it was dawn many ships appeared, and Galdar exclaimed, Surely this is Don Galvanes and his friends who are come against us. God never save me if they land so lightly as they think. He then armed his people, and went down to the haven by the town with one part of the force, and Count Latine went with the other to the castle port, where Galvanes and Agrayes were, and their company. Gavarte of the Perilous Valley went in the front, and Orlandin and Osinan of Burgundy, and Madanquil of the Silver Bridge. And at the other port Galdar found Florestan and Quadragante, and Brian of Monjaste, and Angriote and their companions. Then began a cruel and perilous battle, with lances and arrows and stones, so that many were wounded and slain, and they of the land defended the ports till the hour of tierce. But in the bark with Don Florestan there was Enil, the good knight of whom you have heard heretofore, and his cousin Amorantes of Salvatierra, and Coman and Nicoran were with Don Brian, and with Quadragante, Landin, and Orlan the Brave, and with Angriote his brother Gradovoy, and Sarquiles his nephew. Florestan cried out, Lower the bridge, that we may ride out among them. Angriote answered, Why would you venture so rashly? If the bridge were down, the water is so deep that the horses could not reach land without swimming. Quadragante said the same, but Brian was of Florestan's opinion, and the bridge was lowered, and they both rode out, and reaching the end of the bridge they made their horses leap into the water. It was up to the pummel of the saddle, and there the enemies attacked them, laying on heavy and mortal blows. Quadragante and Angriote came out to them, and so did their comrades, but the shore was so steep, and they who defended it so many, that they knew not how to help themselves, and the clamour was so great, and the shout and cries so loud as if the whole world were in an uproar. Dragonis and Palomir were up to their necks in water, catching at the planks of the galleys, and their horses struggling under them. But they pressed on till it was only to their middle, and although they of the island were many and well armed and fought bravely, yet could they not prevent Florestan and his comrades from landing, and presently Dragonis and Palomir and the other knights also. When Galdar saw that the ground was lost, he made his people retreat as well as they could, for he was sore wounded by Florestan and by Don Brian, who had unhorsed him, and so bruised was he that he scarce could sit on the horse whereon his friends had placed him. As he retired towards the town, he saw Count Latine and his troops come flying with all speed, for Don Galvanes and Agrayes had won the landing, having played their part like men who fought in their own cause. Now you should know that the Count had imprisoned Dandasido, son of the old giant, and 20 other men of the town, whom he suspected to be against him, and they were in a prison in the highest part of the castle tower, and men to guard them. But their keepers, when the knights were engaged, went out to see the battle. When Dandasido observed that they were thus left, he said to his comrades, Help me, and we will escape. How can that be? Said they. Break the bolt of this chain which fetters us all. They then took a strong rush rope, with which their hands and feet were tied every night, and put it through the bolt, and with the great strength of Dandasido and his companions they plucked the bolt out, and loosed themselves, and caught up their keepers' weapons, and went upon the tower and slew them who expected no such danger, and then they shouted out, To arms! To arms! For our Lady Madasima! When the townsmen heard them they rose, and seized the strong towers, and slew all they could lay hands on. Count Latine seeing this took shelter in a house by the gate, and Gaidar of Rascuil with him, not daring to venture farther and expecting death, and they of the town taking courage ran through the streets and called to the assailants, and bade them bring their Lady Madasima that they might give her possession of the place. Quadragante and Angriote rode up to the gate to learn the truth, and having spoken with Dandasido, they took the tidings to Don Galvanes, and presently they all took horse, and brought out Madasima on a white palfrey, she having her fair face uncovered, and wearing a chaplet of gold. As she approached the town the gates were thrown open, and 100 of the most honourable men came out to meet her, and kissed her hand, and she said to them, Kiss ye the hand of my lord and husband Don Galvanes, who next to God hath delivered me from death, and hath now recovered for me my natural subjects. If ye love me, take him for your lord. Then they knelt before Don Galvanes, and kissed his hand right humbly, and he courteously received them, and thanked them for their loyalty and love to their good lady Madasima. Dandasido met them at the town, and much was he honoured for what he had done. This done, Ymosil of Burgundy said, Now then let us rid the town of our enemies. Agrayes, whose wrath was kindled, answered, I have sent to scour the streets. The way to rid the town of them is not to leave one of them alive. Sir, quoth Florestan, give not way to anger, which would make you commit that which you would afterwards rather die than have done. You say well, said Quadragante, let them be put in prison. It is better to have the conquered prisoners than dead, considering the turns of fortune. Then Angriote and Gavarte went to take charge of them, and coming to the gate they found Count Latine and Gaidar and their people in sad plight, so that they were glad to yield themselves to the gentle mercy of Don Galvanes. Thus was Madasima put in possession of the town and castle to the great joy of her people. But on the following day came tidings that King Arban of North Wales and King Gasquilan had landed with 3000 knights, and sent back their fleet to bring them supplies. Then were they somewhat cast down, knowing the number of their enemies, and seeing how they themselves had been handled. However, they remembered the advice of Amadis, and although some among them would have issued out to battle, they determined to remain till their wounds were healed, and their horses and arms made fit for service. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 2. How Amadis asked of his fosterer Don Gandales the news of the court, and how he and his companions departed for Gaul, and of the adventures which befell them in an island where they delivered Don Galaor and King Cildadan from the peril of death. Till the fleet was gone from the Firm Island, the turmoil had been so great that Amadis had had no time to enquire from Galvanes the news from King Lisuarte's court, but now he took him into the garden to learn, and Galvanes told him all that had passed, and gave him Mabilia's letter, whereby he learnt that his lineage was about to be increased. At this had Amadis great joy, yet for the loneliness he felt for his lady he retired alone and wept like a man beside himself. When this passion was somewhat abated, he bade Gandalin carry his arms aboard a vessel, for he and Don Bruneo would depart the next day for Gaul. On the morrow they put to sea, the wind was sometimes fair, at other times foul, and after 5 days they found themselves abreast of a fair island and well wooded. Let us stop here a day or two, quoth Don Bruneo, it seemeth a good land, and we may perchance find adventures here. They then bade the master put to shore, for they would land. God forbid that ye should, said he. Why so? quoth Amadis. That ye may escape death or cruel imprisonment. For know that this is the Dolorous Isle, whereof the great giant Madarque is lord, the cruellest and fiercest in the world. I tell you, no knight or damsel hath entered here for 15 years, but hath been killed or taken. When they heard this they wondered greatly, and with no little fear to undertake such an adventure, yet as their hearts were such, and as their true office was to cleanse the world of such customs, not heeding danger, they bade the master make to land, which with difficulty and almost force they made him do. Then took they their arms and horses, and with their 2 squires Gandalin and Lasindo, whom they told if they were set upon by any other than knights to bestir themselves to aid them, they rode into the island. So they went up the mountain, and being at the top saw near them a castle goodly and strong, toward which they went to hear news of the giant. Coming near they heard a horn sound from the tower so loud that it made the valleys ring. The master of the ship had told them that that horn sounded to call the giant when his people had attacked any knights whom they could not subdue, and that then he came forth in such fury that he slew all whom he met, even sometimes his own people. Let us go forward then, said Amadis. Far had they not gone when they heard a great uproar and the clash of lances and the clang of swords falling heavy and fast. Presently they saw a great crowd pressing upon 2 knights and 2 squires, having slain their horses and now labouring to kill them, but they 4 defended themselves marvellously well. Anon Amadis saw the dwarf Ardian come running toward him, and he, knowing his master's shield, cried out, Sir Amadis, help your brother Galaor, whom they are slaying, and his friend King Cildadan. At that they spurred their horses full speed to their rescue. As they were thus galloping they saw the giant Madarque come up. He was on a huge horse, his mail was thick, and he was covered with plates of iron, and instead of a helmet he wore an armet of bright steel, and in his hand he held a spear so heavy that any other knight could not without difficulty lift it, and a great shield. And he came on crying, give room, ye worthless wretches, who cannot kill 2 tired and worthless knights. Leave them to me, that my spear may enjoy their blood. How God takes vengeance upon the unjust, and how he is dissatisfied with those who follow pride. Remember, reader, that Nimrod who built the Tower of Babel, and many others, whom I will not now mention, that I may not run into prolixity, so was it with Madarque in this battle. Amadis who heard him feared greatly seeing how monstrous he was, and commending himself to God he said, Now Oriana, lady mine, it is time to be succoured by you. He then besought Don Bruneo to engage the other knights, for he would attack the giant, and fitted his lance under his arm and ran at him in full career, and smote him so rudely on the breast that he made him fall back upon the crupper. The giant held the reins short, and being thus driven back, he plucked them with him so strongly that the horse reared and fell back upon his master, so that Madarque broke his leg, and the horse's shoulder was put out, and neither of them could rise. Amadis, who saw him thus, drew his sword and cried out aloud at them, Brother Galaor, for I am Amadis who help you, and he rode among them, marvelling to see the feats of Bruneo, who at one stroke had pierced the nephew of the giant through the throat, and was laying about him with his sword. Then Amadis cleaved down another knight to the teeth, and Galaor mounted upon his horse, yet would he not move on from King Cildadan, who was on foot by him. But Gandalin came up and gave his horse to the king, and fought himself with the squires. Then when the 4 knights were all mounted you might have seen wonderful deeds of arms, how they smote down and slew all before them, and the squires also did their parts manfully. So that all who were able to fly soon fled before them to the castle, and they followed them close to the castle gate. Now the gate was shut, and might not be opened till the giant himself came, for so he had commanded. When therefore his people saw that they could not enter and had no remedy, They who were on horseback alighted, and they threw away their swords, and fell upon their knees before Amadis, who was foremost in pursuit, and caught hold of the lappets of his armour to escape from his companions. Amadis protected them from King Cildadan and Galaor, who were so enraged at the wrong they had received that they would not else have left a man alive, and he took assurance from them to obey his commands. Then went they towards the giant, who lay unable to help himself, in such plight that he was well nigh expiring, for the horse lay upon his broken leg. King Cildadan alighted, and bade his squires help him, and they together turned the horse over so that the giant could breathe, for King Cildadan, though by his means both himself and Galaor had been brought to the point of death, had no design to slay him, not for his own sake, for he was evil and proud, but for the love of his son, King Gasquilan, who was a right good knight, and he therefore besought Amadis to spare him. Madarque, then quoth Amadis, you see in what plight you are, if you will take my counsel you shall live, if not, death is with thee. Good knight, replied the giant, since you place life or death in my choice, I will do your pleasure and live, and this I swear. What I will then, answered Amadis, is that thou shouldst become a Christian, with all thy people, and build churches and monasteries in thy dominions, and release all thy prisoners, and never more keep this evil custom. The giant answered, being in the fear of death, all this will I do, for I well know that according to my force and people, compared with yours, I could not have been vanquished except for my sins, and that too by one blow. Now if it please you, let me be carried to my castle, and come ye there also and regale yourselves, and there I will obey you. Then Amadis called those whom he had spared, and they took up the giant, and all went to the castle. When they had disarmed, Amadis and Galaor embraced each other many times, weeping for pure joy, and thus happy were those 4 knights, till the giant sent to inform them that their food was ready. But Amadis replied that he would not eat till the prisoners were all brought before him. That shall presently be done, said the giant's people, for he has already sent to release them. Presently they came, 130 knights and 40 dames and damsels, and they all came humbly to kiss the hand of Amadis, and ask what he would command them to do. What will most please me, replied Amadis, is that ye go to Queen Brisena, and tell her that her knight of the Firm Island hath sent ye, and that he hath found here his brother Galaor, and kiss her hand for me. Then were they served with food, and Amadis ordered that ships should be provided for the prisoners, and so they set sail to perform his bidding. After they had made their meal, Amadis and his companions went into the giant's chamber to see him, and they found that his sister Andandona was looking to his wound. This was the fiercest and worst giantess in the world. She was 15 years older than her brother, and had holpen to bring him up, and her hair was white and so woolly that it could not be combed, and her face so deformed beyond all course of nature that she looked like nothing but a devil. Of stature was she huge, and fleet of foot, nor was their horse so wild, nor any other savage beast that she could not tame and break in. She shot with the bow, and threw darts certainly and strong, so that for the most part she was hunting in the mountain, and her clothing was of the skins of bears and lions and wild boars whom she had slain. Great enemy was she to the Christians, and always had done them all the evil in her power, and much worse was she hereafter, and made her brother be the same, till in the battle which King Lisuarte had with King Aravigo and the 6 kings, King Perion slew him, as shall be related. After the knights had remained a while with Madarque, and he had again promised them to turn Christian, they left him, and on the following morning embarked for Gaul. They had to pass an arm of the sea which had thick woods on either side, and in these woods that devilish giantess Andandona lay in wait for them, and when she saw them on the water, she came close to the shore upon a rock above them, and took the sharpest of all her darts, and threw it at them with all her force. it struck Don Bruneo and went through his leg into the side of the galley, and there brake, but with the force of her aim she overswayed herself and fell into the water, with such a sound as if a tower had fallen. They, seeing how monstrous she was, and that she was clothed with the black skins of bears, verily believed she was some devil, and began to cross themselves and commend themselves to God. But presently they saw her swim stiffly towards the shore, and then they shot arrows at her, but she dived till she reached the land. Then just as she landed, Amadis and Cildadan wounded her with their arrows in the shoulder, but she quickly ran into the wood, and King Cildadan, who saw her flying thus with the shafts in her shoulder, could not forbear laughing. Then they went to help Don Bruneo, and staunched the blood, and laid him in his bed. Presently the giantess appeared again upon an eminence, and cried out aloud, "If you think I am a devil you are wrong, but I am Andandona, who will do you all the mischief I can, and will not forbear for what pain or trouble it may cost me." And then she ran along the rocks so fleetly that nothing could have overtaken her, so that they were much amazed thereat, for they thought surely that she would have died of her wounds. Then they learnt all concerning her from two of the prisoners whom Gandalin had taken on board the galley because they were natives of Gaul, and if Don Bruneo had not entreated them to carry him as quickly as possible where he might have help for his wound, they would have returned and hunted the whole island to catch that bedevilled giantess and have her burned. So they went on and entered the open sea, talking of many things, and Amadis told them all that had passed with King Lisuarte. Full sorrowful thereat was Don Galaor, and great grief did he feel in his heart, for he well understood what evils might ensue, and he was placed in great trouble, for though his brother Amadis, whom he so dearly loved, was on the other side, yet could not that so influence his heart as to make him refuse to serve King Lisuarte, with whom he had lived, as you have heard heretofore. And then he remembered how Amadis had left him at the Firm Island, and calling him aside he said, "Sir brother, what thing so great or grievous could have happened to you, that the love and tie between us was not greater, but you concealed it from me as from a stranger?" "Good brother," replied Amadis, "since it was powerful enough to break that tie, you may well ween it was worse than death itself. I beseech you ask me no farther now." Galaor then put on a better semblance, for he had before been somewhat angry, and seeing that his brother would still be secret, said no more. 4 days they continued their voyage, and then took haven at a town in Gaul called Mostrol, where King Perion and his queen then sojourned, because it was opposite to Britain, and they could better learn tidings of their sons. They, when they saw the galley, sent to know who was come. Amadis bade the messenger reply that it was King Cildadan and Don Bruneo, but of himself or his brother to say nothing. Right joyful was King Perion at these tidings, for Amadis had sent him word how King Cildadan had been with Galaor in the house of Urganda, and now he thought he should hear of his son. He ordered all his company to take horse, and rode out with them to meet the new comers, for Don Bruneo had sometimes been at his court, and he loved him much, and he knew that he was much with his sons. Amadis and Galaor clad themselves richly and rode to the queen's palace, and bade the porter tell her that 2 knights of her lineage wished to speak with her. She bade them enter, and seeing Amadis, she knew Galaor by the likeness, albeit she had never seen him before since the giant took him away being but a child, and she cried out in one breath, "Ah, Virgin Mary Lady, what is this? I see my sons before me!" and she fell upon the estrado like one bereft of sense. They knelt down and kissed her hand, and she rose and descended from the estrado, and took them in her arms, and kissed them many times, before any of them could speak, till their sister Melicia entered, and the queen drew back that they might greet her, and much were they astonished at her exceeding beauty. Who can tell the joy of that noble queen to see before her 2 sons, how fair knights they were, and considering the griefs and fears wherewith her heart was always troubled, knowing the dangers which Amadis encountered, and expecting life or death herself as the issue might be, and having lost Galaor as you have heard, and now beholding them both restored with such honour and renown. Certes none can tell what joy she felt, except she herself, or one who has been in like case. Then said Amadis, We have brought Don Bruneo de Bonamar here, who is badly wounded. Let him be honourably entreated as one of the best knights in the world. That shall he be, my son, replied Elisena, because you love him, and because he has served us well, and when I cannot attend him, your sister Melicia shall. Lady sister, quoth Galaor, you ought as a damsel to honour him greatly, as one who serves and honours all damsels better than any other. Happy may she think herself whom he loves. For without let he passed under the enchanted arch of true lovers, a certain testimony they had never been false. When Melicia heard this her heart leaped, for she well knew that that adventure had been achieved for her sake, and she answered like a discreet damsel as she was, Sir, I shall do my best because you command me, and because they tell me he is a good knight, and one who loves you much. While they were thus in talk the Kings Perion and Cildadan came up, and when Amadis and Galaor saw their father, they knelt down, and each took him by the hand and kissed it, and he kissed them, and the tears of joy ran down. King Cildadan bade them remember Don Bruneo, and he having spoken to the queen and her daughter, they all went towards Don Bruneo, who was carried in knights' arms from the galley, and they laid him in a rich bed, in a chamber of the queen's apartments, the windows whereof opened into a garden of roses and other flowers. There the queen and her daughter went to visit him, and she showed great pity for his wound, and said to him, Don Bruneo, I will see you the most I can, and when anything prevents me, your friend Melicia shall be with you, and she shall cure your wound. Elisena then departed, leaving her daughter and her damsels. Melicia sate herself up opposite his bed, where he could see her fair countenance, and so happy was Don Bruneo, that while he could be so attended he did not wish to be healed. She looked at his wound and saw that it was a great one, but being open on both sides she hoped to heal it speedily, and she said, Don Bruneo, methinks I can cure the wound, but you must altogether obey me, else you may bring on great danger. Lady, replied he, God forbid that I should ever otherwise than obey you, for sure am I that in that case none could help me. These words she understood as he had meant them, better than the damsels who were present. She then applied an ointment to his leg which allayed the swelling and pain, and gave him food with her own fair hands, and said to him, Compose yourself now, and when it is time I will visit you again. As she left the chamber she met his squire Lasindo. Now he knew the secret of his master's love. Lasindo, said she, you are well known here, and do you ask for whatever your master may need. Lady, he replied, God send the time when this kindness may be rewarded. And drawing nearer he said to her in a low voice, She, lady, who wishes to cure the wounded should take heed to the worst wound. For God's sake, lady, have pity on him, who so needs it, not for the pain which his wound gives him, but for what he endures for you. When Melicia heard this she replied, Friend, I shall remedy the wound which I see if I can, of the other I know nothing. You know, lady, replied Lasindo, that the passion he endures for you enabled him to see the statues of Apolidon and Grimanesa. Ailings like these, Lasindo, she answered, are often cured by only time, so it may be with your master, and it is needless to ask remedy for him from one who cannot bestow it. With that she left him and went to her mother. And though Lasindo repeated this answer to Don Bruneo, yet did it nothing trouble him, for he believed she felt otherwise than that, and he often blessed the giantess Andandona for wounding him, because thereby he enjoyed that pleasure, without which all the world to him was only trouble and solitude. Thus, as you hear, King Cildadan and Galaor and Amadis were in Gaul with King Perion, to the great joy of all, and Don Bruneo in the care of her whom he loved so well. One day Galaor led them aside and said, Sirs, I believe that though I were to labour much, I could not find other three who would love me so well, and therefore I beseech you advise me concerning that which ought to be prized next to my soul. You, sir, my brother Amadis, placed me with King Lisuarte, and commanded me to be his with great affection, and now seeing how you are at enmity with the king, and that I am not discharged from his service, certainly I am greatly perplexed. For if I should help you, my honour would be tainted, and if I should aid him, it is the pain of death to me to do aught against you. I beseech you give me counsel upon this, which is your cause also, and consider more my honour than your own inclination. King Perion answered, Son, you cannot do wrong in following your brother against a king so thankless and unreasonable, for when you remained with him it was to the will of Amadis, and now with just cause may you leave him, seeing that like an enemy he labours to destroy your kindred who have served him so well. Sir, replied Don Galaor, I trust in God and in your favour, whereto I commit my honour, that it never shall be said I left the service of that king now when he needs my service so much, not having taken leave of him before. Good brother, then said Amadis, though we are bound to follow the better judgment of the king our father, yet will I now venture by his favour to say, that at a time like this you ought not to forsake the king, unless it were so that no one could be injured thereby. As for this between him and me, there can be no knights on his side so powerful, powerful as they may be, that the high lord will not be stronger, who knows the services which I have wrought for him, and the evil guerdon, which nothing meriting such, I have from him received. It was determined then that Galaor should go to King Lisuarte. King Cildadan then said to the two brethren, You know, friends, the issue of that great battle which by you was won, and wherein you took from me that great glory which I and my people should have gained. And you know the terms of the battle, that the conquered should serve the conqueror, and this must I fulfil for my honour's sake, though it grieves me to the heart. To-day there came a summons to me from King Lisuarte to serve him with my full number of knights. I must therefore go with Don Galaor. So the next day they took leave and entered into a vessel, and having landed in Great Britain, took their road towards the king. Greatly incensed was Lisuarte at what had happened in the island of Mongaza, and the slaughter of his people, and he resolved without waiting for all the forces which he had summoned to go against it. But 3 days before he was to embark he told the queen to take Oriana and the ladies of the court to sport with him in the forest. So tents were pitched there, and they enjoyed the chase, but the king's thoughts were more upon the loss of the Firm Island than upon his sport. End of Chapter 2 of Book 3. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 3. How King Cildadan and Don Galaor going their way toward the court of King Lisuarte met a dame who had in her company a fair child accompanied by 12 knights, and how the dame asked them to ask the king to make him a knight, the which was done, and afterward the king knew him to be his son. King Cildadan and Don Galaor, hearing that the king prepared to embark, made all speed to join him. It chanced that having slept in a forest they heard a bell ring for mass at daybreak, and going to the hermitage they saw 12 rich shields ranged around the altar, bearing castles or in a field azure, and in the midst of them was a white shield rimmed with gold. Having made their orisons they asked certain squires who were there to whom those shields belonged. They answered that they could by no means tell them, but if they went to the court of King Lisuarte they would soon know. Presently the knights who owned the shields came in, leading some damsels, and behind them the new knight talking with a dame who was not young. He was of good stature and fair, and so strongly made that hardly might another such be seen, so that King Cildadan and Galaor marvelled much to see him and weened that he came from a far land, because till then they had never beheld him. When mass was over the lady asked them if they were of King Lisuarte's household. Why ask you? Because if it please you we should desire your company, for the king is in the forest hard by with the queen and a great company, hunting and regaling in their tents. And what is your pleasure with us? That for courtesy you would request the king and the queen and their daughter Oriana to come hither and make this squire a knight, for he is such that he merits all the honour that may be done him. Right willingly, lady, will we do this, and we trust the king also will do as you say, according to his wonted courtesy. Then they rode all together to a little hill by the way side to wait for the king, and it was not long before they saw him and the queen and their company approaching. The king rode foremost, and beholding the damsels and two armed knights, he thought they wished to joust, and he bade Don Grumedan, who guarded him with 30 knights, to go and tell them not to trouble themselves to joust, but come to him. Don Grumedan rode foremost, and the king stopped. When Cildadan and Galaor saw that he stopped, they and the damsels came down the hill and went towards him, and when Galaor was near enough to know the old knight, he exclaimed to King Cildadan, Here, sire, is one of the good men of the earth. Who is he? Don Grumedan, who bore the king's banner in the battle against you. In truth then, quoth Cildadan, I can say he is such, for I plucked the banner from him, and could never force it from his hands till the staff broke, and then I saw him do such feats of arms as showed his great displeasure that it had been taken. They then took off their helmets, and Grumedan, knowing Galaor as he approached, exclaimed, Ah, my friend Don Galaor, you are as welcome as the angels from heaven, and he rode up to him as fast as he could. Don Grumedan, quoth Galaor, this is King Cildadan. The old knight then kissed the king's hand, who welcomed him very courteously, and then turned to Galaor, and they embraced, like those who loved each other at heart. Then rode he back to Lisuarte. Good news, sir, and joyful. Here comes your vassal and friend Don Galaor, who never failed you in time of need, and the other is King Cildadan. I am right glad of his coming, replied the king. I well thought that if he were whole and at his own free will he would not fail to come to me, as I would have gone to him if it were to his honour. By this the knights came up, and he received them full graciously. Don Galaor would have kissed his hands, but the king would not permit that, embracing him so as to show how in his heart he loved him. They then told him of the lady and the boon she begged. The king mused a while, for he was accustomed to knight those only of great worth, and he asked whose son he was. That, replied the dame, you shall not know yet, but I swear to you that on both sides he is of good and royal parentage. What shall I do, Don Galaor? said the king. Methinks, sir, you should consent, for the child is of rare stature and comeliness, and cannot fail to be a good knight. Let it be so then, Lisuarte answered, and he bade Grumedan take Don Galaor and King Cildadan to the queen, and then all follow him to the hermitage. How they were welcomed by the queen and Oriana it is not necessary to relate, never were others better or more lovingly. So they all followed to the hermitage, and when they saw those shields and the white one which was so rich among them, they marvelled thereat, but still more at the goodly person of the child, and they could not think who he was, having never heard of him before. He humbly kissed the hands of the king, and would have kissed the queen's and Oriana's also, but that they would not permit because of his high birth. The king then knighted him and said, Take the sword from whom it shall please you best. If it please you, he replied, I will take it from the hands of Oriana, for so will that be accomplished which my heart desired. Dear daughter, then said Lisuarte, give, if it please you, the sword to this knight, who will rather receive it from you than from any other hand. Oriana, with great shamefastness, as one who thought it strange, then took the sword and gave it him, and thus was his knighting fully performed. The dame then said, Sir, I and my 3 damsels must be gone, though I would willingly remain with you a while, but so it is ordered. Norandel, whom you have armed knight, and these 12 knights with him, may, if it like you, abide in your service. Well pleased was the king thereat, greatly admiring the young man. The dame then took her leave, and as she departed slipped a letter into Lisuarte's hand, saying, read this in private, and then do as you think best. She then went towards the ship. He wondering what this might be, bade the queen go with King Cildadan and Galaor to the tents, and feast them if he should tarry in the chase. Brisena obeyed, and as soon as he was alone he opened the letter. Lisuarte, most high King of Great Britain, I the Princess Celinda, daughter of King Guido, kiss your hand. You will well remember, sir, how you being only an errant knight, found me besieged in my castle of the Great Rosier by Antifon the Fierce, because I would not accept him in marriage, and how you undertook my cause in single combat and slew him, and how under the rosier I yielded you my love. Then was this child begotten, so fair a one that it seemeth that sin hath produced good fruit, and will therefore be by the most high Lord forgiven. I send with him this ring which you gave me, as that which witnessed all. Honour him and love him, my good lord, and make him knight like one who on both sides is sprung from kings, and deriving from you daring courage, and from me that ardent love which I have borne towards you, reasonably may we hope that knighthood will be well bestowed upon him. Full well did Lisuarte remember this, and the ring confirmed that Norandel was his son. Howbeit, though the young knight promised so fairly by his fair appearance, he resolved to conceal the truth till he should have given proof of his valour. He then went to the chase, and, returning with plenty of game, went to the tent where King Cildadan and Galaor lodged, being attended by all the best knights of his court, all richly clad, and before all he praised them for their great feats of arms as they deserved, and for the great help he hoped from them in this war, which he now waged against the best knights in the world. Then cheerfully he told them of his sport, and said merrily that he would give them none of his game, and he sent it all to Oriana and the princesses, but he bade them divide it with Cildadan and Galaor. So there he ate with them. After the cloths were removed, he took Galaor aside under the trees, and leaning on his shoulder said, my good friend Galaor, how I esteem and love you God knows, for your courage and your counsel have always profited me, and I have full confidence in your faith, so much that I would not say to my own heart the thing which I would conceal from you. Look now what hath happened, and he gave him the letter. Glad thereof was Galaor, seeing that Norandel was the king's son, and he said, if you, sir, went through this toil and peril to deliver that princess, she well repaid you by so fair a son. As God shall help me, I think he will be as good as he is fair, and however desirous you now are to conceal his birth, you will hereafter be more so to acknowledge him. If it please you, let him be my comrade for a year, thus will somewhat of my great desire to serve you be accomplished. Much do I thank you, replied the king, yet shall I give you a boy for your companion, who may prove we know not what? Howbeit, as it pleases you, let it be so, for as nothing will be secret, whatever honour is done to him is done to me. So after they had returned to the tents a while, Galaor said to the king, Sir, you well know it is the custom of your house and of the whole kingdom of London, that the first boon which knight or damsel shall require from a new made knight ought to be granted. Truly, so is the custom, replied the king. I am a knight, rejoined Galaor, and I ask a boon of Norandel, it is that we keep company together for one whole year, being true to each other, and that nothing but death or captivity separate us. Norandel marvelled greatly when he heard this, and full joyful was he, for he saw how the king honoured Galaor among so many good and esteemed knights, and he knew his fame, how except Amadis there was none who surpassed him in arms. My lord Sir Galaor, quoth he, it is plain, by your great worth and my littleness, that you have said thus more for your goodness than my deserts, but I grant it, and thank you for it, as the thing in the world which next to the service of the king most rejoices me. The king then told them how he would put to sea on the third day, for, according to the tidings he received from the island of Mongaza, his going was necessary. In God's name, said King Cildadan, and we will serve you in all things that may be to your honour. Sir, quoth Galaor, since you have the hearts of your people so fully, fear you none but God. Even so, replied the king, great as your prowess is, your love and affection maketh me more secure. The following day after mass they set out to return to the town, and the king told Galaor he might inform Oriana of Norandel's birth, but in secrecy. So Galaor took her bridle, whereat well pleased was she for the love her father bore him, and because being the brother of Amadis, it was to her a comfort to see him. In the course of their talk they spake of Norandel. Do you know anything of this knight? said Oriana, for he came with you, and you have asked him to be your companion in arms. For one of your prowess this should not be done unless you knew something of his worth, for all who know you say there is no one equal to you, except only your brother Amadis. My lady, replied Galaor, so equal is my prowess to that of Amadis as earth is to heaven, and fool would he be who thought to equal his, for God has gifted him above all others in the world in hardihood, and in all good customs that beseem a knight. Oriana became thoughtful, and a feeling came upon her. If ever thou shouldst be without the love of this Amadis, and without this fame of arms and of beauty. But she felt joy and pride that he who had no peer was her own. But for Norandel, added Galaor, it surely seems that he will be a good man, and I know that of him which will surprise all whenever it comes to be known. So I believe, replied Oriana, that not without great cause you took him for your companion in arms. If it may fairly be told, I should willingly know it. That would be a dear secret, quoth he, which you wished to know, and I should withhold, but no other must know it. He is son to the king your father. And then he told her all. You have made me right glad, cried Oriana, and I truly thank you for the near tie between us. If he be good by nature you will make him more so, and if otherwise your example will amend him. Thus they went on till they reached the town. There Oriana went with her mother, and Galaor took his comrade Norandel to his lodging. On the following day, the ships being manned, Lisuarte commanded that his dinner should be prepared on board, and he with Galaor, Norandel, and King Cildadan took leave of the queen and his daughter, and went to the fort of Jafoc, where his fleet lay, and sailed for the island of Mongaza. In 5 days they reached the port of the town from whence the island took its name, and there they found King Arban of North Wales strongly encamped, and learnt from him what had passed. There had been a great battle with the knights who held the town, and his men had been defeated, and would all have been lost, if King Arban had not taken advantage of some rocks and retired among them. That brave King Gasquilan of Sweden had been sorely wounded by Don Florestan, and his people had carried him away by sea to be healed. Brian of Monjaste had advanced too far to attack King Arban, and was made prisoner. From that time King Arban's army had never ventured to stir from the rocks where Lisuarte found them, and though the enemy had often attempted, they were never able to attack them. Lisuarte was incensed against the knights of the island, hearing this, and he landed all his men and stores, and pitched his camp. In good time for Oriana had King Lisuarte departed. She felt her pains coming, and dismissing all her other damsels, went with only Mabilia and the Damsel of Denmark to her chamber, and there till midnight in great fear and agony she endured, suppressing all cries, till it pleased God, the reliever of all, that she was delivered of a fair son, who was forthwith wrapped in rich garments, and Oriana bade them bring him to her bed, and she took him in her arms and kissed him many times. Do you see, said the damsel to Mabilia, what the child has upon its breast? No, quoth she, I was too busy to look. Certainly, cried the damsel, he has something upon his breast which other infants have not. They then lit a candle and uncovered him, and saw that under the right nipple there were letters as white as snow, and under the left 7 letters as red as live coals, but neither one nor the other could read them, for the white letters were Latin and very difficult, and the red ones were Greek. Presently, as they had agreed, the damsel privately went out, and came round under the chamber window with Durin on horseback. Mabilia had laid the child in a basket, and lowered it to them by a string, and they rode towards Miraflores, where the child was to be brought up as the damsel's own. But soon leaving the right road, they struck into a by path through the forest to go more secretly. They came at last to a fountain, near which was a deep valley, so thick with underwood that none could enter it, where lions and other wild beasts bred. Above this valley there was an old hermitage, where dwelt the hermit Nasciano, who was a holy man. It was the opinion of the neighbouring peasantry that he was sometimes regaled with heavenly food, and when he went out to beg provision, neither lion nor any wild beast would harm him, but, when they met him on his ass, seemed to fawn to him. Near this hermitage there was a cave in the rock, where a lioness had whelped, and the good man often went in and fed her cubs, and would play with them after he had said his prayers. Now when the damsel came to this fountain she was athirst, and she said to her brother, Let us alight, and take the child, for I must drink. Durin alighted, took the child, and laid him at the foot of a tree. But as his sister was about to alight, they heard the roaring of a lion in the thicket, which frightened both palfreys, and they started off full speed. The damsel had no command over hers, and expecting to be dashed to pieces among the trees, cried out to God to help her. Durin ran after her, and overtaking her at last caught the reins, but she was in such plight that she could scarcely speak. He took her off and said, Stay here, and I will go on your horse in pursuit of my own. Go for the child first, said she, and bring him to me, lest anything happen. Hold the reins then, said he, for if I take the horse I cannot bring him. So he set off afoot, but meantime a marvellous adventure had happened, for the lioness whom you have heard of, and who had roared so loud, went every day to that fountain to get scent of the beasts who drank there, and now as she was looking about her, she heard the child cry, and went to the foot of a tree, and took him up in her keen teeth by the clothes, without touching the flesh, for so it pleased God, and carried him to her cubs for food. This was about daybreak. But that Lord of the world, who is merciful toward those who implore his mercy, and with the innocent, who have neither age nor understanding to implore it, helped him in this guise. That holy Nasciano, having sung mass, and going to the fountain to refresh himself, for the night had been hot, beheld the lioness with the child in her mouth, and heard him crying with the voice of a new born babe. Whereat he crossed himself, and said to her, Go, evil beast, and leave this creature of God's work, who hath not made him for thee. The lioness came crouching to him, and laid the babe at his feet, and then departed. Nasciano made upon him the sign of the true cross, then took him in his arms, and went towards the hermitage. As he passed the cave, he saw the lioness was giving suck to her cubs, and he called to her, saying, I command thee on the part of God, in whose power are all things, to come feed this child like thy own cubs, and to guard him like them. She came and lay down at his feet. The good man placed the infant at her teats, and the child sucked, and thenceforth the lioness came fondly to feed him whenever he cried. The hermit then sent his nephew, a lad who assisted him at mass, to call his father and mother. They dwelt at the skirts of the forest, but the father was gone from home, and could not come till after 10 days, during which time the child was fed by the lioness, and by a she goat and a ewe, who gave him suck while the lioness was prowling about. When Durin came to the foot of the tree and saw that the child was gone, he was greatly dismayed, and he looked on all sides, and beholding only the track of the lioness, thought that surely she had devoured him. When he told his sister this, she beat her face, and cried out aloud, cursing her fortune and the hour wherein she was born, and in this passionate grief she continued more than 2 hours. Sister, said Durin, this is of no avail, and great evil may rise from it to your lady and her friend. At last she saw that he had reason, and she said, What shall we do? We must go to Miraflores, said he, since my palfrey is lost, and stay there 3 or 4 days, as if some business brought us there, and when we return we must tell Oriana that the child is safe. After she is recovered, you must take counsel with Mabilia what to do. So thus they agreed, and the damsel put on a good countenance on her return, and told Oriana that the child was taken care of. In 10 days the hermit's sister and her husband arrived, and he told them by what great chance he had found the infant, whom God certainly loved, because he had so saved him, and he besought them to take charge of him till he could speak, and then bring him to him for instruction. But first, said the good man, I will baptize him. When that dame stripped him by the font, she saw the white and red letters on his breast, and showed them to Nasciano, who greatly marvelled thereat, and reading them he saw that the white one said, in Latin, Esplandian, and thought that this was to be the child's name. And so he baptized him by that name, Esplandian, whereby he was afterwards so known in the world. But the red letters, though he tried earnestly, he could neither read nor understand. So his nurse took the child home with a good will, deeming that she and her family should one day be well repaid, and she nursed him diligently, as one in whom she had placed her hopes, and when he began to speak she took him again to her brother, and he was then so comely and well grown a child that all who saw him were delighted. End of Chapter 3 of Book 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 4, in which is recounted the cruel battle between King Lisuarte and Don Galvanes and their people, and of the liberality and greatness which the king showed after his victory, giving the land to Don Galvanes and Madasima, they remaining his vassals as long as he should dwell therein. Heretofore ye have heard how King Lisuarte, having landed in the Isle of Mongaza, found King Arban among the rocks, whom he commanded to raise his camp and join him on the plain. He was now advised that Don Galvanes and his companions had departed from the Boiling Lake, and crossed the mountains with design to give him battle. Forthwith he went to meet them, heartening his army the best he could, for they had to deal with the best knights in the world. So far they marched that they encamped that night upon the banks of a river, a league apart from the enemy. When it was daybreak they all heard mass and armed themselves, and the king ordained his forces into 3 battalions. Don Galaor had the first of 500 knights, with him were his comrade Norandel, and Don Guilan the Pensive, and his cousin Ladasin, and Grimeo the Valiant, and Sandel of Ganota, and Nicoran the good jouster of the Perilous Bridge. The 2nd battalion he gave to King Cildadan with 700 knights, with him went Ganides of Ganota, and Acedis the king's nephew, and Bradasen, and Brandoyuas, and Tasian, and Filispinel, all knights of great account, and in the midst went Don Grumedan of Norway, and other knights with King Arban of North Wales, whose charge it was to guard the king. In such order they moved on, seeming a goodly and well armed company, and so many trumpets and clarions sounded that scarce could voice be heard. They drew up in a plain, and Baladan and Leonis kept behind the king with 30 knights. When Don Galvanes and his noble friends knew of the coming of King Lisuarte and his force, albeit that for one of them he brought 5, yet were they not dismayed, nor though the capture of Don Brian of Monjaste was a great loss to them, and the absence of Agrayes, who was gone to provide supplies, of which they were in need. But with a good heart and great courage Don Galvanes cheered his troops, and formed them into 2 battalions, the one of 106 knights, the other of 109. In the first went Don Florestan and Don Quadragante, and Angriote of Estravaus, and his brother Grovadan, and his nephew Sarquiles, and his cousin Gazinan, who bore the banner of the damsels. And by the banner were Branfil, and the good Don Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Olivas, and Balays of Carsante, and Enel, the good knight whom Beltenebros knighted before the battle with King Cildadan. In the other battalion was Don Galvanes, and there were with him the 2 good brethren Palomir and Dragonis, and Listoran of the White Tower, and Dandales of Sadoca, and Tantalis the Proud, and by their battalions there were crossbowmen and archers. With this company, so unequal to the great numbers of the king, they entered the open field where the enemy awaited them. Florestan and Quadragante then called Elian the Gallant, one of the comeliest knights that could far or near be found, and bade him go with 2 other knights, his kinsmen, and tell King Lisuarte that if he would withdraw the crossbowmen and archers from between the wings, there would be one of the best battles he had ever seen. The 3 knights rode forward before the army. Now you must know this Aidan the gallant was Don Quadragante's nephew, being son of his sister and of Count Liquedo, who was cousin to King Perion. They having reached the first battalion, demanded of Don Galaor a safe conduct, who sent Don Cendil of Ganota to secure them. So they went before the king, and said to him, Sir, Don Florestan and Don Quadragante, and the knights who are here with them to defend the lands of Madasima, send to say, that if you will consent to withdraw the archers and crossbowmen, there will be a good battle. In God's name, replied Lisuarte, withdraw yours, and Cendil shall send away mine. So the 3 knights returned, and Cendil informed Galaor what had been agreed, and afterward both armies moved on. When they were within 3 bowshots of each other, Galaor knew Florestan, and the 2 knights who rode foremost with him, by their arms, and he said to Norandel, My good friend, you see there the 3 best knights in company whom man can find. He with the white lions is Don Florestan, he with the dark lions and the flower argent in a field azure is Angriote of Estravaus, he with the flowers or is Don Quadragante, and the foremost of them with green arms is Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, the good knight who slew a serpent and so won that name. Let us encounter them. They threw their shields before them and lowered their lances, and those knights rode on to meet them. Norandel spurred his horse and smote Gavarte, and bore him saddle and all to the ground. This was his first essay, and it was held by all for a right good beginning. Galaor and Quadragante encountered, and fell men and horses to the ground. Cendil ran against Aidan, their lances brake, both were wounded but both kept their seats. And now the armies had joined, and such was the uproar of voices and the din of strokes that the drums and clarions were no longer heard. Then were there many knights slain, and many wounded, and many thrown from their horses, and the hearts of all on either side were incensed with great anger. But the thickest press was to defend Galaor and Quadragante, who were now foining at each other, and grappling and struggling, that it was fearful to behold them, and more than 100 knights on both sides were dismounted in attempting to help horse them, for they were so closely engaged that none could part them. Then in that hour what feats Norandel and Don Guilan the Pensive performed by Galaor cannot be told, nor how Florestan and Angriote bestirred themselves over Quadragante, for though the knights of Lisuarte pressed on them in far greater number, they so played their parts that they lost not one jot. Such efforts were at last made that Galaor and Quadragante were mounted again, and rushed like 2 lions into the battle. That day King Cildadan did bravely, and sent many a knight to earth. But Don Galvanes came up, and soon made it manifest that the quarrel was his, and that he neither feared danger nor death in defending his heritance against these enemies. Don Florestan too, holding his brother Amadis to be the chief in this dispute, and feeling that it therefore became all his friends to play the man, and himself above the rest, he raged furiously from side to side, wherever he could work most hurt, and seeing how King Cildadan exceeded all those of his own party, he made at him through the press of knights, maugred the load of blows that were laid on him, and came up to him so fiercely that he could do nothing but seize him in his strong arms, and Cildadan grappled him. Presently they were surrounded by knights to succour them, their horses drew back and they fell together, and then fell to with swords, driving fierce and mortal blows at each other. But Enil the good knight and Angriote got Florestan to horse again, and he remembering what Amadis would do if he were there present, rode into the thickest of the battle and did marvellous feats that day. Norandel, whose armour was all hacked and red with many wounds, and his sword bloody to the hilt, when he saw King Cildadan on foot, called to Don Galaor, Let us help your friend King Cildadan, or he will be slain. Now show your worth, my comrade, quoth Galaor, and let us horse him and fight by him. So they with toil and much difficulty mounted him again, but he was sorely wounded on the head by a stroke from Dragonis, and the blood ran over his eyes. In that hour could not the host of King Lisuarte for all their great numbers keep the field. they turned their backs and fled before the great hardihood of their enemies, save only Don Galaor and certain other good knights, who went from part to part rallying and heartening them till they came to where the king was. Lisuarte seeing them thus return discomfited, cried out, Now show your worth, good friends, and let us preserve the honour of London ! And he spurred his horse, shouting, Clarence ! Clarence ! for that was his war cry, and went full against his enemies. He saw Don Galvanes fighting full valiantly, and he smote him so that his lance brake, and Galvanes lost his stirrups. Then he drew his sword and laid about him on all sides, and his people took heart. But it availed nothing, for Florestan and Quadragante and Angriote and Gavarte being all joined together did such feats that it seemed as if their enemies were all vanquished, and all thought that the field could not be kept against them. King Lisuarte, seeing his people dismayed and so rudely handled, was in all fear of being vanquished, and he called Don Guilan, who was badly wounded, and King Arban of North Wales, and Grumedan of Norway, and said to them, I see our people are in an evil plight, and I fear that God, whom I have never served as I ought, will not give me this battle. Now let us do then, for I may be called the king who was defeated and slain to my honour, but never to my dishonour the living and defeated king. He then spurred his horse onward without fear of death, and turned to Quadragante, who was coming against him, and they smote each other two such blows upon the helmet that each embraced the neck of his horse, but because the king's sword was far the better, he wounded Quadragante in the head. Presently they were succoured by Galaor and Norandel on the one side, and by Florestan and Angriote on the other, and the king, who saw the wonders which Don Florestan worked, made at him, and smote his horse upon the head so that he fell, but for this he soon paid, for Florestan leaped from the saddle and made at the king, maugre all who guarded him, yet could he only reach the horse's leg, which he cut through. The king lightly got on foot, so that Florestan was surprised thereat, and gave him two blows with his good sword, against which his armour nothing availed him to save the flesh. But Florestan remembered how he had been in his court, and what honour he had once received from him, and forbore to strike him, only he protected himself with the little of his shield that was left. But Lisuarte in great fury smote at him as fiercely as he could, still Florestan forbore to strike, but he grasped him in his arms, and would neither suffer him to mount again nor to get from him. Then was there a great press on both sides to the succour, and the king cried out, shouting his name, that he might be holpen. At this Galaor came up and said, Sir, mount my horse, and Filispinel and Brandoyuas were with him, being afoot, and offering each his horse. Take mine, sir, quoth Galaor, but the king would not suffer him to alight, and took Filispinel's horse and turned aside, leaving Florestan sorely wounded with his good sword, though Florestan would not harm him. And presently Quadragante brought Florestan a horse. Then Lisuarte called on Galaor and Norandel, and King Cildadan and the rest who followed him, and they pressed on, he doing such deeds that the praise of that day was justly given him. For though Florestan and Quadragante and Gavarte and their friends did what they could, and marvellously bestirred themselves, yet they were few in number, and for the most part sorely wounded. And the king's people had now taken courage, and came on with such numbers, that perforce they were driven back to the foot of the mountains, where Florestan and Quadragante and Angriote and Gavarte, their arms being hacked to pieces, their horses slain and themselves sorely wounded, fell senseless upon the field, and Palomir and Elian the Gallant, and Branfil and Enel, and Sarquiles and Maratros of Lisando, who was the cousin of Florestan, were all taken in their defence, and many were there slain on both sides. And Don Galvanes would there have been lost, if Dragonis had not often succoured him, and at last drawn him out of the press, so badly hurt that he could scarcely sit, being well nigh senseless, and he sent him to the Boiling Lake, and remained himself with that small company which had escaped, defending the mountains. So thus by the courage of Lisuarte, and by the great folly of Florestan, who would not hurt him, having him in his power, it may well be said that day was lost. Whereby we may understand that in such danger we should neither show pity nor courtesy to friend nor kin, till the victory be secured. When King Lisuarte saw how his enemies forsook the field and retired among the mountains, and that the sun was going down, he forbade any of his men to advance farther, and he placed guards, because Dragonis had already occupied all the strong passes, and sent for his tents, which were pitched beside a stream at the foot of the mountains. He then called for King Cildadan and Don Galaor, but it was told him that they were lamenting over Florestan and Quadragante, who were at the point of death. Hearing this, Lisuarte demanded a horse and rode towards them, rather to console Don Galaor than with any wish to give assistance to those knights who had been against him, albeit he was somewhat moved in remembering how in the battle against King Cildadan, Florestan, being bareheaded, stepped before him and received upon his shield that mighty blow from the great giant Gandacuriel, and how that very day he had for virtue forborne to strike him. So going where they were, he comforted them with gentle words, and assurance that they should be healed, yet had not this such weight, but that Galaor swooned many times upon his brother Florestan. The king made them be carried to a good tent, and sent masters to look to their wounds, and taking King Cildadan with him, permitted Galaor to abide with them that night, and he took to the same tent the 7 knights who had been taken prisoners, to be healed also. There, by the help of God chiefly, and of the masters, who were right skilful, before dawn they had recovered their senses, and upon sight and search made, hopeful signs of recovery were found. The next day as Norandel and Don Guilan were with Galaor, to console him for the great sorrow which he endured because of his brother and his kinsmen, they heard the trumpets and clarions sound in the king's tent, which was a signal for the people to arm. They bound up their wounds fast that the blood might not issue, and armed themselves and rode thither. They found the king armed in fresh armour and on a fresh horse, consulting with King Arban and King Cildadan and Don Grumedan, whether he should attack the knights who were in the mountain. The opinions were different; some said their own people had been so hardly handled that it was not reasonable till they were recovered to attack the enemy; others that the lay was dangerous, for now the army was hot in anger, and if they cooled they would have little will for another engagement, and moreover Agrayes was expected with stores and troops from Brittany. The king then asked Don Galaor's advice. Sir, said he, if your people are wounded and fatigued, so also are the enemy, and because they are few and we are many, I advise that we forthwith attack them. So let it be, said Lisuarte. Anon they made ready, and attacked the passes, Galaor going first and Norandel following him, and though Dragonis defended them well, yet so many were the bowyers and crossbowmen who annoyed him, that he was compelled to retire to the plain beyond, and from thence, after a perilous battle, to retreat to the town and castle. Soon the king came up and pitched his tents there, and ordered his fleet to besiege the castle by sea. And because this history is the history of Amadis, and he was not present in that war, it is not necessary to relate all that passed. You need only know that Lisuarte besieged them 13 months, by land and by sea, so that they could no ways be succoured, for Agrayes was ill, nor had he a force that could attack so great a fleet, and food failing within, they began to treat with the king, that he and Don Galvanes should mutually release their prisoners, that the town and castle of the Boiling Lake should be rendered, and there should be truce for 2 years. Now, although this was to the king's advantage, yet such was his confidence that he would not have granted these terms, if he had not received letters from his uncle Count Agramonte, how all the kings of the islands had risen against him, seeing that he was engaged in this war, and chosen King Aravigo of the islands of Landas for their chief, who was the most powerful of all, and how all this was occasioned by Arcalaus the enchanter, who had gone from island to island, telling them they would meet with no resistance, and might divide the land between them. Wherefore Agramonte besought the king to leave all other business and return without delay. This obliged the king to negotiate, though against his will, for his will was to take his enemies by force of arms and put them all to death. So the terms being made, the king, accompanied by many good men, went to the town and found the gates open, and from thence to the castle, when Don Galvanes came out, and the knights who were with him, and the fair Madasima, who was in tears, gave him the keys, and said, Do, sir, herewith what is your pleasure. Lisuarte took and gave them to Brandoyuas. Then Galaor came to the king and said, Sir, gentleness and courtesy are needed now. If I have ever done you service, remember it now. Don Galaor, quoth he, if I were to look to all the services you have done me, the guerdon could never be found, though I were worth 1,000 times more than I possess. what I may do now shall not be reckoned in my debt to you. Then, said he, Don Galvanes, this land which you took from me by force, and which I by force have recovered, I now willingly, for your own worth, and for the goodness of Madasima, and at the request of Don Galaor, give it to you and Madasima, that reserving my lordship, ye and they who proceed from ye may possess it as your own. Sir, replied Don Galvanes, since my fortune hath not suffered me to keep it as my heart desires, though I have done my duty, I accept it as your vassal. All the knights then kissed the hand of Lisuarte for what he had then done, and Don Galvanes and Madasima as his vassals. The war thus finished, King Lisuarte remained 15 days to heal the wounded and refresh the army, and then set sail for his own kingdom, taking with him Don Galvanes and the other knights, who were willing to bear him company. There heard he how those knights were coming against him, which, albeit it greatly troubled him, yet such semblance did he make, as if he nothing regarded them, but he made ready for defence, not ceasing meantime to enjoy himself, and make merry with the queen and his daughter. End of Chapter 4 of Book 3. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 5. How Amadis and Don Bruneo abode in Gaul, where Don Bruneo was well content and Amadis sorrowful, and how Don Bruneo resolved to leave Amadis and go seek adventures, and how Amadis and King Perion and Florestan agreed to succour King Lisuarte. After King Cildadan and Don Galaor had departed from Gaul, Amadis and Don Bruneo remained there, but much as they loved each other, their lives were now far different, for Bruneo being with his lady Melicia, all other things were put out of his remembrance, and to Amadis being absent from Oriana, and with no hope of seeing her, all things were cause of sadness and solitariness. One day as he rode forth with only Gandalin, he went upon the cliffs to see if he could espy any vessels from Great Britain, that he might hear tidings of the land wherein his lady dwelt. Presently there was seen a bark coming from the wished for quarter, and as it reached the port he said to Gandalin, Go learn what news they bring, and learn it well, that you may relate all to me. This he did that he might be free to think upon his lady, in which Gandalin always interrupted him. So being left alone, he alighted and fastened his horse to a tree, then sate himself upon a rock that he might look upon Great Britain, and he gazed upon that land, remembering how happy he had been there, and the tears fell. When Gandalin came to the bark he saw Durin, the brother of the damsel of Denmark, among those who came from on board. They embraced as men who well loved each other, and went together towards the knight. As they drew near him, they beheld a form like the devil and of giantly size, with the back towards them, shaking a lance at Amadis. Gandalin cried out, and that cry saved Amadis, for he turned and the lance passed close by his head. Amadis saw that the devil was aiming another, and he avoided it. He drew his sword, but the giant like devil run too fast to be overtaken, and took the horse of the knight, and mounted, crying, Ah, Amadis, my enemy, I am Andandona, the giantess of the Dolorous Isles, and if I have not fulfilled my desire now, there will come a time wherein I shall be avenged. He was about to follow her on Gandalin's horse, but seeing she was a woman, he said to Gandalin, Mount, and if you can cut off the head of that devil it will be a good thing. Gandalin went to horse directly, and after her full speed. But when Amadis saw Durin, he embraced him with great pleasure, weening that he brought him news of his lady. Durin then gave him a letter of Oriana. It was his credentials. Your lady, sir, said he, is well, and salutes you much, and bids you not to be distressed, but take comfort, as she doth till God shall give you other times. And she sent you word that she hath brought forth a son, whom I and my sister took to Adalasta, the abbess of Miraflores, that he might be brought up as my sister's son. But he told him nothing how the child was lost. And she beseeches you, said he, by the great love which she bears toward you, not to depart from this country till you receive her bidding. Glad was Amadis to hear of his lady and his child, but that command nothing pleased him, because it might bring his honour in attaint, howbeit let come what would he would not disobey. Presently Gandalin returned with the horse of his master, and Andandona's head hanging to the poitrel by her long grey hair. How slew you her? quoth Amadis. She galloped towards the shore, replied the squire, where she had a bark ready, but in her haste to dismount she made the horse rear and fell back, and before she could recover herself I came up and cut off her head. Amadis then mounted and rode to the town, and sent the head to Don Bruneo that he might see it. When Durin was about to depart, he said, Go to my lady, my friend, and tell her that I kiss her hand for the letter, and for all that you have told me. But beseech her to have regard to my honour, and not make me remain here in sloth, for so would the fair renown which I have attained be soon injured, the cause not being known, and men being more inclined to slander the good than keep their evil tongues silent. So Durin went his way. Don Bruneo of Bonamar was now healed of his bodily wound, but his love was more kindled by the frequent sight of his lady Melicia, and considering that only by performing great feats of arms he could hope to attain so high a lady, he said one day to Amadis as they were hunting, for in that did Amadis now pass his time, My time of life, sir, and the little which I have yet achieved, command me to change this easy way of life for one whereby I may win more praise of prowess. If you are disposed to seek adventures, I will keep you company, if not, give me leave to set forth to morrow. Greatly was Amadis grieved hereat, for full gladly would he have gone forth with him, but for his lady's command. Don Bruneo, replied he, I would willingly go in your company, whereby much honour might accrue to me, but the king my father has forbidden it, saying that my presence is needful here because of certain affairs. I can therefore only say, God be with you. That night Don Bruneo spake with Melicia, and learnt from her that if it were her parents' will she would cheerfully wed him. He then took leave of her, and on the following morning departed after mass, going where fortune guided him, and many and great feats did he in arms, which would here be long to relate. 13 months and a half, while Lisuarte besieged the castle of the Boiling Lake, Amadis abode thus in Gaul, going to the chase and to the mountain, for to this he was chiefly inclined. Meantime his fair renown was obscured and much debased by all, who blessed the knights errant, but cursed him for forsaking arms in the best of his life, when God had so gifted him above all others. Dames and damsels who went to him to seek revenge for their wrongs, now finding him not as before, all proclaimed the shame, and though he heard these things, and esteemed himself for this cause very unhappy, yet neither for this nor for worse things would he have disobeyed his lady. Thus he remained, losing his honour, till Lisuarte knowing how King Aravigo and the 6 kings, and Arcalaus the enchanter, were preparing in the island of Leonida to pass over into Great Britain, made ready for his defence. But though his great heart and prudence made semblance to think little of this danger, not so did the queen, but in great trouble spake to all of the loss which the king had brought upon himself in losing Amadis and his lineage, and if they were here, she said, she should think lightly of the peril. Those knights however who had been defeated in the Isle of Mongaza, though they bore no good will to the king, yet seeing Don Galaor with him, and Don Galvanes who was now his vassal, and that Don Brian of Monjaste, whom the King of Spain his father had sent with 2000 knights to aid Lisuarte, was to be the leader, resolved to go also to his succour in that battle which would be a full perilous one. So Don Quadragante and Listoran of the White Tower, and Ymosil of Burgundy, and Madansil of the Silver Bridge and their comrades made ready, expecting when the kings would come over from the island. One day Mabilia spake with Oriana and told her it was ill judged not to consider what Amadis might do at this time, perchance he might go against her father, and that would be evil to both, for if either were conquered he would be slain. Oriana acknowledging the truth of this, resolved to write to Amadis, not to go against her father, but to take the other side if he pleased, or else remain in Gaul. This letter Mabilia enclosed and sent by a damsel who had presents from Queen Elisena. When Amadis received this so glad was he that certes he could not be gladder, yet was he somewhat troubled, not knowing what to do, for to help King Lisuarte he had no will, and against him he might not be. So with a countenance more cheerful than he was wont to show, he went to his father, and they sat together under the shade of some elms near the beach, and talked together of sundry things, but chiefly of the fresh news from Britain. There as they sate, they saw a knight come up upon a weary horse, the arms which the squire carried were so hacked that the device could not be seen, and his harness was so broken that it was of no defence. The knight himself was large and well limbed. They rose to receive him honourably as an errant knight, but coming near, Amadis knew his brother Don Florestan, and said, Sir, you see here the best knight next to Don Galaor, whom I know that this is your son Don Florestan. Right glad was the king, who had never seen him though he knew his fame. He hastened faster to meet him, and Florestan alighted and knelt down, and would have kissed his hand, but the king raised him and gave him his hand and kissed his mouth. Then took they him to the palace, and made him disarm and wash, and Amadis gave him rich garments which had never been worn. And then it appeared how fair he was, and of how goodly a person, that few were like him. And they led him to the queen and to Melicia, who received him with such love as one of her own brothers, for not less did she esteem him for his great worth in arms. So in their talk they asked him of the news from Great Britain. Sirs, quoth he, the power of those kings is so great that I ween King Lisuarte can neither help himself nor his kingdom, whereat seeing how things have been we need not grieve. Son Don Florestan, replied the king, I hold King Lisuarte by all they tell me of him to be such a one that he will come off with honour from this danger as he has heretofore done. But if it should be otherwise, we ought not to rejoice thereat. No king should rejoice at the destruction of another king, unless he have himself destroyed him for lawful causes, compelling him thereunto. When Amadis and Florestan had retired to their chambers and were alone, Florestan said, I came hither, sir, to seek you and tell you of a thing which I have heard every where, and which grieves me to the heart. Let it not displease you to be told of it. Brother, replied Amadis, whatever you shall say it pleases me to hear. If it be a thing to be amended, with your counsel I will amend it. Sir, said Florestan, all people speak to your disparagement. They say that you have unhappily forsaken arms, and that for which, above all others, you were born. Amadis smiled and answered, They think of me as they ought not, henceforth I shall do otherwise, and they shall say otherwise. That night Amadis could not sleep for thinking on two things, what feats of arms he should perform that year, to clean away his reproach, and what he should do in this great battle. To be against Lisuarte his lady forbade him, and reason forbade him to be for him, because of the wrong which he and his lineage had endured. But at length he resolved to go and assist him for two reasons, because his force was much less in number than the enemy, and because if he were conquered the land of his Lady Oriana would be lost. On the morrow Amadis went with his brother to King Perion, and desiring all others to withdraw, said to him, Sir, I have not slept this night, thinking of the battle which is to be between Lisuarte and the kings of the isles, for so famous will it be, that all knights who follow arms ought to be there, and because I, having remained so long without exercising my person, have gained so ill a fame as you my brother know, I have resolved to be present, and on Lisuarte's side. Not for any love to him, but for two reasons, because he is the weaker, whom all good knights therefore ought to succour, and because my intention is to die or to do my utmost, and if I should be against him, there would be with him Galaor and Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste, all with a like determination, and as they could not avoid encountering me, their deaths or mine would needs ensue, but my going shall be secret. King Perion answered, Son, I am the friend of the good, and knowing this king to be one of the good, it was always my will to aid him when I could, and if I have refrained from it, it has been because of your difference. Since this is your intention I will go also, and sorry am I that it is so soon that I cannot carry the aid I should wish. Sirs, said Florestan, when I remember the cruelty of that king, how he would have let us die upon the field if it had not been for Don Galaor, and of his enmity against us without cause, there is nothing in the world should make me consent to help him. But now, because you will go, and because I cannot serve against him during the truce which Don Galvanes has made, I will go with you and serve him against my will. Full glad was Amadis at this. Your person and ourselves, sir, said he, may well be accounted for many, and if you took forces our going could not be secret. Now then let us provide arms whereby we may know each other, and yet not be known by others. Come into my armoury, replied Perion, and let us choose the most forgotten and remarkable that we can find. They went out into a court where there were trees, and there came up a damsel richly clad, on a goodly palfrey, and 3 squires with her, and a horse with a bundle. She came up to the king, who received her well, and asked her if she came to the queen. No, said she, I come to you and these 2 knights, from the Dame of the Undiscovered Island, from whom I bring you gifts. Send away all your people and you shall see them. The king bade them withdraw. Then she made her squires open the bundle, and she took out 3 shields, bearing gold serpents in a field azure, so strangely fashioned that they seemed alive, and the rims were of fine gold and precious stones. She then took out 3 coat armours of the same device, and 3 helmets, but they were all different, the one white, which she gave with one suit to King Perion, and one of purple for Florestan, and one which was gilt to Amadis. And she said, Sir Amadis, my mistress sends you these, and desires you will do better in them than you have done since you entered this land. Amadis feared she would reveal the cause, and said, Damsel, tell your lady that I value this counsel more than the arms, good as they are, and with all my strength will endeavour to obey her. Sirs, said she, my mistress sends you these that you may know and succour each other in the battle. How knew she, quoth King Perion, that we should be there when we knew it not ourselves? I cannot tell, replied the damsel, only she told me I should find you all here in this place and give you the arms. The king then bade them give the damsel food and entreat her honourably, and after she had eaten she departed for Great Britain, whither also she was sent. When Amadis saw the arms ready he was impatient to be gone, lest they should not arrive in time for the battle, so the king ordered a ship to be ready in secret, and on pretence that they went to hunt the mountain, they departed and crossed over to that part of Great Britain where they knew that the 7 kings were arrived. They entered a thick wood where these men had pitched tents, and from thence sent a squire to bring tidings of the 7 kings, and when the battle should be, and they sent another messenger to King Lisuarte's camp with a letter to Don Galaor, as if from Gaul, beseeching him to send them tidings of the battle as soon as it was ended. This did they for the greater secrecy. The squire returned on the next evening, and said that the army of the 7 kings was without number, and that there was strange people among them, and divers languages, and that they were besieging a castle of certain damsels, who were sorely distressed, albeit that the place was strong. He had also seen Arcalaus the enchanter with 2 of the kings, and heard him say that the battle ought to be within 6 days, for it would be hard to find food for so many. So these 3 remained pleasantly in the wood, killing birds with their arrows, who came to a fountain near them, and also beasts of venery. On the 4th day the other messenger returned, and told them how he had left Don Galaor well and in good courage, so that the rest took confidence in him. When I told him your bidding, sir, said he, and how you all 3 abode in Gaul, the tears came into his eyes, and he sighed and said, Lord, if it please thee that these were in this battle on the king's side as they used to be, I should have no fear. And he bade me say, that if he escaped with life he would inform you without delay of all that had passed. God preserve him, said they. Now tell us of King Lisuarte's forces. He has a good company, sirs, and of good and well known knights, but they say that it is little against his enemies, and he will within 2 days come up to succour the damsels who are besieged. And so it was, for King Lisuarte came and encamped upon a mountain, half a league from the plain where were the enemies, so that the armies were in sight of each other, but the army of the 7 kings were twice as many. That night they prepared their arms and their horses for the battle on the morrow. Now you are to know that the 6 kings and the other chiefs did homage to King Aravigo that night, that they would hold him for their chief in this battle, and obey his commands, and he swore to take no greater share of the kingdom than each of them, only he required the honour. Presently he made the people cross a river that ran between them and King Lisuarte, and thus placed themselves near his army. Early on the morrow they armed and appeared before King Aravigo, so great a multitude, and so well armed, that they esteemed the others as nothing, and said, that since the king ventured to give them battle, Great Britain was their own. King Aravigo divided his army into 9 battalions, each of 1,000 knights, but in his own he had 1,500, and he gave them to the kings and the other chiefs, and placed them in close array. King Lisuarte appointed Don Grumedan and Don Galaor and Don Quadragante and Angriote of Estravaus to appoint the order of his battle, for they were well skilled in all matters of arms. Presently he went down the side of the mountain into the plain, and as it was now at that hour when the sun was rising, it shone upon their arms, and they appeared so well disposed that their enemies, who had before held them as nothing, now thought of them otherwise. These knights whom I have named made 5 battalions of their people. Don Brian of Monjaste had the first with 1,000 knights of Spain, whom the king his father had sent to Lisuarte. King Cildadan had the second with his own people and other troops which were appointed for him. Don Galvanes had the third, and Gavarte his nephew, who had come there more for love of him and his friends than for the sake of the king's service. In the fourth went Giontes, the king's nephew, with enough good knights. King Lisuarte led the fifth, in which were 2,000 knights, and he besought Don Galaor and Quadragante, and Angriote of Estravaus, and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Grimon the Brave, to look to him and defend him, for the which cause he had appointed them no command. In this array which you have heard they moved slowly over the field one against the other. At this season King Perion and his sons Amadis and Florestan entered the plain upon their goodly steeds, and with their arms of the serpents which shone brightly in the sun. And they rode on to place themselves between the two armies, brandishing their spears, whose points were so polished and clean that they glittered like stars. The father went between his sons. Much were they admired by both parts, and each would willingly have had them on his side, but no one knew whom they came to aid, nor who they were. They seeing that the host of Brian of Monjaste was about to join battle, put spur to their horses and rode up near to his banner, then set themselves against King Targadan who came against him. Glad was Don Brian of their help, though he knew them not, but they when they saw that it was time, rode to attack the host of King Targadan so fiercely that all were astonished. In that encounter King Perion struck that other king so hardily that a part of the spear iron entered his breast and he fell. Amadis smote Abdasian the Fierce, so that armour nothing profited him, but the lance passed through from side to side, and he fell like a dead man. Don Florestan drove Carduel, saddle and man, under the horse's feet. These 3 being the bravest of that battalion had come forward to combat the Knights of the Serpents. Then laid they hand to sword and passed through the first squadron felling all before them, and charged the second, and when they were thus between both there was to be seen what marvellous feats of prowess they had wrought with their swords, such that none did like them on either side, and they had now under their horses more than 10 knights, whom they had smitten down. But when their enemies saw that there were no more than 3 they charged them on all sides, laying on such heavy blows that the aid of Don Brian was full needful, who came up with his Spaniards, a brave people and well horsed, and rode among the enemy, slaying and felling them, though his own men fell also, so that the Knights of the Serpents were succoured, and the enemy so handled that they perforce gave back upon the 3rd battalion. Then was there a great press and great danger for all, and many knights died on either side. But what King Perion and his sons did there cannot be expressed. Such was the uproar and confusion, that King Aravigo feared lest his own men who had given ground should make the others fly, and he called aloud to Arcalaus to advance with all the battalions and attack in one body. This presently he did, and King Aravigo with him, but without delay King Lisuarte did the same, so that the whole battle was now joined, and such was the clang of strokes, and the cries and the noise of horsemen, that the earth trembled and the valleys rung again. At this hour King Perion, going bravely among the foremost, had advanced so far into the enemy's ranks that he was well nigh lost, but presently was he succoured by his sons, and many of those who struck at him were by them slain. The damsels who were looking on from the castle cried out, On knights, on! He of the white helmet does the best. But in this succour the horse of Amadis was slain, and fell with him in the thickest press, and the horses of his father and Florestan were badly wounded. They seeing him afoot and in such danger alighted and placed themselves by him. There came up many to slay them, and others to their help, but in great peril were they, and had it not been that they dealt about their blows so cruelly, they had surely been slain. Now as King Lisuarte went from one part to another with his 7 companions, he saw those of the serpents in what peril they stood, and he cried out to Galaor and the others, Now good friends, let your worth be seen, and let us succour those who have aided us so well. At them, quoth Galaor. They spurred their horses into the hottest of the throng till they came up to the banner of King Aravigo, who was crying out and encouraging his men. King Lisuarte went on so fiercely, with that good sword in his hand, and gave so many and such mortal strokes therewith, that all were astonished to behold him, and his comrades scarce could follow him. Now for all the enemy could do could they prevent him from reaching the banner, which he plucked from the standard bearer, and threw under the horses' feet, and shouted aloud, Clarence, Clarence, for I am King Lisuarte, for this was his cry. So much he did, and continued so long among his enemies, that at length his horse was slain, and he fell, being grievously bruised in the fall, and they, his friends, who were at hand, could not remount him. But presently Angriote came up, and Arcamon the brave, and Ladadin of Fajarque, who alighted, and with the help of his comrades placed him, maugre all the enemy's efforts, upon Angriote's horse. Yet though he was badly wounded and so bruised, he would not withdraw from thence till Arcamon and Ladadin had brought to Angriote another horse, one of those which he had appointed to be held in readiness for those who might want them. While this was going on, Don Galaor and Quadragante bore the brunt of the battle, and there they well displayed their great courage in enduring and dealing mortal blows, for know that if they had not resisted and kept back their opponents, King Lisuarte and his comrades had been in great danger when he was on foot. The damsels from the tower cried out that the knights who bore the flowers did the best, but notwithstanding all they could do they could not forfend but that King Aravigo's people were getting the better, and bravely recovering the field. The principal reason hereof was, that 2 fresh knights had entered the battle so valiant and of such might in arms that they expected by them to win the victory, weening that there was no knight on the part of Lisuarte who could maintain the field against them. The one was called Brontaxar Domphania, the other Argomades of the Deep Island. He bore white doves upon a green field, the other bore them or upon gules. So huge of stature were they that their head and shoulder appeared above others in the battle, while their lances endured no knight who encountered them could keep his seat, when they were broken they laid hand upon their huge and uncommon swords. What shall I say? Such blows they smote therewith, that scarcely now could they meet with one to strike, they had stricken such fear into all, and then they went on clearing the field, and the damsels on the tower cried, Knights, fly not, for these are men and not devils. But their own party cried out aloud, King Lisuarte is conquered. When the king heard this he began to encourage his people, saying, I will die here or conquer, that the sovereignty of Great Britain may not be lost. The best knights then gathered about him, for there was great need. Now Amadis had taken a fresh horse and was waiting for his father to mount. When he heard that cry, King Lisuarte is conquered, he said to Florestan, who was on horseback, What is this, or why do these misbegotten people shout? He answered, Do you not see those 2 the strongest and bravest knights that ever were seen, who slay and destroy all whom they find before them, and though they have not appeared in the battle before, now by their prowess make their party recover the field? Amadis turned his head and beheld Brontaxar Danfania coming towards him, smiting and overthrowing knights with his huge sword, which sometimes he would let hang from his wrist by the chain, and seize the knights with hand and arm, so that none remained in the saddle before him, and all fled as they could. Saint Mary help me, quoth Amadis, what is here? Then took he a strong lance from the squire who had given him the horse, and remembering Oriana in that hour, and the loss which she would endure if her father perished, he placed himself right in the saddle, saying to Florestan, Guard you our father. By this Brontaxar drew near, and seeing Amadis make ready against him, and how he wore the gilded helmet, and remembering what great things had been said of him before he himself entered the battle, he came on with a raging fury to encounter him, and took a strong lance and cried aloud, Now shall you see a good stroke, if he of the golden helmet will dare abide me. And he struck spurs into his horse, the lance being under his arm at rest, and went against him. The like did Amadis. They counted lance against shield, the shields failed, the lances brake, and their horses dashed against each other so furiously that each felt the shock as if he had struck against a rock. Brontaxar's head became so giddy therewith that he could not keep his seat, he fell upon the ground like one dead, and falling upon one foot by the reason of his great weight, he broke the leg just above it, and a piece of the lance remained sticking in his shield. The horse of Amadis staggered back 2 arms length, and was ready to fall, but Amadis was so stunned that he could neither give him spur nor take his sword, to defend himself from those who struck at him. King Perion, who had seen that huge Brontaxar, and the encounter which Amadis had given him, was much amazed thereat, and he cried, Lord God preserve that knight! Now son Florestan, to his succour! They pushed on so bravely that it was a wonder to behold them, hewing and slicing till they came up to Amadis, and King Perion said to him, How now knight, courage, courage, for I am here. Amadis, though he had not wholly recovered his recollection, knew the voice of his father, and he took his sword, seeing how many were upon King Perion and Florestan, and began to strike at one and at another, though with little force. And here must they have endured great danger, because their enemies were in great strength, and King Lisuarte's men had lost much ground, and many were upon them to slay them, and few in their defence. But at this season Agrayes and Don Galvanes and Brian of Monjaste succoured them, who came up with design to encounter Brontaxar Danfania, who had made the havoc you have heard. They seeing the Knights of the Serpents in such peril, came up like men whose hearts never failed in danger. At their coming many of the enemy were smitten down and slain, and they of the Serpents had room to strike with more effect. Now had Amadis recovered, and looking to the right he saw King Lisuarte with a company of knights awaiting King Aravigo, who came against him with a great power of men, and Argomades before them with 2 nephews of King Aravigo, both valiant knights. King Aravigo himself was crying out to encourage his men, for he had heard it said from the tower how he of the golden helmet had slain the great devil. Then said Amadis, Knights, let us go help the king who is in need. They moved on with one accord, and entered through the press till they came up to King Lisuarte. He, when he saw near him the 3 Knights of the Serpents, was much encouraged, for he had seen how he of the golden helmet had slain with one blow that so valiant Brontaxar Danfania, and forthwith he advanced against Aravigo. Argomades came on sword in hand, wielding it to strike at King Lisuarte, but he of the golden helmet stepped between, and their battle was but of one blow. He of the golden helmet raised his shield and met the other's sword, the sword went through the rim a full palm deep, and entered 3 fingers' depth into the helmet, so that a little more and he had been slain. But Amadis smote him upon the left shoulder such a blow that it cut through the hauberk, though of such thick mail, and through the flesh and bone down to the ribs, so that the arm and half the shoulder hung dangling from the body. This was the mightiest sword blow that was given in all that battle. Argomades fled like a man beside himself, who knew not what he did, and his horse carried him whither he would, and they on the tower cried out, He of the golden helmet has put the doves to flight. One of Aravigo's nephews, who was named Ancidel, then made at Amadis and struck at his horse's head, which he cut clean across, and the beast fell dead. Don Florestan seeing this attacked him as he was boasting, and smote him on the helmet that he bowed down upon his horse's neck, then caught him by the helmet and plucked it from his head with such force that he laid him at the feet of Amadis, but Florestan himself was hurt in the side by the point of Ancidel's sword. At this time the 2 kings and their people encountered, and there was a fierce and terrible battle, every one had then enough to defend himself and to succour those who were smitten down.
Durin, who had come hither to carry the first tidings of the battle to his mistress Oriana, was upon one of those horses which King Lisuarte had ordered to be led about the field for knights when they might stand in need of them. When he saw him of the golden helmet afoot, he said to the other pages who were on horseback, I will go help that good knight to this horse, for I cannot do better service to the king. And making way where the press was least, though to his own great danger, he came up to him and said, I know not who you are, but for what I have seen you do I bring you this horse. He lightly mounted and said to him in a low voice, Ah, friend Durin, this is not the first service that thou hast done me. Durin took him by the arm. I will not let you go till you tell me who you are. He stooped down as low as he could and answered lowly, Amadis, let no one know it except you know who. Then rode he forward into the hottest of the fray, doing such feats as if his mistress were then present to behold, because one was there who would know well how to recount them. King Lisuarte had now encountered Aravigo, knowing that he was the head and leader of his enemies, and had given him 3 such blows with his own sword that he withdrew behind his men, cursing Arcalaus the enchanter, who had brought him there with hope to win the kingdom. Don Galaor engaged Sarmadan, a valiant knight, and because his arm was weary now, and his sword blunted by the blows that he had dealt, he seized him in his strong grasp, plucked him from the saddle, and threw him on his neck to the ground, so that he died. But as for Amadis, I tell you, that remembering in that hour the time which he had lost in Gaul, and how his renown had been diminished and reviled, and that only by great prowess it could be recovered, he did such deeds that none durst stand before him, and with him went his father and Don Florestan, and Agrayes and Don Galvanes, and Brian of Monjaste, and Norandel, and Guilan the Pensive, and King Lisuarte, who showed himself right valiant in that hour. So that they smote down so many of the enemies, and pressed them so closely, and struck such fear into them, that they could no longer endure it, but seeing King Aravigo had fled away wounded, they also took to flight, some toward their ships, some to hide themselves among the mountains. But King Lisuarte and his companions in arms still pressed upon them, the most who escaped got into a ship with King Aravigo, but many perished in the water or were taken. By this the night closed in. King Lisuarte turned back to the tents of his enemies, and lodged there that night, being right joyful for the victory which God had given him. But the Knights of the Serpents, when they saw that the field was won, and that there was no longer any opposition, turned aside from the way which the king took, and rode till they came to a fountain under some trees, and there they alighted and drank, and let their horses drink, who had much need after the toil of that day. As they were about to mount, they saw a squire come up on horseback; they put on their helmets that he might not know them, and then gently called him. He at first hesitated, thinking they were his enemies, but seeing the serpent arms, approached. Good squire, said Amadis, deliver, if it please you, our message to the king. Say to him that the Knights of the Serpents beseech him not to blame them that they have not spoken with him, because we are constrained to go far from hence to a strange land, and put ourselves at the mercy of one who we believe will have none for us. For our part of the spoils, let them be given to the damsels of the tower, for the losses which they have endured, and take back to him this horse, which I took from one of his pages in the battle, for we desire no other guerdon. The squire took the horse and departed, and they went their way to their tents in the forest, and there washed the blood and dust from their hands and faces, and did the best they could for their wounds, and ate their supper which was well provided for them, and soundly did they sleep that night. When King Lisuarte was in the tent of his conquered enemies, he asked for the 3 Knights of the Serpents, but all he could learn of them was that they had been seen riding full speed toward the forest. Perchance, said he to Galaor, he of the golden helmet might be your brother Amadis, for what he did can be ascribed to no other but him. Trust me, sir, replied Galaor, it was not he, for not 4 days ago I received tidings that he was in Gaul with my father and our brother Florestan. Holy Mary, quoth Lisuarte, who then can he be? Galaor answered, I know not, but whoever he be God prosper him, for with great toil and peril hath he won the honour and praise of prowess above all. As they thus communed the squire came up and delivered his message. Much was the king troubled to hear that those knights went to encounter such danger ; but if Amadis spake this in jest, full truly did it turn out as shall be related. The horse which the squire brought back dropt down dead at the king's feet with his wounds. That night Galaor and Agrayes and their friends lodged in the rich tent of Arcalaus, in the which they found embroidered in silk the battle that he fought against Amadis, and how he enchanted him, and many other things that he had done. The next day the king divided the spoils, giving a great portion to the damsels of the tower, then gave he license to all his followers to depart whither they would, and he himself went to a town called Gandapa, where were the queen and Oriana. The joy which they had at meeting need not be told, for every one considering what had passed may guess what it would be. Chapter 5 of Book 3.
Section 36. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 6. How the Knights of the Serpents embarked for Gaul, and fortune led them, where they were placed in great peril of their lives by treachery, in the power of Arcalaus the enchanter. And how being delivered they embarked and continued their voyage, and also how Don Galaor and Norandel came by chance that way seeking adventures, and of what befell them. Some days King Perion abode in the forest to rest. Then seeing that the wind was fair they put to sea, thinking soon to be in Gaul. But the wind soon changed and made the sea rage, so that after 5 days the storm obliged them to return back to Great Britain, to a distant part of the coast. There while the weather continued, and while their men took in fresh water, they rode into the country to learn where they were, taking 3 squires with them, but leaving Gandalin to wait for them in the galley, because he was well known. They rode up a glen and reached a plain, and proceeded not far before they came to a fountain, whereat a damsel was letting her palfrey drink. Richly clad was she, and over her garments she wore a scarlet cloak with gold buttons, and the button holes worked with gold. 2 squires and 2 damsels were in her company, with falcons and dogs for sport. She seeing their arms knew that they were the Knights of the Serpents, and went towards them with a show of much joy, and saluted them courteously, making signs that she was dumb, whereat they were grieved seeing how fair she was, and of what courteous demeanour. She went up to him of the golden helmet and embraced him, and would have kissed his hand, and then by signs she invited them to be her guests that night. But they were not understanding her signs, she tokened to her squire to explain them. They seeing her good will, and that it was now too late, rode with her in full confidence, and came to a goodly castle, so that they held the damsel as very rich seeing she was mistress thereof. When they entered they found enough servants to welcome them, and sundry dames and damsels, who all regarded the dumb damsel as their lady. Their horses were taken from them, and they were led up to a rich chamber about 20 cubits from the ground, and then they were disarmed and rich garments brought them, and after they had talked to the dumb damsel and with the others, supper was brought and they were well served. The damsels then retired, but presently they returned with many candles and with stringed instruments to delight them, and when it was time to sleep they again retired. The dumb damsel had ordered 3 rich and goodly beds to be prepared in that chamber, and their arms were laid by the bedside, so they lay down and fell asleep, like men who were fatigued. Now you must know that this chamber was made with great cunning, for the floor did not fasten into the walls, but was supported upon an iron screw like a wine press, and fitted into a frame of wood, so that it could be lowered or raised from below by turning an iron lever. So when they awoke in the morning, they had been let down 20 cubits low, and perceiving no light, but yet hearing the stir of people above them, they marvelled greatly, and rose from bed and felt for the door and windows, but when they found them and put their hands through, they felt the wall of the castle, and knew that they were betrayed. Being in this great trouble, a knight appeared at a window above, who was huge of stature and limb, and of a sullen countenance, and in his beard and hair more white hairs than black. He wore a mourning dress, and upon his right hand a glove of white cloth that reached to his elbow. You are well lodged there, cried he, and according to the mischief ye have done me shall be the mercy you shall find, which shall be a cruel and bitter death, and even with that shall I not be revenged for what you did in battle with the false King Lisuarte. Know that I am Arcalaus the enchanter. If you have never seen me before, learn to know me now. None ever injured me without my taking vengeance, except only one, whom I yet hope to have where I have you, and to cut off his hands for the hand which he lopped from me. The damsel was by him, and she pointing to Amadis said, Good uncle, that young one is he of the golden helmet. But they hearing they were in the power of Arcalaus, were in great fear of death, and much were they surprised to hear that dumb damsel speak. This damsel was Dinarda, the daughter of ardent Canileo, who was expert in all wickedness, and had come to that land to contrive the death of Amadis, and for that cause had feigned herself dumb. Knights, said Arcalaus, I will cut your heads off and send them to King Aravigo, as some atonement for the disservice ye have wrought him. Then he drew back from the window and closed it, and the chamber remained so dark that they could not see one another. Good sons, then said King Perion, these are the changes of fortune, but we, whose office it is to seek adventures, must take the evil as well as the good, exerting ourselves to remedy it where we can, and when our strength avails, not trusting in him who will do what is best. Therefore let us repress the grief which you feel for me, and I yet more for you, and commit ourselves patiently to God. The sons, who endured more for him than for their own danger, then knelt before him and kissed his hand, and he gave them his blessing. They remained there all that day without food or drink. When Arcalaus had supped and part of the night was gone, he came again to the window with 2 lighted torches, and with him Dinarda and 2 old men. You knights there, cried he, I suppose you could eat if you had wherewith. Willingly, if you will give it to us, answered Florestan. He replied, If I have any such will, God prevent it; but that you may not be quite disconsolate, instead of food I will give you some news to make amends. 2 squires and a dwarf have come to the castle gate since it was dark, to ask for the Knights of the Serpents. I have had them seized and thrown into a prison under you. In the morning I will make them tell me who ye are, or else cut them limb from limb. Now this which he said was true, for they in the galley, seeing that the wind was fair, sent Gandalin and the dwarf, and Orfeo, the king's wardrobe keeper, to seek for the knights, and Arcalaus had taken them thus. Much were Perion and his sons troubled at these perilous tidings, but Amadis answered, saying, Sure am I that when you know who we are, you will not use us so wrongfully as now; for as you are a knight yourself, you will not hold that for wrong which we did fairly in battle to assist our friends, as we should have done had we been on your side. If there be any worth in you, you ought to esteem us for this, and do us the more honour, being now in your power. You show no courtesy in treating us thus. Who disputes with you? quoth Arcalaus. The honour I will do you shall be as I would do to Amadis of Gaul, who is the man in the world I love worst, and on whom I most desire to take my vengeance. Uncle, said Dinarda, as you mean to send their heads to King Aravigo, do not let them die of hunger, but just support life for them that they may endure more pain. I will, niece, replied Arcalaus. Tell me, knights, on your faith, are you most troubled with hunger or thirst? In truth, said they, though meat is of consequence, we are more desirous of drink. Take them a bacon pasty, said he to another damsel, that they may not say I would not relieve them, and then they all withdrew. The damsel seeing Amadis how comely he was, and knowing the great feats of chivalry which he had done in the battle, was moved to pity for him and his comrades, and she put a vessel of water and another of wine into a basket with the bacon pasty, and lowered it by a cord, saying, Take this and be secret, you shall not fare ill if I can help ye. Amadis thanked her much, and she went away. Then they supped and went to bed, bidding their squires who were with them keep their arms in readiness where they could find them, for said they, if we do not die of hunger we will sell our lives dearly. Now Gandalin and Orfeo and the dwarf were cast into a prison underneath the platform whereon their masters lay. They found there a dame and her husband, and a young knight their son, who had been confined a year. Gandalin, talking with them, told them how coming in search of the Knights of the Serpents he had been seized. Holy Mary, replied the old knight, these of whom you speak were well received in this castle, and while they were asleep 4 men entered this prison, and turning that iron lever which you see, lowered down the platform above us, so that they have suffered a great treason. Gandalin then understanding that his master was in danger of death, said, let us try and raise it then, else neither they nor we shall ever escape, but if they save themselves we shall be delivered. Then the knight and his son on one side, and Gandalin and Orfeo on the other, began to turn the lever, and the platform began to rise. King Perion, who could not sleep for grief because of his sons, presently felt it, and waking them said, the floor is rising, I know not for what intent. Amadis answered, let it be for what it will, it is very different to die like knights or like thieves. And they leaped out of bed, and bade their squires arm them. They below turned the lever with great labour and difficulty, till the floor had risen to its place. Then Perion and his sons saw light through the crevices of the door whereby they had entered, and they burst it open, and rushed out upon the wall where the guards were, and slew and threw down all they met, crying aloud, Gaul, Gaul, the castle is ours. Arcalaus hearing this was greatly dismayed, thinking that it was the treason of some of his people who had led in the enemy, and he fled naked into a tower, and drew up the stairs after him, which were made like a drawbridge. He feared nothing from his prisoners, thinking they were safe enough, but looking from a window he saw the Knights of the Serpents traversing the castle. Then not daring to descend himself, he called to his men not to fear, for there were but 3 against them. Some of those who lodged below then began to arm, but the knights who had now cleared the walls went down, and soon so handled them that not a man appeared before them. They in the dungeon, who heard what was doing, cried aloud for help. Amadis knew the dwarf's voice, for he and the dame were in the most fear, and went forthwith to release them, and with great force breaking the iron staples, they burst open the door and set them at liberty. Then searching the buildings round the court they found their horses, and gave 2 of Arcalaus's to the knight and his son, and Dinarda's palfrey to the dame, and having mounted, the king ordered them to set fire to the dwellings. It began to blaze till all was in one flame, and the fire caught the door of the tower, and the dwarf cried out, Sir Arcalaus, take this smoke patiently, as I did when you hung me up by the leg, when you committed the great treason against Amadis. Much was the king pleased to hear how the dwarf scoffed him, and they all laughed to see what plight he was now in for all his force and cunning. Then they rode toward their ship, and looking back from a hill beheld the castle burning to their great joy. When they were got aboard and were disarmed, the dame knew the king and fell on her knees before him, and he seeing her took her up and embraced her, as one he much loved. Sir, said she, which is Amadis? And when she knew, she would have kissed his feet, but he raised her up, being greatly abashed, and she then told him how she was Darioleta, who had thrown him into the sea, and besought his pardon. Dame, quoth he, now know I what before I never knew, for though my foster father told me I was found in the sea, I knew not how it had chanced. That do I indeed pardon, for you did no wrong, for all was for the service of her whom I am bound to serve while I have life. The king took pleasure to talk of those times, and thus cheerfully they sailed till they arrived in Gaul. You have heard how Arcalaus was naked in the tower, and because the fire caught the door he could not get out, and the smoke and the heat were so great that he could not help himself, and though he got into a stone vaulted chamber, still the smoke was so thick that he was in great agony. There he remained 2 days, for the fire continued so fierce that none of his people who survived could enter, but on the 3rd day they could go in, and they went up to him and found him in such plight that his soul was ready to depart from his body, but pouring water into his mouth they made him recover, though in great tortures, and took him in their arms to remove him to the town. But when he saw his castle so burnt and ruined, he said in the bitterness of his heart, Ah, Amadis of Gaul, what evil hast thou brought upon me! If I catch thee I will do such cruelty upon thee, that my heart shall be revenged for all, and for thy sake I swear never more to spare the life of any knight whom I take. that if thou shouldest fall again into my hands, thou mayest not escape. 4 days he remained in the town, then he set out in a litter for his castle of Mount Aldin with Dinarda, who was so fair, and another damsel, and 7 knights to guard them. The 2nd day of their journey was far spent, and on that night they were to reach his castle, when at the skirts of a forest they saw 2 knights by a fountain richly armed and well mounted. Good uncle, said Dinarda, here are 2 strange knights, for they were waiting to see what came in the litter. He raised his head and said to his knights, take your arms and bring me hither those knights without saying who I am. If they resist, bring me their heads. Now you are to know that these knights were Don Galaor and his comrade Norandel. The knights of Arcalaus came up to them and bade them leave their arms and go to him in the litter. In God's name, quoth Galaor, who is he, or what is it to him whether we go armed or not? We know not, replied the other, but you had better obey him, or we must take your heads. We are not come to that point yet, quoth Norandel, that you can do it. Now shall ye see, said they. In the first encounter 2 of the knights fell wounded to death, the other 5 broke their spears and could not move them from their saddles. Then drew they their swords and began a fierce battle, but 3 of them being overthrown and badly wounded, the other twain durst no longer abide those mortal blows, and rode full speed into the forest. The 2 companions did not pursue them, but rode up to the litter, which was now deserted by all except 2 men on horseback, and they raised the curtain and said, Sir knight whom God curse, is it thus you treat errant knights? If you were armed we would make you confess that you are a wretch and false to God and the world, but as you are sick we will send you to Don Grumedan, who shall sentence you as you deserve. When Arcalaus heard this he was sore dismayed, knowing that if Grumedan should seize him his death was come, but being crafty in all things he put on a good countenance and said, Certes, sir, much pleasure would you do me in sending me to my cousin and lord Don Grumedan, but I hold myself unfortunate that you should complain against me, whose only thought and wish is how to serve errant knights. I beseech you, sirs, for courtesy hear my misfortune, and then do with me as ye please. They hearing that he was cousin to Don Grumedan, who they loved so well, repented them of their harsh words they had used towards him. Speak on, said they, we will willingly hear you. Know then, sirs, that one day being armed I was riding in the forest of the Black Lake, and there I found a dame, who complained to me of wrong which had been done her. I went with her, and recovered for her her right before Count Guncestre. But as I was returning to my castle, I met that knight whom you have slain, who, God curse him, was a perverse man, and he with 2 other knights attacked me to win from me my castle. I defended myself the best I could, but was at last taken. He kept me prisoner for a whole year, and all the honour he showed me was to have these wounds healed. Then showed he the scars to them, for being a brave knight many were the wounds which he had given and received. At length, sirs, being in despair of otherwise obtaining my liberty, I agreed to give him up my castle, thinking to go afterwards to my cousin Don Grumedan and to my lord King Lisuarte, and demand justice against the robber, which now, sirs, without my asking it, you have taken for me more fully than I expected. And if I found no help there I resolved to go seek Amadis of Gaul or his brother Don Galaor, and seek from them that succour which they grant to all who are oppressed. Now because I was so weak as not to ride, he carried me in his litter to have my castle yielded, and the reason why he and those other traitors attacked you, was that you might not come up to see who was in the litter, and so learn their villainy. Hearing this they besought pardon of him for the threats they had used, and asked his name. Gronfiles, I know not if you have heard it heretofore. Yes, quoth Galaor, and I know, as your cousin hath told me, that he shows great honour towards all errant knights. God be praised that you know me, he replied. Now I beseech you take off your helmets and tell me your names also. This knight is Norandel, son to King Lisuarte, and I am Galaor, the brother of Amadis. God be praised, quoth Arcalaus, that I have been succoured by such knights, and he looked well at Galaor, when they had unhelmed, that he might know him again and do him a mischief if ever he had him in his power. I trust in God, sirs, that you may one day be where my will towards you may be satisfied. Tell me now what I shall do. Even whatever is your will, I will proceed then to my castle. God guard you, said they, and they parted. It was night, but the moon shone, and he presently struck into a by path. The 2 knights resolved to rest by the fountain because their horses were weary. As you will, said Don Galaor's squire, but there is better lodging ready for you than you are aware of. How so? 2 damsels who came with the knight in the litter have hid themselves in that old building among the briars. Then they alighted and washed their hands and faces at the fountain, and went towards the place, through the thicket and over rubbish. Who is hidden here? cried Galaor aloud. Bring fire that I may make them come out. When Dinarda heard this, she cried, Mercy, knight, and I will come out. Come out then, that I may see who you are. Help me, or I cannot. Galaor drew nearer, she held out her arms, the moon shone bright so that he saw her distinctly, and he helped her out. She had on a scarlet petticoat and a white satin cloak, and so fair was she, that Galaor had never seen one whom he liked so well. Norandel took the other damsel out. Then all went back to the fountain, and there regaled upon what the squires brought, and on what they found upon a sumpter horse of Arcalaus. Dinarda was in great fear of Galaor, lest he should know how she had betrayed his father and his brothers, and take vengeance, and therefore she looked at him with amorous eyes, and made signs to her damsels how she admired his beauty, and this she did in hope to make him love her, thinking that she might be safe. Galaor was not slow at comprehending these signs, for he thought of nothing but how he might have her for his mistress. So much was her ill fortune that she, loath as she was, yet seeming nothing coy, yielded that to her enemy which no lover could ever yet attain. Meanwhile Norandel wooed the damsel with whom he had been beside the fountain, but she replied, You shall never have my love unless my lady Dinarda bids me yield it. Dinarda, quoth Norandel, what is this, daughter of Ardan Canileo, who is come to this land to consult with Arcalaus the enchanter how they may revenge her father's death? I know not the cause of her coming, but this is Dinarda, and happy may he think himself who wins her love. By this Galaor and Dinarda came up, and Norandel taking him apart, asked him if he knew who the damsel was. Dinarda, Ardan Canileo's daughter, whom your cousin Mabilia told us was come to this country to devise the death of Amadis. Galaor mused a while and answered, I know nothing of her heart, but she seems to love me dearly, and she is the woman who of all that I have seen has pleased me best, and I will not part from her yet. But as we are going to Gaul, I will contrive that Amadis may make her some satisfaction, and so be forgiven. Meantime Dinarda learned from her damsel what had passed with Norandel, and how she was discovered. Friend, said she, our wisdom now is not to regard our own wills, but to yield to necessity. We must feign love for these knights, and yield to them till we can find occasion to escape. That night Galaor asked his mistress what was the name of the wicked knight who wanted to slay them. She thought he meant him in the litter, and answered, How is it that when you went up to him in the litter you did not know he was Arcalaus? Arcalaus, yea truly, Holy Mary, and have I let him escape death with his tricks? When Dinarda heard that he was not slain she greatly rejoiced, but dissembling that, she answered, A little while ago and I would have given my life to save his, but now that you have won my love, and I am in your favour, I wish him dead, for I know he hates you and your lineage. May the ill which he designs you fall upon his own head. And she clipped him in her arms as if with exceeding love. So they passed that night there in the forest, and on the morrow the knights took each his leman and proceeded towards Gaul. Arcalaus, greatly dismayed at what had befallen him, reached his castle at midnight, and ordered the gates to be closed and no person admitted. There had he his sores healed, designing to be worse than ever, and commit greater wrongs, as is the way of the wicked, who though God is patient with them, strive not to loose the chains in which the wicked enemy hath bound them, till they are cast with them into the pit of hell, as we ought to believe this Arcalaus was. 2 days Don Galaor and Norandel rode with their mistresses towards the port from whence they designed to cross over into Gaul. On the 3rd day they reached a castle, where they resolved to lodge that night, and finding the gate open rode in. The lord of the castle, when he saw them enter, chid his people for leaving the gates open. Howbeit he made good semblance to the knights, and did them much honour, though against his will, for his name was Amadis, and he was cousin to Arcalaus, and he knew Dinarda his niece, who told him that she was forced by Galaor. The mother of this Amadis wept in secret with Dinarda, and said she would have the knight slain. Let not such folly possess you and my uncle, quoth Dinarda, and she then related how they had discomfited the 7 knights. To morrow I and the damsel will lag behind, and let them go through the gate, then the bridge may be drawn up and we shall be safe. Thus they resolved to do. Amadis feasted the knights well and lodged them well, but he could not sleep all that night, so much was he dismayed at having 2 such men in his castle. In the morning he rose and armed himself, and said he would accompany his guest some way, for this, said he, is my office, to seek adventures. We thank you, host, said Galaor. So they armed and placed their mistresses on their palfreys and rode forth, but their host and the mistresses remained behind, and as soon as they and their squires were out, drew up the bridge, so that the scheme succeeded. Ambades immediately dismounted and went upon the wall, and saw how the knights were looking, to see any one of whom they might demand their damsels. Get ye gone, ye ill and false guests, quoth he, God confound ye, and give ye as bad a night as ye gave me. Your mistresses, with whom you thought to make merry, shall tarry with me. How now, host, said Galaor, have you so well entertained us, and do you now commit this great disloyalty to detain our damsels by force? More joy if it were so, replied Ambades, but it was you their enemies who held them by force, and they stay here freely. Let them show themselves, and we shall see if it be so. They shall, not to satisfy you, but to show how they hate you. Dinarda then appeared upon the wall. Dinarda, my lady, said Galaor, this knight says you remain there willingly, and I cannot believe it because of the great love that is between us. If I manifested love towards you, Dinarda replied, it was only in fear, for I being the daughter of Ardan Canileo, and you brother to Amadis, how was it possible that I could love you, and especially when you would have carried me into Gaul into the power of my foes. Go away, Galaor, if I have pleased you do not thank me, nor ever think of me except as your enemy. Stay where you are, quoth Galaor, with the bad fortune which God grant thee. From such a root as Arcalaus there can only come such shoots. And you, said Norandel in great vexation to his mistress, what will you do? The will of my lady. Confound her will, quoth he, and that of the fellow who has deceived us. Such as I am, cried Ambades, I should think it no praise to conquer two such as ye. If you are such a knight, quoth Norandel, come out and fight me, you on horseback and I afoot. If you kill me you will rid Arcalaus of a mortal enemy; if I conquer, you shall give us the damsels. What a fool thou art, Ambades replied, I think nothing of both, and what should I do of thee singly on foot, and I being mounted? For what you say of my lord Arcalaus, he would not give one straw for 20 such as thee, and thy comrade. And then he took a Turkish bow and began to let fly at them. They drew back and went their way, saying that the wickedness of Arcalaus extended to all his race, and laughing at what had passed. On the 4th day they reached a seaport called Alfied, and taking ship arrived in Gaul at a place where Amadis and Florestan were with King Perion. Amadis and Florestan were walking together when they saw the vessel put to land, and they went towards it to learn news. Presently they saw Galaor and Norandel in the boat. Holy Mary, quoth Amadis, here is our brother Galaor. Know you who is with him? Norandel and his companion, King Lisuarte's son, a right good knight. And so he proved himself in the island of Monganza, but he was not acknowledged for his son till after the battle with the 7 kings, and then Lisuarte made it known because of his great worth. Glad was Amadis of his coming, because he was Oriana's brother, and Durin had said how she loved him. By this the knights landed, and they four joyfully embraced, and went forthwith to King Perion, who embraced Norandel, and led them to the queen. Now Amadis had before resolved to go in quest of adventures, that he might redeem his lost name, and had fixed the 4th day for his departure. Accordingly he spake to the king and his brethren, saying, that it behoved him to leave them, and that he would set forth on the morrow. Son, replied Perion, God knows the want of you which I shall feel, but not for that will I prevent you from gaining honour and the praise of prowess, as you have ever done. Sir brother, quoth Galaor, if it were not for a quest which I and Norandel have undertaken, we would bear you company, but we must needs accomplish it, or pass a year and a day in the pursuit, according to the custom of Great Britain. Son, said Perion, what is your quest, if it may be known? Sir, replied Galaor, we publicly undertook it, and this it is. Know, sir, that in the battle which we had with the 7 kings of the islands, there were on the side of King Lisuarte 3 knights, all bearing serpents for their arms all alike, but their helmets were different, the one being white, one purple, and one golden, and these 3 did such wonders in arms that we were all astonished, especially he of the golden helmet, whose goodness in arms I think cannot be peered. Certes it is that but for these King Lisuarte would not have had the victory. When the battle was over they left the field so secretly that they could not be known, and it is to find them out that we have undertaken. We have heard here of these knights, answered Perion, God give you good tidings of them. But Amadis took his father and Florestan apart, and said, Sir, I shall depart early, and I think after I am gone you should discover the truth to Galaor, that he may not go on a vain search. Show him the arms which he will know, for if he learns not the secret from us, none else can tell him. That night was there great feastings made, but all were heavy for the loss of Amadis, who was going they knew not whither. On the morrow after mass they rode out with Amadis, who had taken company with him none but Gandalin and the dwarf, to whom the queen gave money enough to suffice his master for a year. Don Florestan requested to go with him, but that he would not grant for two reasons, that he might have more leisure to think of his lady, and that in attempting great adventures he alone might perish or acquire the glory. They rode a league together, then Amadis took leave of his father and brethren and went his way. When they returned King Perion took Galaor and Norandel aside, and said to them, You have undertaken to find out that of which you can learn no tidings in the world, except it be only here. I bless God that he has guided you thus to save you from the labour of a fruitless search. Then led he them to a chamber where the arms hung. There, said he, is the white helmet which I wore, and Florestan's purple one, and the golden helmet of Amadis. Well did they remember them, for they bore the dints of that battle, and often they had looked at them on that day, sometimes rejoicing that King Lisuarte had such aid, at other times envying the prowess of their masters. God and you, sir, said Galaor, have shown us great favour in saving us from this search. It was our intent to seek those knights every where, and if they would not discover themselves, we should have fought with them till death to prove, that though in the general battle they did the best, it would be otherwise in single fight. Norandel then begged those arms of the king, which he courteously granted. Then told he them in what peril they had been at the castle of Arcalaus, and by what adventure they had escaped. The tears came into Galaor's eyes for grief at that recital, and he in his turn told what had chanced to him and Norandel with Arcalaus, and how the enchanter had escaped, and of their host Ambades. So Galaor and Norandel abode 14 days with King Perion, then taking the arms of the serpents they embarked for Great Britain, and took those arms to the palace to show how they had achieved their quest. Well were they welcomed by the king and all the court. Sir, if it please you, said Galaor, let me be heard in presence of the queen. Forthwith they all went to the queen's apartment, and Galaor and his companion kissed her hand, and then he said, Ye know, sirs, that I and Norandel went in quest of the Knights of the Serpents. Blessed be God we have accomplished it without difficulty, as Norandel shall show you. Then Norandel took in his hand the white helmet and said, Sir, know you this helmet well? Yea, answered Lisuarte, many times did I see it when I wished it to be seen. King Perion, who loves you well, bore it on his head that day. The purple one was on Florestan's. Here is the golden helmet. He who wore it, and who did such service as none other could have done, is Amadis. If I say truth or not, you are the best witness, for you were often among them in the battle, they enjoying now the fame and you the victory. Then they related all that had happened, and concerning Arcalaus, and how he had escaped by calling himself Grumedan's cousin. At that they all laughed, and old Grumedan also, saying he was happy that they had found such a kinsman for him. Lisuarte then enquired much concerning King Perion. Trust me, sir, said Norandel, there is no king in the world of equal territories who is his peer, he will lose nothing by his sons, quoth Grumedan. Theretofore the king answered nothing, because he would not praise Galaor to his face, and was at that time little pleased with his brethren. Howbeit he ordered the arms to be hung upon the crystal arch of his palace, where the arms of the other famous men were placed. Chapter 7.
Book 3, Chapter 7 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 7. Showing how Esplandian was brought up by Ascanio the hermit, and how his father Amadis went to seek adventures, having changed his name to the Knight of the Green Sword, and of the great adventures which he found. When Esplandian was 4 years old, Nasciano the hermit sent for him, And when he saw how well grown he was for his age, and how fair, he marvelled greatly, and blessed him, and the child embraced him as if he had known him. Then the hermit sent his sister home, keeping with him her son and Esplandian, who had been fed with the same milk. These children remained playing together before the hermitage till Esplandian grew tired, and lay down under a tree and fell asleep. Now the lioness coming as was her wont to the hermit for food, saw the child and went up to him, and after smelling him all round, lay down by his side. The other boy ran crying to the good man, and told him that a great dog was going to eat Esplandian. The good man went out to see the lioness, who came and fawned upon him, and the child waking and seeing the lioness, said, "Father, is this fine dog ours?" "No," said the good man, "he is God's, to whom all things belong." "I wish, father, he were ours." "Do you wish to feed him, son?" "Yes," replied the child. The old man then fetched him the leg of a stag, which some hunters had given him, and the child gave it to the lioness, and played with her ears, and put his hands in her mouth. And you must know that from this time the lioness came every day, and guarded him whenever he walked out from the hermitage. And when he was grown bigger, Nasciano gave him a bow fit for him, and another to his nephew, and they learned to shoot. The lioness always went out with them, and if they wounded a stag she would fetch him for them. Now the hermit had certain friends who were hunters, and they would sometimes go out with Esplandian, for the sake of the lioness, that she might bring in their game, and thus Esplandian learned to hunt, and in this manner he passed his time being taught by that holy man. Amadis having left Gaul with design to do away by new achievements the ill report of his long sloth, entered Germany, and great feats did he there perform, redressing wrongs, passing through great hazards, doing battle sometimes with one knight, sometimes with two or three. What shall I say? He was soon famed as the best knight that had ever entered that country, though they knew him by no other name than the Knight of the Green Sword, or of the Dwarf, because of Ardian who was with him. And thus he passed 4 years without returning to Gaul, or to the Firm Island, or hearing tidings of Oriana, and no other consolation had he than the certainty that his lady being as faithful as himself, endured the same loneliness. Now having passed the whole summer in Germany, when the winter drew nigh he feared the cold, and resolved to go to Bohemia to pass it with the good King Tafinor, of whom he heard a fair report, and who was then at war with El Patin, who is now Emperor of Rome, and whom Amadis hated, as you have heard, for pretending to Oriana. Accordingly he departed for that kingdom. Now it so happened that having reached the bank of a river, he saw a great company on the other side, who had let fly a gerfalcon at a heron, and the quarry was slain near where he stood. He alighted, and calling out loudly to those on the other side, asked if he should lure the falcon. They answered yes. He then gave him to eat what was proper, as one who had often done so. Now the river was so deep that it could not be crossed in that part, and you are to know that King Tafinor of Bohemia was with that company, and he seeing the knight asked if any one knew him, but none present could say who he was. Belike, said the king, it may be a knight who has traversed all Germany and done such wonderful things in arms that all speak of him as of a miracle. They call him the Knight of the Green Sword, or of the Dwarf, and because of the dwarf I think this may be he. A knight named Sadian, who was chief of the king's guard, answered, Certes, this is he, for he hath a green sword. The king then rode more than a pace towards a ford, for the knight was now riding thither to cross, having the gerfalcon on his fist. Good friend, said Tafinor, ye are right welcome to my land. Are you the king? I am, while it pleases God. Then the knight approached respectfully to kiss his hand. Sir, pardon me, though not knowing you I have not offended. I come to see and serve you, for they say you are at war with so mighty a man that you need the service of all your subjects and of strangers also. But though I am a stranger, yet while I am with you, you may account me as your natural vassal. Knight of the Green Sword and friend, how much I am beholden to you for this coming and these words, my heart knows, which hath its courage doubled thereby. So they rode together to the town, and much was that knight admired by all for his goodly person, and because he was better armed than ever they had seen knight. When they reached the palace the king ordered that he should be lodged, and being disarmed in a rich chamber he clothed himself in costly apparel, which his dwarf had brought, and went before the king with such a presence as testified to the truth of what had been spoken of his prowess. There did he eat with the king, and was served as became the table of such a man. When the cloths were removed, the king said, Knight of the Green Sword and my good friend, know that against my will I am at war with the mightiest of all the Christians, El Patin, Emperor of Rome, who in his great power and great pride would have this kingdom, which God gave free into my hands, tributary to him. Hitherto by the good faith and strength of my vassals and friends I have well defended myself, and will continue so to do while life shall last. But difficult and perilous it is for the few to defend themselves against the many, and therefore my heart is ever troubled in seeking for some remedy. But none other is there except in the worth and courage which God has given to some above others, and as he hath so excellently in this wise gifted you, much hope have I in your aid, if you will help to defend this kingdom which shall be ever at your will. Sir, answered the knight, I will serve you. As you shall see my deeds, so judge you my worth. Thus the Knight of the Green Sword remained in the house of King Tafinor of Bohemia, and to do him more honour the king ordered his own son Grasandor to be in his company, and Count Galtines his cousin. It chanced one day as they were riding out with the king and talking of the war, for the truce was to expire in 5 days, they saw 12 knights approaching, their arms lying upon the horses, and their squires carrying the helmets, shields, and lances. The king knew among them the shield of Don Garado, cousin to the Emperor Patin, who was the best knight of all the lordship of Rome, and he said to him of the green sword, Ah, what evils he hath done me whose is yonder shield! And he pointed to the shield which bore 2 large eagles, or, in a field murrey. Sir, replied he, the more insults you receive from your enemies, the more confidence should you have that God will give you vengeance. Now seeing they are come into your land, relying upon your courtesy, honour them and accost them well, but make no terms that are not to your own honour and profit. The king embraced him and said, Would to God you had been always with me, direct me as you please. So they met Garadan and his company, and the king welcomed them with better words than heart, and invited them to enter the town. Don Garadan answered, I come for 2 things which you must know first, and whereon no other counsel is needed than that of your own heart. Answer us speedily, for we must not tarry, seeing the truce will soon be expired. He then produced a letter of credence, wherein the emperor promised on his faith to confirm whatever Don Garadan should conclude with him. Methinks, quoth Tafinor, when he had read it, the emperor places no little confidence in you. Now say your bidding. King, then said Don Garadan, notwithstanding the emperor is of higher lineage and lordship than you, yet because he hath other things to attend to, he wishes to put an end to this war, in either of these ways which you may choose. Either that you shall do battle with Salustanquidio his cousin Prince of Calabria, 100 to 100 up to 1000, or 12 to 12, your knights against me and these my companions, on condition that if you conquer you shall be for ever free from this demand, but if you are conquered you shall remain his vassal, as this kingdom was in times past to his empire, according to our Roman histories. Now choose which you will, for should you refuse either, the emperor bids you know that leaving aside all other things, he will come against you in person, and never depart till he hath destroyed you. Don Garadan, cried he of the green sword, you have spoken arrogantly enough, as well for yourself as for the emperor, but God oftentimes with a little of his mercy hath broken down such pride. The king will answer you as it may please him. I would only ask, if he should accept one of these battles, how shall he be secure that what you promised will be performed? Don Garadan looked at him and wondered that he should have answered without waiting for the king's reply. I know not who you are, sir knight, quoth he, but by your speech it seems you are of a foreign land. This I shall say,
I hold you for one of little discretion to reply without the king's command, but if he hold it good, and will accede to what I demand, I will tell you what you ask." The king replied, "Don Garadan, I confirm and warrant whatever the Knight of the Green Sword shall say." When Garadan heard mentioned a man of such high prowess, his heart leaped for two causes, the one sorrow, that such a knight should be on the king's side, the other pleasure, for he hoped to combat him, and had confidence that he should subdue or slay him, and so acquire all that glory which he had won throughout Germany, and other countries wherein no other knight was spoken of. "Since the king leaves it to you," said he, "choose the one." The knight answered, "Let the king do that, all I shall say is, that in either I will serve him if he permit me, and so will I do in war while I remain with him." The king put his arm round the knight's neck, saying, "Good friend, such courage your words give me, that I fear not to accept either. I beseech you say which is best." "Certes, sir, that may I not do. Summon you the good men of your council and take their judgment, and command me wherein I may serve you, else might they with reason complain that I took upon myself more than I had wisdom to discharge. Howbeit, sir, at all events see what security Don Garadan will give." Garadan then bade a squire bring him a casket, and he took from it a writing sealed with 30 seals all suspended by silken strings, and all were of silver except the middle one which was gold, for that was the emperor's, and the others were of the great lords of the empire. This he gave the king. Then King Tafinor withdrew with his good men, and finding that he might depend upon the conditions, asked counsel whether he should choose. Some said the 100 to 100, others the combat of 12, because for so small a number he could choose tried knights. Others that it were better to continue the war, and not put his kingdom upon adventure of a battle. So that the opinions were very different. Then said Count Galtines, "Sir, let us refer it to this Knight of the Green Sword, who peradventure has seen many things, and hath great desire to serve you." Thereto all assented, and the king sent to call him, for he and Grasandor were talking with Don Garadan, and the Knight of the Green Sword seeing of what brave stature he was, and that needs there must be great strength in him, somewhat doubted the battle. Yet the vain and arrogant words which he had spoken made him hope that God would enable him to confound his pride. He at the king's bidding went before him, and the king said, "Knight of the Dwarf, my great friend, I beseech you now do not refuse to give us your advice," and he told him at what difference they were. "Sir," he replied, "this is a weighty thing to determine, for the issue is in the hand of God, not in the judgment of men. Howbeit, speaking as the adventure were my own, I will say, sir, that if I had but one castle and 100 men, and an enemy with 10 castles and 1,000 knights warring to take it from me, if it pleased God to make him propose to me an equal battle, I should think it a great mercy. But for all which I have said, do not you knights cease to counsel the king that which will be most for his service." With that he would have departed, but the king took him by the cloak and made him sit by him, and said, "Good friend, we all agree in your opinion. I choose the combat of 12, and God, who sees the violence done me, will be my helper, even as he helped King Perion of Gaul, when that mighty King Abies came against him, and was slain by a stripling knight." "In the name of God," exclaimed he of the green sword, "and this is the best choice, but if you can prevail with Garadan, let it be decided by single combat, let he and I do battle, for I trust in God, and in your good cause, and his pride, that I could decide the war." With that they went to Don Garadan, who was impatient of their delay, and the king said to him, "I choose the combat of 12, Don Garadan, and let it be to morrow." "So help me God," quoth Garadan, "as you have answered to my heart's desire, and I am right glad." He of the green sword answered, "Oftentimes men are glad at the beginning, but when the end comes it is otherwise." Garadan beheld him with an evil look. "Don Cavalier, you choose to speak on every occasion. It is plain enough that you are a stranger, since your discretion is so scanty and strange. If I knew that you were to be one of the 12, I would give you these gloves." He of the green sword took them. "I shall be there, and as I now take your gloves, so will I then take that head which your pride and discourtesy have offered me. When Garadan heard this he was beside himself with rage. Ah, wretch that I am, quoth he, if this were tomorrow, and we were in the battle, Don Cavalier of the Dwarf, all these should see how I would chastise your folly. If till tomorrow seem so long a time, replied he of the green sword, the day is yet long enough for one to slay the other. Let us arm, if you will, and begin the battle, on this covenant, that he who survives may aid his comrades tomorrow. Certes, Don Cavalier, replied Garadan, if you dare do as you have now said, I forgive you all you have said against me. And he called hastily for his arms, and the knight of the dwarf demanded his from Gandalin. His companions armed Don Garadan, the king and his son did the same to their champion. All then withdrew, and left the twain in the field where they were to combat. Garadan mounted upon a goodly steed, whom he made prance fiercely over the field. Then turning to his friends, he said, Trust ye that ye shall see this king made subject to our emperor, and ye without striking a blow remain with much honour. All the hope of our enemies is in this knight, whom, if he dares abide the encounter, I shall presently conquer, and when he is slain they will not dare enter the lists with us tomorrow. What are you doing, Garadan? cried he of the green sword. You waste the day in boasting, and boasting will not do now we are about to be proved. They then spurred against each other, their shields, strong as they were, failed, their lances, thick as they were, splintered, and they dashed helmet and shield against each other. The horse of the green sword staggered back and reeled, but did not fall. Garadan was driven from the saddle, and so rudely that he was well nigh stunned. He of the green sword, when he saw him trying to rise and stumbling, would have made at him, but his horse could not move, the encounter had so shaken him, and he himself had been wounded in the left arm, but he alighted in great wrath and went against Garadan with his burning sword. Now had Garadan recovered, and stood sword in hand, covered with his shield ready, but not so fierce as before. Many a notable blow was then given, and so fiercely they foined that all marvelled to behold them. But Garadan yet felt his fall, and his enemy in anger pressed on him, and laid on such heavy loads so fast that he drew back and said, Certes, knight of the green sword, I now know you better than before, and like you less; howbeit, though much of your worth is now proved to me, mine is not in such a state that it can be known who shall conquer. If you like to rest a while, be it so; if not, again to battle. Truly, Don Garadan, replied he, it would please me far better to rest than to fight, but to one of your high prowess and courage it must be far otherwise, as I judge by your own words, and therefore, that so good a man as you may not be shamed, I will not leave the battle till it be ended. Right sad was Don Garadan for that, for he felt himself weak with his fall and wounds, and remembered the proud threats which he had uttered against that enemy, howbeit he took courage to do his best and endure the end. Then again they engaged with equal fury, but it was not long before Garadan fell down with a blow on the helmet. The sword had entered so deep that the knight could scarce pluck it out. Then he hastened and took off his enemy's helmet, and saw that the brains were cleft. Whereat greatly rejoicing because of the displeasure it would be to El Patin the emperor, and the service he had done the king, he wiped his sword and put it in the scabbard, and knelt down and gave God thanks. King Tafinor immediately dismounted from his palfrey and went up to the conqueror, and seeing his hands red with blood, his own as well as his enemy's, he said to him, Good friend, how feel you? Right well, replied he of the green sword, by God's mercy, I shall bear my part tomorrow in the battle. So he was honourably accompanied to the town, and his wounds were dressed. The Roman knights, meantime, carried the dead Garadan to their tents, and great dole did they make, for they loved him much, and were sore dismayed at his loss, seeing that his conqueror would be against them on the morrow. So they were greatly troubled, being afraid to do battle, yet knowing that if they did not, the emperor would be dishonoured, and they themselves therefore in peril of death. Howbeit they resolved not to fight, and to excuse themselves before the emperor by saying that Garadan had undertaken the combat, wherein he died against the will of all for his own haughtiness. The most of them were of this mind, and the others were silent. but there was among them a young knight called Arquisil, of the imperial blood, and so near akin to El Patin that he was his heir if he died without a son, and for this reason was he hated by that emperor. He being so young, for he was yet but 20, had not before ventured to speak, but now he said, Certes, sirs, I marvel greatly that good men like you should fall into so great an error. If any man had advised this, you ought to have held him as an enemy. For Don Garadan's death, it is better that so insolent a one should be out of our company, that we may not partake the reward of his insolence. And for that knight whom you fear, I will take him to my account, and not leave him till death. What then will be the mighty odds, 11 to 10, that you should prefer perpetual dishonour to the chance of death? Such weight had these words of Arquisil, that his companions gave him many thanks, and praised his counsel, and bravely determined to undertake the combat. When the Knight of the Green Sword had taken food, he said to the king, It is time, sir, to appoint the knights who are to do battle to-morrow, that they may prepare and meet at mass in your chapel by daybreak, that we go forth together to the field. So let it be, replied Tafinor. My son Grasandor shall be one, and the others such that with God's help and yours we shall gain the victory. God forbid, then answered the knight, that while I can bear arms, you or your son should wear them, and when the others are such that he and even I might be excused. Sir Knight of the Green Sword, exclaimed Grasandor, I will not be excused where your person is exposed, neither in this nor in any other battle. If I were worthy to have a boon granted by such a knight as you, I would request you to have me always in your company. In no wise will I forbear to be in the combat to-morrow, though it were only to learn something of your wonders in arms. He of the green sword bowed humbly to acknowledge that honour. Since you will so have it, sir, in God's name let it be so. The king then said, My good friend, your arms have been rudely handled. I will give you others which never have been worn, and which will please you, and a horse better than which you never have seen. And forthwith he bade the horse be brought bridled and saddled with most rich trappings. When the knight saw the horse, how handsome he was, and how well apparisoned, he sighed, thinking that if he was where it could be done, he should well bestow him by sending him to his true friend Angriote of Estravaus. The arms were very rich, bearing lion's murrey in a field or, and the coat armour was the same, but the sword was the best that ever he had seen, except King Lisuarte's and his own, and after having looked at it, he gave it to Grasandor for the battle. On the morrow betimes they heard mass with the king, and armed and kissed his hand, then took horse and rode to the field. The Romans were coming forth, their men sounding trumpets to encourage them, Arquisil among them in green arms, and on a white horse, and he said to his comrades, Remember what we have said, I will perform my promise. They then encountered, and Arquisil met the Knight of the Green Sword. Their lances brake, and Arquisil was driven from the saddle, but he laid hold of the crupper, and being active and of good heart, lightly recovered his seat. The Green Sword Knight passed on, and with the truncheon of his lance smote off the helmet of the first he met, and he would have felled him if he had not himself been attacked by two knights at once, the one of which struck his shield, the other his leg, passing through the lappet of his mail. The spear end gave him a wound which he felt sorely, and which made him rage with more wrath. He laid hand to sword, and smote at one a thwart blow which fell upon the horse's neck, and cut it clean through, so that the beast fell and broke the rider's leg. By this Arquisil came up and smote him of the green sword on the helmet so fiercely that sparks flew from helm and sword, and he made him bend his head. But he soon received his guerdon, for the green sword struck him on the shoulder, and wounded him so sorely that Arquisil thought surely his arm was lost. Then the knight went on among his other enemies, who were now hardly put to by Grasandor and the Bohemians. But Arquisil still followed him, though with less ardour than at first, and fointed him on all parts. He turned and struck him, with no will to wound, esteeming him above all of his party for the courage with which he had singled him out. Arquisil still pressed on him, by this the Romans were slain, or disabled, or had yielded, and the Green Sword Knight, seeing how Arquisil still pursued him, cried out, Will no one deliver me from this knight? Thereat Grasandor and 2 others turned upon him and plucked him from the saddle, for he was weary and weak, and threw him down and would have slain him, but then the Green Sword Knight said, Sirs, I have received most hurt from him, leave me to take amends. And he went up to Arquisil and said, Knight, yield yourself, and do not perish by the hand of one who esteems you. Then he who only expected death right joyfully yielded himself prisoner, and thanked him for his life, and pledged himself upon the green sword to obey his bidding. Then went they all to the king, who joyfully received them, and the Knight of the Green Sword was laid in the king's chamber, and Tafinor would have lodged Arquisil with him to honour him because of his high lineage and great worth, but he said, I beseech you, sir, let me go help my companions who are yet living, and bear away the dead. I am your prisoner, and will come to your command whenever you summon me. The Green Sword Knight embraced him and dismissed him, and he went to his comrades, whom he found in such plight as you may guess, and taking with them the bodies of Garadan and the others who were slain, they went their way. So you will hear nothing more of this knight, till his time comes, and then it shall be told to what his great courage brought him. The Green Sword Knight remained with King Tafinor till his wounds were healed, and then seeing that the war was ended, and thinking that he could better bear the misery of absence from Ariana when he was wandering and enduring difficulty than in repose and enjoyment, he spake to the king, saying, Sir, since your war is ended, and the time when my fortune will not let me rest is come, I must obey the will of that fortune, not my own. I will depart to-morrow, and God grant that there may come a time wherein I may make some return for the great honours and favours which you have vouchsafed me. King Tafinor thereat was sorely troubled. Ah, Knight of the Green Sword, my true friend, take what you will of my kingdom, power as well as possessions, and do not leave me. Sir, replied he, this I always believed, that knowing my good will to serve you, you would honour me accordingly, but I cannot rest till my heart be in that place where its thoughts are always. The king seeing how he spake, and knowing him to be fixed in all his purposes, answered then with a sad countenance, My loyal friend, since it must be so, I beg of you 2 things. The one, that if ever need betide you, you will remember me and this my country. The other, that you will hear mass with me to-morrow, for I would speak with you. He of the green sword then ordered Gandalin to prepare for their departure. That night he did not sleep, even as though he had been overwearied with bodily toil, for trouble and grief of mind so mastered him for his lady's sake. Many tears did he shed that night. At dawn he rose and armed and went to horse, and Gandalin and the dwarf mounted their palfreys, taking the things necessary for their journey. Forthwith he went to the king's chapel, where they heard mass. King Tafinor then bidding all others go forth, said to him, My great friend, I beg of you one boon, which shall neither be to the hindrance of your journey, nor to your dishonour. So sir, I well believe, do you therefore ask according to your virtue, and I grant it. Tell me then, good friend, your name, and whose son you are, and trust me the secret shall be kept by me till you divulge it. The knight remained silent awhile, repenting what he had promised. Sir, if it please you, do not ask this, for it will not profit you. My good friend, doubt not to tell me, I will conceal it like you yourself. He then replied, Since it pleases you, sir, to know, I am that Amadis of Gaul, son to King Perion, of whom you spake before the battle. Ah, happy knight, quoth then King Tafinor, blessed was the hour wherein thou wert begotten, by whom thy parents and kin, and we also, have derived such honour and advantage. You have made me right joyful by telling me this, and I trust in God that it will be for your own good, and the means that I may somewhat discharge the great debts I owe you. Now, though the king spake thus from his own good will, and not because of anything which he could know of that knight's needs, yet was it fulfilled in 2 ways, the one because he made be written all the feats of arms which Amadis had done in those countries, and the other when he was a right good ally to him with his son and his people, when he had great need of help, as you shall hear hereafter. Then he took leave of the king, and being accompanied out of town by Grasandor and Count Galtines, and other good knights for half a league. They then commended him to God, and he set forth to go through the islands of Romania, and prove himself in such adventures as he might there find. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapters 8 and 9 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 8. How King Lisuarte, going to the chase with the Queen and his daughters, came to the mountain where the hermit Nasciano dwelt, and by what strange adventure he met a fair child, who was the son of Amadis and Oriana, and how he took the child, not knowing him. King Lisuarte, to solace himself and his knights, resolved to go hunt in the forest, and take with him the Queen and her daughters, and all her damsels, and he bade the tents be pitched by the fountain of the 7 beech trees, which was a pleasant place. Now you are to know that this was the forest where the hermit Nasciano dwelt, and where he was breeding up Esplandian. There leaving the Queen in her fair tent, the King and his huntsmen went into the thickest part of the mountain, where, because that ground was kept, they had plenty of sport. It so fell out that the King started a stag and followed him down into the valley, and there a strange thing chanced, for he saw a child coming down the opposite hill, a boy of 5 years old, the prettiest that ever he had seen, leading a lioness in a leash, and when he saw the stag he loosed her and hallooed her to the game. Presently the lioness overtook him and slew him and began to suck his blood, and the child came running up, and with him another somewhat older than himself, and they took out their knives and gave the lioness her share. The King stood in the thicket wondering at what he saw, and his horse was frightened at the lioness and would not go towards her. Presently the boy took a horn which hung from his neck and blew it, and 2 spaniels came up, the one tawny and the other black, and they had their fees of the game. This done, they leashed the lioness again and went up the hill. By this the King had fastened his horse to a tree, and called out to the boy to stop, and when he came up and saw how beautiful he was, he marvelled more than before, and he said to him, "God bless thee, my fine boy, and keep thee for his service. Tell me where you are brought up, and whose son you are." "Sir," replied the child, "the holy man Nasciano the hermit breeds me up, and he is my father." The King mused awhile how a man so holy and so old should have so young and so fair a child, and did not believe that it could be so. He then asked him where the hermit's house was. The child showed him a path but little trodden on. "You may go up there, but I must follow that boy who is taking the lioness to the fountain where we have our game." So he went his way, and the King went to horse and followed the path till he came to the hermitage, which was among beech trees and brambles, and he saw no one there. Then he alighted and went in, and he found an old man kneeling and reading prayers in a book. He was in his habit, and his hair was quite grey. When he had finished his prayers he looked round and saw the King, and the King knelt before him and besought his blessing, which the good man gave, and asked him then what he would have. "Good friend," replied Lisuarte, "I have met a fair boy in the mountain hunting with a lioness, who told me that you bred him up, and because he is so beautiful, and this thing so strange, I come to ask you who he is, promising you on the word of a king that no harm shall come from the discovery either to him or you." When the good man heard this, he recollected the King's person, and knelt down and kissed his hand. But the King raised him up, and embraced him, saying, "Friend Nasciano, I am very desirous to know this, do not fear to tell me." The good man led him out of the chapel, and they sat down on a bench in the porch, by where his horse was fastened, and he said, "Sir, I believe you, that you will protect the child as it has pleased God to protect him." He then told him how he had found the child, and of the letters on his breast. "You tell me such wonders," replied Lisuarte, "as I never heard till now.
It must needs be that the lioness found him near this place." "I cannot say," said Nasciano, "nor let us seek to know more of this than pleases God." Then said the king, "I beseech you come and eat with me to morrow at the fountain of the 7 beech trees, where you will find the queen in our company, and bring with you Esplandian and the lioness, and your nephew, to whom I ought to show favour for the sake of Sargil his father, who was a good knight, and served the king my brother well." The king then returned to his pavilion; he reached it 2 hours after noon, and there he found Don Galaor and Norandel, and Guilan the Pensive, who had just arrived with 2 deer, with whom he talked and made merry, but of his own adventure he said nothing. Then bade he the cloths be spread; but Don Grumedan came up and said, "Sir, the queen hath not yet eat, and she requests to speak with you first, for so it behoveth." Immediately he rose and went to her, and she showed him a letter sealed with an emerald, through which threads of gold were passed, and there were letters round about it saying, "This is the seal of Urganda the Unknown." "Sir," quoth she, "as I came along the road a damsel met us, richly attired upon a palfrey, and a dwarf with her upon a good horse. She rode by all my company, and close by my daughter without vouchsafing a word to them, but when I came up she said, 'Queen, take this letter, and read it with the king before you dine,' and then she and the dwarf spurred away so fast that there was no time to ask her anything." The king then opened the letter and read thus: "To the most high and honoured King Lisuarte, I, Urganda the Unknown, who love you, advise you to your benefit, that at the time when the fair boy who has been nursed by 3 nurses shall appear, you love him and cherish him well, for great joy shall he bring to you, and shall deliver you from the greatest danger wherein ever you were placed. He is of high lineage, and know, O king, that from the milk of his first nurse you shall be so strong and fierce of heart that his great feats in arms shall obscure all the worthies of his own time; and from his second nurse you shall be gentle and courteous, and humble and of all good qualities; and from his third nurse prudent and of good understanding, and right catholic, and of fair speech. Therefore he will be beloved by all, and no knight shall equal him. And his great deeds in arms shall all be employed in the service of the most high God, despising that which other knights of these days follow more for the honour and vain glory of this world than for the sake of conscience, so that he shall have God on his right hand and his lady on his left. And I tell thee moreover, good king, that this child shall make peace between thee and Amadis and his lineage, which shall last all thy days, and which none other could do." When he had read this, the king blessed himself and said, "The wisdom of this woman can neither be imagined nor expressed. I have this day found the child of whom she speaks." And with that he told the queen what had happened, and how Nasciano and the boy would be with them on the morrow. Right joyful was Brisena to think she should see that child, and talk with that holy man about her conscience. The king then bade her say nothing of all this, and he returned to his tent to take food. There he told his knights not to go hunt the next day, for he had a letter to read to them from Urganda the Unknown. And he ordered the huntsmen to drive all the beasts into a sheltered valley and keep them there all the day. This did he that they might not be frightened by the lioness. So thus, as you hear, they passed the day regaling themselves in that meadow which was full of flowers and of fresh green grass. On the morrow they all assembled in the king's tent and there heard mass. Lisuarte then took them to the queen's pavilion, which was pitched beside a fountain in a fresh meadow, for it was the month of May. The curtains of the pavilion were open, so that the princesses and dames and damsels of high parentage were all seen seated on the estrados, and there the high born knights went and conversed with them. The king then had the letter of Urganda read, whereat they were all greatly amazed, marvelling what fortunate child it might be, but most of all Oriana mused thereon and sighed for her son, thinking that perhaps this might be he whom she had lost. "What think ye of this letter?" said the king. "Certes, sir," replied Don Galaor, "I doubt not that what she saith will come to pass, as it ever hath done, and how much soever others may rejoice when the child shall appear, with reason shall I above all others be glad, seeing that through him shall be accomplished the thing I most desire, which is to see my brother Amadis and his kinsmen in your love and service once more, as they were heretofore wont to be. Lisuarte answered, all this is in the hand of God, he will do his service and we must be contented. While they were thus communing they beheld the hermit coming and his boys with him. Esplandian came first, leading the lioness in a slender leash and the two spaniels coupled, and behind him was the holy man Nasciano. Then came Esplandian's foster brother Sargil, and two bowmen who had taught Esplandian in the mountain, and they brought upon one beast the stags whom Lisuarte had seen the lioness slay, and on another two roebucks and hares and rabbits whom the boys and they had killed with their arrows. When they in the tents beheld such a company, and that great and terrible lioness, they rose hastily and went to place themselves before the king, but he held out a wand and bade them remain in their places, saying that he who led this lioness would defend them. It may be so, replied Don Galaor, but methinks we should have a weak defender in the huntsman who leads her if she should grow angry. This is a marvellous thing to see. The boys and the archers now stopped to let the good man go forward. Friends, said Lisuarte, this is the holy man Nasciano, who dwells in the mountain. Let us go to him, that he may give us his blessing. They then went and knelt before him, and the king said, Servant of God and happy man, give us your blessing. He raised his hand and replied, Receive it in his name as from a sinner. The king then led him to Brisena, but when the women beheld that fierce lioness looking at them and rolling her eyes round, her red tongue lolling out, and her teeth showing so sharp and strong, they were greatly affrighted. The queen and her daughter and all well welcomed Nasciano, and they were all amazed at the great beauty of the child, who went to the queen, saying, Lady, we have brought you this game. My good boy, said the king, divide it as you like. And this he said to see what he would do. The boy answered, The game is yours, do you dispose of it. Nay, quoth the king, you shall divide it. The boy was abashed, and there came a colour like a rose into his cheek. Sir, said he, take you the stag for yourselves and your companions. He then went to the queen, who was talking with Nasciano, and kneeling down, kissed her hands and gave her the roebucks. Then looking on his right, he thought that none whom he saw appeared more worthy to be honoured than Oriana, his own mother, whom he did not know, and he gave her the partridges and rabbits, saying, Lady, we have slain no other game than this with our arrows. Fair child, replied Oriana, God speed you in your sport and in all else. The king then called him, and Galaor and Norandel took him in their arms and embraced him as if the force of kin were working in them. Lisuarte commanded silence and said to the good man, Father and friend of God, say now before all these what you related to me concerning this child. The good man then related how he had met the lioness with this child in her mouth, carrying him home to her whelps, and how by God's mercy she laid the babe at his feet, and how richly he was clothed, and the lioness had suckled him first, and then a ewe sheep, till he had given him to a nurse, all as the history hath related it. But when Oriana and Mabilia and the Damsel of Denmark heard this, they looked at each other, and their flesh trembled with exceeding joy, for they knew of a truth that this child was the son of Amadis, whom the damsel had lost. But when the hermit told of the letters on his breast, and uncovered his breast that all might see, then were they certain that this was he, and the delight of their hearts was so great that it cannot be expressed, and above all that of Oriana, to behold the child whom she had lost. Then Lisuarte asked the boys of Nasciano that he might have them brought up, to the which the good man assented, seeing that God had made them more for such a life than for the one he could give them, yet was it with great grief of heart that he consented, and knowing the loneliness he should feel in losing them, for he loved Esplandian dearly. When the king had them thus at his disposal, he gave Esplandian to the queen to serve her, and she soon gave him to her daughter Oriana, greatly rejoiced thereat, as she who had brought him forth.
Thus was that child placed under his mother's care, he who had been in the lioness's mouth. These are the wonders of the Most High God, the preserver of us all. Other sons of princes are lapped in silks, and nursed with all blandishments and delicacies, and so carefully that they who tend them must neither sleep nor rest, and yet with little hurt and slight ailing they are taken out of the world. For so God wills, and fathers and mothers must receive his allotments as what is just, and thank him for doing his own will, which cannot err like ours. The queen then confessed to that holy man. Oriana did the same, and told him the secret of her love, and how that child was hers, and by what adventure she had lost him, a thing which till then she had never communicated, and she besought him to remember it in his prayers. Much did the good man marvel to hear of such love in one of so high degree, who was above all others bound to give a good example, and he reproved her sharply, bidding her give over so great an error, else he would not absolve her, and her soul would be in great peril. But she, weeping, told him how when Amadis released her from Arcalaus she had received his pledged word as husband, as it ought to be. Then was the hermit full glad, and he was the means whereby many were delivered from cruel death that awaited them, as shall be seen hereafter. Then he absolved her, and appointed such penance as was convenient. He then took Esplandian to the king, and embraced the boy and wept, saying, Child of God, whom he gave me to bring up, may he guard and protect thee, and make thee a good man for his holy service. Then he kissed him, and gave him his blessing, and delivered him to the king, and taking his leave he returned with the archers and the lioness to his hermitage. Chapter 9. How the Knight of the Green Sword, after he had left King Tafinor of Bohemia to go to the islands of Romania, met a great company with the Lady Grasinda, and how one of her knights called Brandasidel would have made him come before her by force. You have heard how the Green Sword Knight resolved to go through the islands of Romania. There he went, redressing the oppressed, and quelling the proud, and passing through great perils combating knights and giants, and suffering wounds and sickness at times, gaining great renown, yet neither danger nor toil abating the mortal grief which he endured for Oriana's sake. Thus as he wandered, having no rest either of body or mind, he came to a seaport called Sadiana, opposite Greece. The city was fairly situate at the extremity of the land, with gardens and high towers. Now because the day was yet before him, he did not enter the city, but went about beholding it, for it was a goodly place, and he delighted to look at the sea, which he had not seen since he left Gaul, now more than 2 years agone. Presently he saw a great company of knights and dames and damsels going along shore towards the town. Among them was a lady most richly garmented, over whom they carried a rich cloth upon 4 rods, to defend her from the sun. The Knight of the Green Sword, who took little pleasure in beholding company, but rather in going alone, and thinking upon his lady, turned aside that he might not meet them. Presently there came a knight towards him upon a strong horse, well armed, and shaking a lance as if he would have broken it. He was strong of body and large limbed, and a good horseman, and with him came a damsel of that company in rich attire. When he of the green sword saw that they made towards him, he stopped. The damsel came up and said, Sir, the lady my mistress commands you to come before her at her pleasure, and this she tells you for your profit. He, though the damsel spake German, understood her well, for it was always his custom to learn the language of the countries which he passed through. Damsel, he replied, may God grant honour to your lady and you, but tell me what yonder knight would have. That matters not, she answered, do what I tell you. That shall I not till you reply. I must then answer against my will. When my lady saw you and the dwarf with you, she thought you might be the strange knight who has gone through this country, doing such wonders in arms as had never till now been witnessed. She therefore wished to honour you, and to disclose to you a secret which hath hitherto been known to none. When yonder knight understood her pleasure, he said he would make you come to her command whether you would or no, which he can well do, being the mightiest man in arms of all this land. I therefore counsel you to leave him alone and come with me. Damsel, quoth he,
I am ashamed not to obey the command of your lady, but I choose that you should see whether he can do as he hath said. She replied, I am sorry at this, for your courtesy hath much pleased me. Then she departed, and he of the green sword rode on as before. With that the other knight cried out in a loud voice, You, sir, good for nothing, who will not go with the damsel, alight directly, and with your shield reversed, get up the wrong way upon your horse, and take the tail for a bridle, and present yourself in that manner before yonder lady, unless you choose to lose your head. Take your choice. Certes, knight, replied he, it is not my intention to choose either of these things. I rather choose you should have the one. Quoth he, I shall make thee. And with that he spurred his horse, thinking at the first encounter to bear him from the saddle, as he had done many others, for he was the best jouster far or near. The knight of the dwarf had taken his arms, and now went towards him, being well covered with his shield. That joust was decided at the first meeting, for the lances brake, and the threatening knight was borne to the ground. He of the green sword had his shield and mail pierced, and the lance iron wounded his throat, so that he felt he should suffer much therefrom. He turned upon Brandasidel, for so was that knight called, and seeing that he lay like one dead, bade Gandalin take off his helmet and see if he was slain. He did accordingly, and then the knight breathed and attempted to recover, but he could not. But then that other placed the point of the green sword at his face. You, sir knight, who threaten and despise those whom you do not know, shall now either lose your head or pass through your own law. He recovered his senses better with the fear of death, and hung down his head. Will you not speak? I shall off with thy head. Then he cried, Ah, knight, mercy! I will rather obey you than die in such a state as to lose my soul. Be it done then forthwith. Brandasidel then called his squires, and they placed him backward upon his horse, and reversed his shield round his neck, and put the tail in his hand for a bridle, and in this plight they led him before that fair lady, and through the town that all might see him, and that he might be an example to those who insult and despise those whom they do not know. Greatly did that lady and her company and all the townsmen marvel at his overthrow, and the more therefore they praised his conqueror, believing now the wonders which they had heard spoken of him. This being done, the green sword knight went to the damsel who had witnessed all, and said, Now, lady damsel, if it pleases you, I will obey your mistress. It does please me, quoth she, and so will it please my lady Grasinda. So they went together, and when he beheld that lady, he thought that since he had left his sister Melicia he had seen none so fair, and she thought him the comeliest knight that ever she had beheld. Sir, quoth she, I have heard of your great prowess, for by your dwarf and your green sword I perceive that you are he who served King Tafinor of Bohemia so well, and who have since achieved such wonders in arms. Now I see you are wounded, and beseech you to be my guest here in this very town that you may be healed. You will not in all this province be so well lodged elsewhere. Lady, quoth he, seeing your goodwill I would obey you in a thing of toil and danger, how much more in this which is to me so necessary. They then went toward the town. An old knight who led her bridle gave it to him of the green sword to lead, and he rode forward to prepare the stranger's lodging, for he was that lady's steward. When they entered the gates, the doors and windows were all filled with people, all crowding to see this lady, who was greatly beloved, and this knight of whom they had heard so much. They thought him the handsomest and best made whom they had ever seen, and deemed that he had performed never greater exploit than in discomfiting Brandasidel, so much had he been feared. Thus they arrived at the palace, and there was he lodged in a rich chamber, such as became the dwelling of such a lady, and was disarmed, and his hands and face washed from the dust, and they gave him a rose-coloured mantle. When Grasinda saw him thus attired, she thought him more beautiful than she had believed mortal man could be, and she sent for a master to heal his wounds, the best and skilfullest in all those parts. He looked at the wound in his throat and said, Knight, you are hurt in a dangerous part, and you must rest, otherwise you will be in great pain and danger. The knight answered, Master, I beseech you by the faith you owe to God and to this your lady, that, as soon as I am in a state to ride, you let me know it, for it doth not befit me to rest or be at ease till it shall please God to bring me there where my heart desires to be. And when he said this he could not restrain his tears, whereat he was ashamed, and wiped them hastily away, and made semblance of mirth. The master then dressed his wound and gave him food such as was fitting. Then said Grasinda, "Rest now, sir, and sleep, and we will go to our meal. We will see you when it is time, and do you bid your squire ask freely for whatever is wanted." With that they left him, and he remained thinking of Oriana, for in that thought was all his pleasure and delight, though mingled with such pain. But when Grasinda had eaten and retired to her chamber, and was in her bed, she thought upon the beauty of the Green Sword Knight, and of the great feats which he had performed in arms, and though she was of such high degree, being niece to King Tafinor of Bohemia, and widow of a great knight, with whom she had lived only 1 year, having no issue, and though she believed him to be only an errant knight, she resolved to have him for her husband. But while she was devising how this might be brought about, she recollected how she had seen him weep, and thought that that could only have been because of some woman whom he loved and could not obtain. This made her pause, and resolve to learn more concerning him. So hearing he was awake, she went with the ladies to visit him, as well to show him honour as for the great pleasure she took in beholding him, and talking with him, nor had he less, though for a very different cause. Thus she continued to be in his company, devising for him every pleasure that could be, till one day, being unable to endure this longer, she took Gandalin aside and said, "Good squire, whom God bless and make happy, tell me one thing if you know it, and I promise you it shall never be by me discovered. Do you know any woman whom your master dearly and affectionately loves?" "Lady," replied Gandalin, "I and this dwarf have lived with him but a short time, serving him for the great renown which we had heard of his great feats, and he told us never to enquire his name, nor anything concerning him, unless we chose directly to be dismissed. But since we have been with him, we have seen enough to be assured that he is the best knight in the world. I know nothing more." The dame then hung down her head and mused greatly. Gandalin beheld her, and suspecting that she loved his master, wished to relieve her from a wish which never could be gratified, and he said to her, "Lady, I often see him weep, and that so bitterly that it can only be for extreme love, for that is an evil which neither strength nor courage can overcome." "As God shall save me," she replied, "I believe you, and thank you for what you have told me. Go to him now, and God help him in his wishes." She then went to her woman, resolving no longer to encourage those thoughts, for seeing how steadfast he was in his words and actions, she believed he was not one who would be changed. Thus as you hear was he of the green sword attended in the house of that great lady the fair and rich Grasinda, as though she had known him, instead of a poor errant knight, as he seemed to be, son of a great king, as in truth he was. Now when he felt himself able to bear arms, he ordered Gandalin to prepare for their departure, and he answered that all was ready. But while they were speaking, Grasinda with 4 damsels entered the apartment. He rose and led her to an estrado, which was covered with a cloth of silk and gold, and said to her, "My lady, I am now in a state to travel. If any service of mine can afford you pleasure, willingly will I put it in action, for the great honour which I have received at your hands." "Certes, Sir Knight of the Green Sword, I believe what you say, and when I ask a return for the pleasure and service you have received here, if any it have been, then will I without hesitation or shame disclose to you that which hath hitherto been known to none. Meantime tell me, I pray you, whitherward you design to go." "Toward Greece, if it please God, to see the manner of life among the Greeks and their emperor, of whom I have heard good things." "Then I must help you in your voyage. I will give you a ship manned with good mariners to be at your command, and victualled for a year, and I will give you Master Helisabad, who cured your wounds, for such another in his art cannot be found far or near, on condition that if you be at your own disposal you will be in this town with me within a year." The knight was right glad of this good offer. "My lady," quoth he, "if I cannot serve you for all these favours, I shall hold myself the unhappiest knight in the world.
and so in like manner if I should know that you hesitate or shame to ask what you desire. Sir, she replied, when God shall bring you back from this voyage, I will demand that which my heart hath long desired, and which will be to the advancement of your honour, albeit with some peril. Be it so, and I trust in your wisdom that you will ask nothing which you may not rightfully perform. Do you then rest 5 days, said she, while everything is prepared. At the end of that time the ship was ready, and the knight embarked with Master Helisabad, in whom next to God he trusted for his safety. So they set sail, not straight to Constantinople, but to those islands of Romania which he had not visited, and to the islands of Greece, and there for a long time did that knight prove himself in abating the insolence of the haughty, and against many knights who came to try themselves against him, but he still won the victory and the praise from all, and Master Helisabad always healed his wounds. But at length the mariners were weary of sailing thus from one island to another, and complained to Master Helisabad of their great fatigue, and he repeated it to the knight, who bade them then steer directly for Constantinople, for by the time he had been to that city and could sail from it, the year would be expired. We told you in the second book how El Patin went to prove himself against the knights of Great Britain, and how, reckless of his former love to Queen Sardamira of Sardinia, he asked Oriana of her father in marriage, and how falling in with Amadis he was by him sorely wounded in the head. That wound brought him oftentimes to the point of death, so that he returned forthwith to Rome, where he was soon chosen emperor by reason of his brother's death. But then thinking that he might more easily obtain Oriana, of whose love he nothing doubted, he determined again to ask her of King Lisuarte, and for this purpose to despatch his cousin Salustanquidio, Prince of Calabria, a famous knight in arms, and with him Broncadel of the Rock, his high steward, and the Archbishop of Talancia, and a company of 300 men, and the fair Queen Sardamira, with dames and damsels in her train, to bring home Oriana. So they prepared to fulfil the Emperor's pleasure, as you shall hear hereafter. End of Book 3, Chapter 9.
Book 3, Chapter 10 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 10. How the noble knight of the green sword, going to Constantinople, was driven upon the island of the devil, where he found a fierce monster called Andriago. The green sword knight sailed with his company toward Constantinople, as you have heard, but suddenly the wind changed, and the sea became so high that neither the strength of the ship nor the skill of the mariners could withstand it, and they were all in great peril of death. 8 days they drove about not knowing whither they went, the rain falling so heavy and the wind so violent, and the heaven so dark, that they, drenched in water and unable to rest, despaired of their lives. At length the vessel was driven ashore. It was night, and they were all greatly comforted as men who had escaped from death to life. But when morning brake, the mariners saw that they were upon the Devil's Island, and began to beat their faces and lament that they were fallen into a worse danger than they had escaped. And they came to the Knight of the Green Sword in this guise without telling him more. He inquired wherefore they were so terrified. O knight, said they, we have not power to tell you, the cause is so great. Let Master Helisabad speak, he knows why this is called the Devil's Island. The knight then encouraged the master, who was in no less fear than they, and he at length, shaking all over and faltering in his speech, in great seriousness and fear, said, You must know, sir knight, that a giant called Guido was lord of this island, and he was so mighty that he made all the neighbouring giants tributary. Now he had to wife a giantess who was gentle and well disposed, who when her husband was slaying and destroying the Christians, always as far as she could took pity and relieved them. By this dame Banda Guido had one daughter, so adorned by nature that in all the world there could not be found one of her rank and blood to equal her in beauty. But as great beauty is soon joined with vanity, and vanity with sin, this damsel seeing herself so worthy to be loved, and that none for fear of her father durst pretend to her, at last as a remedy took to loving her own father with a most foul and shameful love, so that often when the wife had risen from her husband's side, the daughter would lay down by him, sporting with him, and clipping and kissing him, which he at first received as caresses of a daughter, but at length by long continuance of this, and her great beauty, and the want of all conscience and virtue in him, she accomplished her wicked will. From this great and abominable sin a worse arose, as often happens when men seek to remedy one sin by committing another, not knowing that the physic for sin is repentance, which obtains pardon from the most high Lord, who for such sins placed himself upon the cross, whereon he died as very man, and afterwards rose again as very God. For this unhappy giant and his daughter being thus mutually enamoured, he was told by the false idols whom he worshipped, that if he married her, the fiercest and strongest thing in the world should be by them begotten. Wherefore that unhappy daughter determined to bring this to pass, and one day when her mother, who loved her better than herself, was walking in the garden, this daughter called to her, saying that she saw something odd in the well, and bade her look, and as she was looking, violently pushed her in so that she was drowned. Then she cried out that her mother had fallen into the well, whereupon the giant himself, who knew how it had been done, and all the men of the place gathered round, and they seeing their lady dead, whom they loved so well, began to make great sorrow. But the giant said, make no lamentation, for so the gods have willed, and I will take one to wife from whom such a one shall be born as will give us the mastery over all our enemies. So they were all silent for fear, and he that day publicly took his daughter Banda Guida to wife, upon whom in that unhappy night a creature was begotten by the devil's ordinance, whom she and her husband father brought up as you shall hear. This creature's face was all hairy, and its body covered with scales, one lying over the other so hard that no weapon can pierce them, its legs and feet thick and strong, and from its shoulders there grew two wings so large that they cover it down to the feet, not of feathers but of a shaggy leather, black as pitch and shining, and so hard that they resist all arms, and with these wings the monster covers itself as with a shield, and from under them come its arms which are as strong as lions' paws, all covered with smaller scales, and its hands are like eagles' claws, and their 5 talons so sharp and strong that there is nothing in the world so hard that they cannot pierce and tear it piecemeal. In each jaw it has 2 long teeth that grow out a cubit long, its eyes are round and huge and red like fire, so that at night they can be seen far away, and all fly before it. It bounds and runs so fast that no game, how fleet soever, can escape. It seldom eats or drinks, and sometimes goes without food, feeling no pain of hunger. All its delight is to kill men and living animals. When it finds any lion or bear who resists it, then it grows furious and sends a smoke like flames of fire from its nostrils, and roars so horribly that all living things fly from it as from death, and its stench is rank poison. And when it ruffles its scales and gnashes its teeth and shakes its wings, it is as if the earth shook. They call it Endriago, said Master Helisabad, and it is such as I have described. Moreover, because of the sin of the giant and his daughter, the wicked enemy entered it, and hath greatly increased its force and cruelty. Much was the green sword knight astonished at this tale. Master, quoth he, how could a thing so monstrous be born of body of woman? I will tell you, he replied, as I found it written in a book which the Emperor of Constantinople hath, for this island was his till he lost it, not being able to destroy this devil. You are to know that Banda Guida, finding herself pregnant, told the giant, who greatly rejoiced thereat, believing that what his gods had told him would assuredly come to pass, and he said that 3 or 4 nurses would be necessary for the child, as it was to be the strongest creature in the world, but as this unborn creature was the work of the devil, it oftentimes made the mother fall sick, and her face and eyes became yellow like poison, but she bore it all as good signs, believing also that the boy was to be the mightiest in the world, and if he should prove so she would then devise how to murder the father and marry him in his stead. When her time came she brought forth with little travail, for evil things always go on pleasantly till the end. The nurses took the babe, and seeing a thing so monstrous, were fearfully dismayed. However, fearing the giant's anger, they took and swathed it in the rich clothes which had been prepared, and one of them having more hardiness than the other offered it the teat, which it caught and sucked so furiously that the woman screamed out, and when they took the child away, fell down dead with the force of the poison. This was presently told to the giant, who then looking at his child marvelled to behold so monstrous a creature, and went to the temple to ask his gods why they had given him such issue. These idols were 3 in number, the one like a man, the other as a lion, the third after the manner of a griffin. So when he had made his sacrifices, he asked why they had sent him such a child, and the man idol answered, so it behooved the child to be, that as its actions were to be strange and marvellous, so should itself be, especially for destroying the Christians who seek to destroy us, and for this I gave it my likeness, in giving it a free will like man, which the beasts possess not. The other idol answered, I gifted it with a strength and courage such as we lions possess, and the third said, I gave it wings and talons, such as no other creature in the world hath, and fleetness beyond all others. How shall I feed it? Said the giant, seeing that the nurse who suckled it fell down dead. They answered, make the other 2 nurses give it the teat, and they will die also, but the 4th shall suckle it with milk of your flocks for a year, and in that time it shall wax as great and as fair as we ourselves are who have made it be begotten. But take heed that neither thou nor thy wife, nor any other except the nurse, see it during that year. The giant accordingly did as these idols commanded, and in this wise was the monstrous beast brought up. When the year was past, the giant, who understood from the nurse that it was grown monstrous great, and who heard its strong and terrible voice, resolved with his daughter, who was his wife, to go see it. So they entered the chamber where it was bounding about, but the monster, as soon as it beheld its mother, leaped at her and with its claws cut her nostrils open, and tore out her eyes, so that she dropped down dead. The giant drew his sword to slay it, but it gave him such a wound on the leg as tore it off, and he fell and died speedily. Then it leapt over him, and having poisoned all the people in the castle with its breath, took to wing and fled among the mountains. It was not long before the island was dispeopled, they who could flying by sea, and the rest being by it slain, and thus hath it remained for 40 years. Great things hast thou told me, master, quoth the Knight of the Green Sword, and the Lord our God is of long suffering with those who offend him, but if they do not amend at last, the judgment waxeth heavier than the sin. Now I beseech you say mass betimes, for I will go see this island, and if it please God to assist me, restore it to his service. The remaining part of the night the mariners passed in great fear, as well of the sea which was still raging as of the Endriago, thinking that it would come upon them from a castle hard at hand, where it sometimes lodged. At morning the master sung mass, and the knight having humbly heard it, besought God to help him in this great danger which he undertook for his sake, or if it was his pleasure that he should then meet his death, to have mercy upon his soul. Then he armed himself and made his horse be landed, and took Gandalin with him, saying to the sailors, Friends, I will go into yonder castle, and if I find the Endriago there I will fight it, and if not will see if the castle be in such state that you can lodge in it till the weather be abated, and I will then seek this beast among the mountains. If I escape from it I will return to you, if I do not come back, do ye as ye shall think best. At this were they all sorely dismayed, for they, even where they were, could not endure the fear of the Endriago, and Master Helisabad, who was a man of learning and a priest of the mass, dissuaded him all he could, saying that such things were against the nature of man, and that he ought to give up the thought, lest he should fall into the guilt of self-murder. But the Knight of the Green Sword replied, that if he entertained any thought like that, he must have given up the quest of adventures altogether. It became him to kill this monster, or die in the enterprise. Then he saw that Gandalin, while he was thus talking, had armed himself to assist him, and was on horseback lamenting greatly, and he said to him, Who has told thee to do this thing? Disarm thyself, for if thou dost thus to serve and help me, that is not to be done by losing thy own life, but by preserving it, that thou mayest relate the manner of my death in that place from whence chiefly I receive it. So making him disarm he went with him to the castle. He found the castle desolate, none but birds having their home therein, but there were good dwellings there, albeit somewhat ruinous, and the doors had chains and bars, wherewith the men might secure themselves. At this being full glad he bade Gandalin call them, and they, though in great fear of the Endriago, went into the castle, for the storm still continued. Good friends, then said the knight, I shall go seek the Endriago. If it falls out well, Gandalin shall wind his horn, and then be ye assured that the beast is dead and I living. If the chance be against me, there will be no need to make any sign. Do ye therefore bring food from the galley to last ye till the storm abates, and secure yourselves here. Then the Knight of the Green Sword departed, leaving them all lamenting, but the lamentations and bitter grief of Ardian the dwarf cannot be expressed. He tore his hair and beat his face, and dashed his head against the wall, calling himself wretched, that his fortune had made him serve such a master, for he had been 1,000 times brought to the point of death in beholding his feats, and now he was about to attempt what the Emperor of Constantinople with all his power could not effect. So he went up upon the walls like one out of his senses, and looked after his master. Master Helisabad made an altar be erected and placed the relics there which he had brought to enable him to say mass, and made all the men take each a wax taper in his hand, and kneel round the altar, and pray to God to preserve that knight, who for his service and their sakes knowingly exposed himself to death. But the Green Sword Knight rode on, and Gandalin followed him weeping, for sure he thought that his master's days would this day have their end. The knight turned to him, My good brother, hast thou so little faith in God and in the sight of my Lady Oriana, that thou despairest thus? Not only is her recollection present to me now, but her very person, and I see her beholding me and telling me to defend her from this foul monster. What then, my true friend, ought I to do? For her life and death are mine, and the bare memory of her has made me go through all that I have yet performed. How then will this actual vision enable me? And with these thoughts his courage was so kindled that he thought he was long in finding the Endriago. By this he came to a valley in the mountain, a wild and craggy and deep place. Shout, Gandalin! said he, that the Endriago may hear thee, and if I should die here I pray thee endeavour to carry to my Lady Oriana that which is entirely her own, my heart, and tell her I sent it to her that I might not have to give account to God for retaining that which was another's. When Gandalin heard this he not only called out aloud, but began to shriek and tear his hair, hoping to die himself before he saw the death of his master, whom he loved so dearly. And it was not long before they saw the Endriago come bounding over the rocks, but fiercer and more terrible than ever, and the reason was, that the devils seeing how this knight put more trust in his mistress Oriana than in God, had power thereby to enter it, and make it more terrible than before, thinking that if that knight perished there would be none other so bold as to attack this monster. The Endriago came on breathing smoke and flames of fire in its fury, and gnashing its teeth and foaming, and ruffling its scales and clapping its wings, that it was horrible to see, and when the knight saw it and heard its dreadful voice he thought all that had been told him was nothing to what the truth was, and the monster bounded towards them more eagerly, because it was long since it had seen living man. But the horses took fright at seeing it and ran away, in spite of all the knight and Gandalin could do. So the knight dismounted and said, Brother, keep you aloof, that we may not both perish, and see what success God will give me against this dreadful devil, and pray to him to help me that I may restore this island to his service, or if I am to die here, to have mercy upon my soul. For the rest, do as I have said before. But Gandalin could not answer for exceeding agony, for assuredly he thought his master's death was certain, unless it pleased God miraculously to deliver him. The green sword knight then took his lance and covered himself with his shield, and went against the Endriago as a man already dead, but without fear. The devil seeing him come on snorted out fire and smoke so black and thick that they could scarcely see one another, and he of the green sword went on through the smoke and drove at the monster with his lance, and by great good fortune pierced it in the eye. It caught the lance with its talons and bit it into pieces, and the iron and a fragment of the stave remained driven on through its tongue and the skin of the throat, for it had sprung on upon it thinking to seize the knight, but he defended himself with good heart, seeing his exceeding peril, and the shock of this wound repelled the monster, and the blood ran fast, and with the shrieks it gave it ran down its throat, and almost choked it, so that it could neither close its mouth nor bite with it. The knight then drew his green sword and struck at it, but the blow fell upon its scales, and felt as though it had fallen upon a rock, and it made no impression. The Endriago thought then to grasp him, but only caught his shield, which it plucked so fiercely that he fell upon his hands, but he recovered while with its talons the monster rent the shield to pieces. He then seeing that his shield was gone, and that his good sword availed him nothing, knew that he had no hope unless he could strike the other eye. Now the Endriago was faint and weak with its wound, and our Lord having wrath that the wicked one had so long had the dominion over those who, sinners as they were, believed his holy Catholic faith, was pleased to give the knight strength and especial grace to perform what else could not by course of nature have been done. He aimed the sword at the other eye, but God guided it to one of the nostrils, for they were large and spreading, and so hard he thrust that it reached the brain, the Endriago itself forcing it on, for seeing him so near it grappled with him and plucked him towards itself, and with its dreadful talon rent away the arms from his back, and crushed the flesh and bones to the very entrails, but then being suffocated with its own blood, and the sword being in its brain, and above all the sentence of God being passed upon it, its grasp relaxed, and it fell like one dead, and the knight plucked out his sword, and thrust it down its throat till he killed the monster. But before its soul departed, the devil flew from its mouth, and went through the air with a great thunderclap, and they of the castle heard it as if close to them, and though barred and bolted in as they were, they feared greatly for their lives, and if the sea had not been so stormy they would have run to their ships, howbeit they prayed earnestly to God for the good knight who was engaged in so terrible a battle. Now he, when the Endriago was dead, drew back and went toward Gandalin, but he could not bear his wound longer, and reeled and fell beside a little brook. When Gandalin came up and saw how he was wounded, he verily believed him slain, and fell from his horse and began to tear his hair and shriek. The knight at this somewhat recovered and said, Good brother and my true friend, you see I am slain. I beseech you, by the fostering I received from your parents, and by the true love which I have ever borne you, that as soon as I be dead, you take my heart to my Lady Oriana, and tell her to preserve it for his sake whose it was, for in so doing my soul will receive comfort. This was all he could say. Gandalin did not stay to answer, but went to horse and galloped as fast as he could, and coming on the hilltop he wound his horn as loud as he could wind it, in token that the Endriago was dead. That sound Ardian the dwarf, who was on the tower, heard, and he cried out to Master Helisabad to go help his master, for the monster was slain. He took what was needful and mounted and galloped that way, where presently he met Gandalin, who cried, For God's sake help my master, the Endriago is dead. Right joyfully did he spur onward, not knowing in what plight the knight was, whom he found senseless and giving pitiful groans. How now, sir knight, quoth he, where is your great courage gone now when you so need it? Fear not, for here am I your good friend and true servant Master Helisabad to help you. The knight heard him and opened his eyes and raised his arm as if to embrace him. Then the master took off his cloak and spread it on the ground, and he and Gandalin laid the knight upon it and disarmed him. But when the master saw the wound, though he was the best in the world for such needs, and had seen so many cruel wounds before, he was dismayed and feared for his life. However, he resolved to do his best as one who loved him as the best knight in the world, and looking more closely he found that the flesh and bones had suffered only, but that the entrails were unhurt. At this he had greater hope, and he set the bones and ribs and sewed up the flesh, and placed such salves, and bandaged the whole body so well that the blood was stanched, and the breath did not come through the wound, so that the knight recovered strength to speak, and opening his eyes said, O Lord God Almighty, who for thy great mercy didst come into the world and take flesh of the Virgin Mary, and to open the gates of paradise which were shut, didst suffer so many injuries and death at last from that cursed and unhappy race, I beseech thee, Lord, as one of the vilest of sinners, to have mercy upon my soul, for my body is condemned to the earth. Sir knight, quoth the master, it pleases me to hear you, for remedy must come from him of whom you ask it in the first place, and in the second from me who am his servant. Fear not, for on my life I will answer for yours. Then he took a sponge that was steeped in a confection good against the poison, and placed it at his nostrils, whereby he greatly recovered, and Gandalin knelt down and kissed the master's hand, beseeching him to save his lord. He then bade Gandalin ride in speed to the castle, and bring men and a litter to convey the knight there before the nightfall. Away rode Gandalin, and they made a litter the best they could with boughs, and carried the green sword knight thereon upon their shoulders to the castle, and made for him a bed as well as they could, with the rich linen which Grasinda had sent abroad, but he was senseless and knew not what they did, and groaned all night with the torment of his wounds, and had no power to speak. The master had his own bed placed by him to comfort him, and from time to time applied such excellent and fitting medicines to draw out the poison of the Endriago, that by daybreak he brought him to a sweet sleep. Such good things did he administer, and he ordered all the men to withdraw, that no noise might be made to awaken him. After a long sleep the knight started and cried out aloud, Gandalin, Gandalin, take care of thyself, or that foul devil will slay thee. The master went immediately to him smiling, and with a better face than heart, for he still feared for his life. If you took care of yourself as he does, sir, quoth he, your renown would not have spread so over the world. But then he knew the master, and said, Where are we? For he was yet beside himself. That day the master displayed his skill so well, as being naturally the best leech in the world, that by vespers the knight was in his full senses, and knew all around him, and the master then saw by the appearance of the wounds, that through his great cunning, and above all by the great mercy of God, his life was safe. When the men heard this they gave thanks to God with exceeding joy, but above all was the joy of Gandalin and the dwarf, who loved him from their inmost hearts. They then all came round Gandalin, beseeching him to tell of the battle, how it had passed, that they might be able to relate the manner of so rare a feat of chivalry. This Gandalin said he would willingly do, on condition that the master would first administer an oath to him upon the holy Gospels, that they might believe the truth of what he should say, and faithfully commit it to writing, that the remembrance of so signal an achievement might not be lost. Master Helisabad then administered the oath that the thing might be certainly believed, and Gandalin recounted all the circumstances of the battle. When he had finished they said they would all go and see the Endriago, for when they removed the knight they had not thought of looking for it in the thicket where it had fallen. So the master gave them all certain confections good against the poison, but when they saw the monster they were more than ever astonished, and could scarcely believe that heart of mortal man could have courage to attack such a devil's work. 20 days the knight remained in that castle, not being able to leave his bed. At length Master Helisabad, thinking him enough recovered to be removed on board, asked him whither he would go, for some things were necessary for his full recovery which could not there be procured. O my true friend, said the knight, what guerdon can I make you for the great service you have done me, being only a poor knight with nothing but a horse and these broken arms? Sir, replied the master, I expect greater guerdon from you than king or great lord could give me, the succour that so many distressed ones will receive from you, whereof I under God shall have been the cause. The knight was abashed to hear himself thus praised. Since the weather is changed, said he, let us proceed to Constantinople. Great desire have I to see that great emperor, that if it please God that I should ever return there where my heart desires, I may have strange things to relate, such as can only be seen in such places. End of chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 11. How the Knight of the Green Sword wrote to the Emperor of Constantinople, to whom the island belonged, telling him that he had slain the monster, and also of what things he was in need, the which the emperor diligently procured for him, and repaid him with much honour and love for the service he had done him in recovering that island which had been so long time lost. Then said Master Helisabad, Sir, you should write to the emperor and tell him what hath befallen, and we must send to Constantinople for some things needful for you on the way. Master, replied the knight, I have never seen him and know him not. Do you now what seemeth good. So Master Helisabad wrote to the emperor relating all what had happened, and requesting on the part of the knight who had recovered the island for him from the power of that devil, that he would be pleased to call it henceforth the Island of St. Mary. This letter he gave to a squire who was his kinsman, and he forthwith embarked, taking with him as many mariners as were needful, and the time being fair, in 3 days they took port at Constantinople. The squire went straightways to the palace of the emperor, whom he found attended by many good men, as befitted one so great, and falling on his knees before him, he said, Your servant Master Helisabad sends to kiss your feet, and to deliver to you this letter, whereby you will receive great pleasure. When the emperor had read the letter he was greatly astonished, and cried out aloud, Knights, such strange tidings are come to me as till now I never heard spoken of. Then drew near to him his nephew Gastiles, son to the Duchess of Gahaste his sister, who was a good knight and young, and Count Saluder, brother to the fair Grasinda, and the other knights. Sirs, quoth the emperor, the Knight of the Green Sword hath slain the Endriago, and if all the world does not marvel at this, what shall surprise us? Then he showed them the letter, and made the squire relate everything more fully as one who had been present. Certes, sir, said Gastiles, this is a great miracle, for I never yet heard tell of mortal man who fought the devil, except the saints with their spiritual arms, who with their sanctity might well do it. Since such a man is come into your country, it would be against reason not to do him great honour. Nephew, you say well, replied the emperor. Do you and Count Saluder prepare vessels and go bring him here, and take with you masters who may paint the Endriago to the life, for I will have it cast in metal, and the knight who fought it, both of their natural size, and I will have these images set up upon the spot where the battle was fought, and the whole manner of it written upon a table of copper, and the name of the knight. And I will build a monastery there for religious friars, who shall bring that island again to the service of God, for the people round about have been greatly hurt by the cursed sight of that wicked one. Right glad were all they to hear the emperor speak so honourably, and above all Gastiles and the Marquis, because they should see the Endriago. So they took shipping and passed over to the island of St. Mary, as it was now to be called. The Green Sword Knight, hearing who were come, adorned his apartment the best he could to receive them, and, for he was now able to walk a little in his chamber, went as far as he could to bid them welcome, and made them be seated on the estrados which he had prepared for them. And when he learnt how Gastiles was brother to Grasinda, he thanked him for all the favours he had received from his sister, and above all for the help of Master Helisabad, without whom he must needs have perished. So when they had delivered their bidding, they said they would go to see the Endriago. Sirs, said the master, ye must take with ye some defence against its poison. Good friend, they replied, in that you must help us. That shall I do, quoth he, and he gave them certain small boxes to smell to while they looked at it. Gandalin went with them to show the place, but when they saw the Endriago they were more than ever amazed, not thinking that there had been such a monster either on earth or in hell. And Gastiles said, we ought not to praise the courage that dared attack such a monster, for it is so great that it is not to be attributed to man, but to God alone. The masters then painted the Endriago to the life, for they were singular in their art. 3 days they remained, seeing that island, which was a fair land. On the 4th day they all embarked, and in short time havened at Constantinople under the emperor's palace. The windows were soon filled, all being eager to see the Knight of the Green Sword, and the emperor sent horses to the shore for them. At this time had the knight greatly recovered his beauty as well as strength, He was right richly apparelled in garments which the King of Bohemia had given him, and round his neck was hanging that strange and beautiful green sword, which he had won by his true and perfect love, which, when he beheld it, made him remember the time when he had gained it, and the happiness in which he then was at Miraflores, and made him oftentimes shed tears that were painful as well as delightful. The emperor and his train went out to meet them, then would the knight have alighted to kiss his hand, but the emperor prevented that, and went to him and embraced him and said, By my faith, Knight of the Green Sword, and my good friend, although God hath made me so great, and though I am of the lineage of those who have held such dominion, more do you deserve glory than me, for you have gained it by such perils as never other went through, and I possess that which came to me sleeping and without desert. The knight replied, Things that are bounded, sir, may be requited, but so cannot this praise which it hath pleased you in your great goodness to bestow. Thus communing they turned to the palace, he of the green sword beholding that great city as he went, and the strange and marvellous things therein, and the crowds who came to see him, and humbly in his heart he gave thanks to God for guiding him to such a place where he received so great honour from the greatest of all the Christians. All that he had seen elsewhere appeared nothing in comparison to what he beheld here, but much more did he marvel when he entered the great palace, for it seemed as if all the riches of the world were collected there. There was an apartment there wherein the emperor was accustomed to lodge such great lords as came to visit him, the fairest and most delightful in the world, not only for the rich things therein, but also for fountains of water, and strange trees, and there he bade the knight remain, and Master Helisabad with him, and Gastiles and the Marquis Saluder to bear him company. But if he marvelled at seeing the greatness of that city and the number of its dwellers, much more did they wonder to behold how comely he was, knowing what he had achieved, and never was king or knight of foreign lands so commended. The emperor went to the empress and said, The Knight of the Green Sword is arrived, of whom we have heard such wonders, and for the service which he hath done us, reason it is that we should do him great honour. Now then, order that your house may be so set in order, that wheresoever he go he may truly speak in my praise, and let him see your dames and damsels, all so adorned as becomes those who serve so high a lady. In God's name, she replied, all shall be done as you command. On the morrow the knight and Master Helisabad and the Marquis and Gastiles heard mass in the emperor's chapel, and then all went to visit the empress, but before they came to her they found the dames and damsels all in their best attire, who made way for them to pass. That house was so rich and sumptuously filled, that except the forbidden chamber in the Firm Island, the knight had never seen other such. His eyes were even wearied with beholding so many women and so fair, and the marvellous things around. So going to the empress, who was on her estrado, he knelt before her and said, Lady, I bless God for bringing me where I may see you and your great state, and how far you are above all other ladies in the world, and I thank you much for desiring to see me. May it please God that I may one day do you some service in requital for the favour. If I err, lady, in expressing what my will and my tongue would say, pardon me, for this language is strange to me, and I have not long learnt it from Master Helisabad. The empress then took him by the hand, and made him rise and sit by her, and she conversed with him upon such subjects as so great a lady ought to converse upon with a strange knight whom she did not know, and he so demeaned himself in his speech, that the empress, who was a right prudent woman, said within herself, his courage and strength cannot be so great but that his discretion is greater. Meanwhile the emperor was upon his seat talking and laughing with the dames and damsels, as one who was greatly beloved by them, for showing them great favours and bestowing them well in marriage. Then he said in a loud voice, Honoured dames and damsels, ye see here the Knight of the Green Sword, your loyal servant. Honour him and love him, as he hath you, and all like you, in whose service he hath many times been brought to the point of death. God honour and love and requite him, sir, quoth the Duchess, the mother of Gastiles. The emperor then sent 2 infantas, children of Barandel, king of Hungary, to bring his daughter Leonorina. Presently they led her in, and though she was most richly dressed, yet was all that as nothing to her exceeding beauty, for there was not a man in the world who could behold her without wonder and delight. She, being a little girl of not more than 9 years old, went and kissed the hand of her mother, and then sat down below her. But when the Knight of the Green Sword saw her, how beautiful she was, he remembered his own lady, and how she was at that age when he first saw her, and they first began to love, and then recollecting all, he lost all sense of what was present, and the tears came into his eyes. Howbeit presently recovering, and in great shame, he wiped away the tears, and made good semblance, but all had seen him, and the emperor became very desirous to know why he had wept, seeing that such a thing in such a place would have been thought wrong even in a woman, and that in such a knight it could not be without great cause and mystery. What can this mean? said Gastiles. The emperor replied, I think it must be the force of love. If you would know, none can tell you but Master Helisabad, in whom he puts his confidence. The emperor then sent for Master Helisabad, and bidding all others withdraw to a distance, asked him if he knew wherefore the Green Sword Knight had wept, and if he stood in any need wherein he could help him. Sir, replied the master, he is the man in this world who best conceals that which he wishes to be secret. I have often seen him weep and sigh as though his heart were bursting, and verily believe it is with great love, for if it were for other causes, sure I am that he would have revealed it to me. Certes, quoth the emperor, I believe it is as you say, and if it be for love of woman, would to God she were one in my dominions, for such possessions could I give him, that there should be neither king nor prince who would not joyfully give me his daughter for his wife. This would I willingly do to have him for my vassal, for whatever good I could bestow upon him, he could more than requite with his services. I beseech you, persuade him to remain with me, and I will grant him whatever he may ask. Then having mused a while, he said, Go to the empress and whisper to her to persuade the knight to remain here, and do you advise him so to do for my sake, while I do what hath just occurred to my thoughts. The emperor then called his daughter Leonorina and the 2 infantas, and spake to them a while, but no one heard what he said, and when he had ceased speaking, Leonorina kissed his hand and went to her chamber. But neither the empress nor Master Helisabad could prevail upon the knight to abide in that court, for though that would be the most honourable course he could pursue during the life of King Perion his father, he could have no rest or peace except in the thought of returning toward that land where his dear lady Oriana dwelt. The empress made a sign that she could not succeed. The emperor then went toward him and said, Knight of the Green Sword, if by any means you could be persuaded to remain with me, there is nothing in my power which you could ask and I refuse. Sir, replied the knight, such is your goodness that I should not dare to ask what you would grant, but this is not in my power. If I should consent, death would not long leave me in your service. The emperor then verily believed that only love could be the cause of this. At this time the fair Leonorina entered the hall, having a rich crown upon her head, and another far richer in her hands, and she came up to the knight and said, Sir Knight of the Green Sword, I have never yet asked boon of other than my father, and now I ask one of you, tell me that you grant it. He knelt before her and said, Good lady, who is he of so little understanding that he would fail to obey your command, having power to obey it? Now then demand what you will, which even to death shall be performed. Thank you, replied the princess, I shall ask of you 3 boons, and with that taking the crown from her head, this is one, you shall give this crown to the fairest damsel whom you know, and tell her I sent it her, though I know her not, for such presents as this we use to bestow in our country. Then she took the other crown, which was right richly set with pearls and precious stones, 3 of which in particular shone so that they would give light in any chamber how dark soever, and giving it to the knight said, This you shall give to the fairest dame who you know, and say I sent it to her that I might know her. This is the second boon. Now before I ask the third, tell me how you will obey these. He took the first crown and placed it upon Leonorina's own head. I give this, said he, to the fairest damsel whom I know, the which if any one gainsay, I will prove her so to be in arms. At this were all well pleased, and so was Leonorina herself, although shamefaced at hearing her own praise. And they all said that he had fairly acquitted the first demand. But the empress said, Certes, knight of the green sword, I would rather have those whom you have overcome by arms than those whom my daughter can overcome by beauty. Then was he also abashed at his own praise from so high a lady, and answered nothing, but turning to Leonorina said, Lady mine, will you ask the third boon? She replied, Yes. Tell me wherefore you wept, and who is she who hath so great power over you and your heart? But then the knight's colour changed and his cheerful countenance, so that all could see he was distressed by that demand. Lady, said he, if it please you forego this question, and ask something which shall be more to your service. She answered, This and nothing else is what I require. But he hung down his head and mused a while, so that all knew how unwilling he was to reply. At length he looked up cheerfully at Leonorina and said, Lady, since I cannot otherwise acquit myself of my promise, I must needs say, that seeing you when you first entered, what you were and at what age, a recollection came upon me of other times that were full happy, but have now passed away, and this was what made me weep. But tell me, quoth she, who is she that hath such command over your heart? It is my great ill fortune, replied the knight, that your gentle courtesy, which hath never failed towards another, is against me now. I must obey, greatly against my will. Know then that she whom I love is the same person to whom you send this crown, to my thoughts the fairest dame of all whom I have ever yet seen, and I verily believe of all in the world. And now, for God's sake, lady, seek to know no farther from me, for I am acquitted of my promise. You are acquitted, replied the emperor, but in such wise that we are nothing the wiser. I have said more than ever passed my lips before, quoth the knight, for the desire I have to obey so fair a lady. As God shall help me, cried the emperor, you must be right secret in your loves if you think you have disclosed anything now, and since my daughter was the cause, she must exact pardon for her error. Nay, quoth the knight, I must rather hold it as a favour of her, that being so high a lady, she should so earnestly seek to know the secret of an errant knight as I am. But you, sir, I do not so lightly excuse, for by the long secret talk you had with her, it is manifest that she did so more by your will than her own. The emperor smiled at this. God has made you perfect in all things, for it is as you say, and therefore I will make amends both for my fault and hers. The knight knelt and would have kissed his hands had he permitted. I receive this promise, sir, said he, to claim it when you perhaps will not think of it. Quoth the emperor, that cannot be, I shall never fail to remember you, or to make this atonement when you require it." These words were sportively spoken between the emperor and the green sword knight, but the time came when they were of great effect. Then said the fair Leonorina, "Sir Knight of the Green Sword, though you excuse, yet am I not free from fault in having urged you so against your will. In amends you must take this ring." "Lady," quoth he, "I will kiss the hand that wears it, for nowhere else can it be placed where it will not have reason to complain of me. Nay, you shall take it to remind you of the snare I laid, from which you so subtly escaped." She then threw the ring upon the estrado by him. "I have another such stone," said she, "in this crown which you gave me, I know not with what reason." "Good witnesses of that reason," he replied, "are those eyes and those locks, and all those other beauties with which God has gifted you." And taking the ring he saw it was the finest stone that ever he had seen, nor was there in the world another such, save that which was in the crown. "You must know the history of that stone," said the emperor. "Half of it, as you see, is the finest burning ruby that you can ever have seen, and the other half is white ruby, which belike you never saw till now, far more beautiful and precious than the red. The ring itself is of emerald, such that another like it could not easily be found. The famous Apolidon was my grandfather. I know not if you have heard this." "I well know it," replied the knight, "for I have seen his statue in the Firm Island, and you truly appear to be of his lineage." "I beseech you," quoth the emperor, "tell me the name of the knight who, being greater than Apolidon in arms, hath won that island." "Amadis of Gaul, son to King Perion." "What!" cried the emperor, "is it he who was exposed in an ark upon the sea, and being called the Child of the Sea, slew King Abies of Ireland, fighting him man to man? Now am I right glad, and think it no shame that he, exceeding all men that have ever been born, should have exceeded Apolidon. If I could believe that he, being the son of a king, would wander so far from his own country, of a truth I should think that you were he, but this makes me think otherwise, and if it were so, you would not do me the discourtesy not to tell me." At this was Amadis abashed, and with good reason. "If it please you, sir," said he, "tell me how the stone was divided." "Philippanos, who in that time was king of Judea, sent 12 rich crowns to my grandfather Apolidon, all were set with pearls and gems, but in that which you have given my daughter came this stone which was all one. Apolidon therefore seeing that this was the most precious crown by reason of the gem, gave it to my grandmother Grimanesa, and she, in order that Apolidon might have his part, made a master divide the stone, and with the half thereof make this ring, so that for love was this stone divided, and for love given to Apolidon, and I believe that in good love my daughter gave it to you, and you in still greater love may give it to another, and as the emperor had said, even so it came to pass, till at length it returned to the hand that first gave it, as is recorded in a branch of this history called the Sergas, which signifieth the feats of Esplandian. Thus was the Green Sword Knight entertained for 6 days in the house of the emperor, and then he said that he must needs depart, being in honour bound to appear elsewhere, as Master Helisabad knew. "I beseech you," replied the emperor, "since it is so, that you tarry with me yet 3 days longer." To this the knight assented, but then the fair Leonorina took him by the cloak. "Good friend, you have given 3 days to my father, now then give yet 2 more to me, that you may be my guest where I and my damsels dwell, for we would enjoy your company without any others to disturb us, except any 2 knights whom you may choose to be your companions at bed and board. This boon you must freely grant, or else I will bid my damsels take you prisoner, and that you will little like. With that more than 25 damsels rose and surrounded him, and Leonorina laughed and said, Wait till we see what answer he makes. But he, right joyful at what that fair lady had said, and holding it as the greatest honour which had been shown him in that court, replied, Fair and fortunate lady, who would be bold enough to disobey you, especially if threatened with so terrible a captivity? I willingly grant this, as I would every service to you and your parents. God grant that there may come a time when you may be recompensed for these favours by me or my lineage. And what he wished fully came to pass afterwards, even according to Urganda's prophecy, when Esplandian succoured this emperor in his great need. Wisely have you chosen, said the damsels to the green sword knight, else you could not have escaped from a worse danger than the Andriago. So I believe, quoth he, for worse it is to offend against angels than against a devil like that. Much were the emperor and empress and their court pleased with his gracious answers, and thereby judged that sure he was of high degree, for low-born men often excel in strength, but in gentle and debonair manners not, for they pertain to those of pure and generous blood. I do not affirm that all such possess them, but I say they ought to possess them, as did this knight of the green sword, who placing a border of gentleness and courteous dealing round his brave heart, by that means shielded off all pride and anger, that they should not harm his virtues. So he was the guest of Leonorina for the 2 days, and when the time of his departure arrived, she and her damsels would have given him many rich jewels, but he would only accept 6 swords which Menoresa, queen of the island of Gadabasta, gave him, the fairest woman, except Leonorina, in all Greece. And these swords she told him to give to his friends, and when he gave them to remember her and those others who loved him so well. Sir Knight, then said the Infanta, I beseech you that in courtesy you return hither to us so soon as you can. If that may not be, that you send here one of your lineage to serve us, and talk with us of you, for sure I am that there must be those of your lineage well equal to such employ. Yea, lady, he replied, that may I truly say, and there is one among them who, if I cannot come hither, shall by his services well requite the honours which I have received here, great as I feel them. Thus said he, thinking of his brother Galaor, but it was accomplished by another knight still nearer to him in blood. Then took he leave, and they crowded to the windows of the palace, and ceased not to gaze after him till his galley was out of sight. You have heard heretofore how El Patin sent his good cousin Salustanquidio and Queen Sardamira with a goodly company of knights and dames to demand Oriana in marriage of King Lisuarte. Now you are to know that by these messengers he sent letters to all the princes and great men through whose lands they should pass, requiring them to show honour to the Empress Oriana as his wife, the which, though they promised with fair words to do, yet secretly they prayed that so good a lady, daughter of such a king, might never fall to the lot of one so hated and despised for his overbearing insolence as El Patin. So the ambassadors came to a port called Zamando, opposite to Great Britain, and there they waited till they could find shipping, and meanwhile sent forward to inform King Lisuarte of the emperor's demand, whereat he was well pleased. End of chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 12. How the Knight of the Green Sword departed from Constantinople to perform his promise made to the fair Grasinda, and how being about to go with her to Great Britain to fulfil her will, he chanced to find Don Bruneo of Bonamar badly wounded, and also of the adventure whereby Angriote of Estravaus found them, and they went together to the house of the fair Grasinda. 3 years had the Knight of the Green Sword passed in Germany, and 2 in Romania and Greece, and in all that time had received no tidings of his Lady Oriana, but now was he resolved to go towards the country where she dwelt, and that thought made him full joyful as he sailed with a fair wind from the port of Constantinople. In 20 days he arrived at the city of the fair Grasinda, and she having heard of the wonders he had wrought in arms went out honourably to welcome him, and they gave the greeting each to other as those who loved each other well with good love. Sir Knight of the Green Sword, quoth she, God hath made you perfect in all things, for after such perilous adventures you are returned within the year of your promise, whereof 5 days only have yet to run. This makes me think that you will as truly perform the other boon. To this he made courteous and fitting reply. Then were he and Master Helisabad conducted to that apartment in the court of Grasinda, wherein he had been healed of his wounds, and there were they worshipfully served. That night before he slept, the Green Sword Knight talked much with Gandalin, saying how rejoiced at heart he was now that he was returning to Oriana, if indeed this boon which he had to perform did not prevent him. Sir, answered Gandalin, take joy as it comes, and commit the rest to God. Belike this boon may be to your help and pleasure. So he passed that night with somewhat more than his wonted comfort. On the morrow after mass Grasinda took him apart and said, Knight of the Green Sword, a year before you came into these parts all the fairest dames were assembled at a marriage feast given by the Duke of Basilia, and thither did I also go under the protection of my brother Marquis Saluder, whom you know. Then all the lords of the country being present, my brother, whether for pride or affection I know not, affirmed with a loud voice that my beauty exceeded that of any dame present, the which he would prove in combat upon any one who dared gainsay. I know not whether it were because of his prowess, or if indeed it appeared the same to others as to him, but so it was that no one answered, and thus was I adjudged to be the fairest of all the fair dames in Romania, whereof my heart is always right joyful and proud. But more joyful and proud should I be if you would obtain for me what I greatly desire, and for which I would spare neither fatigue of my person nor cost of my possessions. Lady, he replied, let it be a thing which I can do, and without doubt it shall immediately be taken in hand. Sir, quoth she, the boon I require is this, that because the fairest women in the world are at the court of King Lisuarte of Great Britain, you carry me there, and by arms, if otherwise it cannot be, obtain for me the praise of beauty above all the damsels of his court, as I have already won it over all the dames of these parts. You shall proclaim that there is no damsel there so fair as a dame who is in your company, and defy all knights to the proof, and I will take a rich crown which you shall stake on my part, and whatever knight will combat with you upon this quarrel shall stake another, and the conqueror shall have both. If in this enterprise we come off with the glory, you shall carry me to a place which they call the Firm Island, where they say there is an enchanted chamber, into which neither dame nor damsel can set foot, except she exceed in beauty the fair Grimanesa, who in her own days had no peer. When the Knight of the Green Sword heard what she said, his countenance and his whole feelings changed, and he exclaimed, Ah lady, you have undone me, and he stood like one bereft of his senses. This trouble came upon him because he thought that if he went on such an enterprise to King Lisuarte's court, he should lose his Lady Oriana, and moreover he knew that many good knights would undertake the quarrel in her behalf, and that as their cause was so just, he could not escape without loss of honour or of life. But on the other part his honour was greatly injured if he refused to perform his promise to the lady to whom he was so beholden, so that he thought himself in the worst danger he had ever endured since he left Gaul, and cursed himself and his fortune, and the hour wherein he was born, and that ever he came into these lands of Romania. But presently a remedy came into his mind, for he recollected that Oriana was no damsel, and that whoever should undertake the combat for her as such would maintain a wrong cause, and how when he saw Oriana he could explain this to her, and the reason wherefore he undertook such a quarrel. Then his good cheer returned, and he said, Pardon me, good lady, for what I said, and I will fulfil all you require. The doubt I felt was not from want of will, but from my heart, which I cannot resist, and which would have directed me towards another part. The cause which made me utter those words is the same as that which overrules all my actions. So she laid her fair arms upon his shoulders and said, You greatly surprised me. When shall I see the day that I shall return with the crown won by you from all the damsels of Great Britain, with the same glory that I have here won over all the dames? Lady, quoth he, if the boon were not promised, and my advice were heard, I should counsel you to be content with that great fame which you deservedly have gained, for whoso undertakes such a journey should not lose the thought that it is a way of great toil and danger, through many people of diverse tongues. She answered, I am better pleased with your courage to protect than your counsel to direct me. These strange lands we need not traverse, for this way is better by sea, and we will go with a company befitting such a chief. In God's name then, so be it, quoth he, and thus their talk was at an end. Now when the knight had sojourned here 2 days he would go hunt, because he could have no exercise in arms. There went certain knights in his company, and huntsmen, and 2 dogs well trained to that sport, and he took his station in a little valley between the wild part of the mountains and the forest, where the game most frequently was to be found. There he slew 2 fine harts, and the huntsman slew another, and it being near nightfall they blew their bugle horns. But as the knight went towards them, another goodly hart sprang from the thicket, and he set the dogs on. The hart being hardly run, took to the water in a great lake thereby, but the dogs came up, and the knight slew him. Then Gandalin came up, who was right glad to see his master take pleasure in the sport, for they had been talking of their journey to Great Britain, and he alighted and fleshed the dogs. By this the night closed. They laid their venison in the thicket and covered it with green boughs. Then having remounted they missed their way, and were soon bewildered in the mountains. At length they came to a fountain where their horses drank, and having no hope of better lodging, there they resolved to fare that night. When Gandalin took the saddles and bridles from the beasts that they might feed, the knight walked on towards some fine trees that were near, that he might muse upon his mistress. When he came up to them he saw a white horse lying dead, having many great wounds, and he heard a groan from among the trees, but could not see from whence it came, the night was so dark. He stopped and listened, and presently he heard these words: Ah, wretched Bruneo of Bonamar, now shall thy mortal desires perish with thee. Thou shalt never see thy friend Amadis, whom thou hast sought with such toil through strange lands, and who was beloved by thee above all others in the world. Here without him or kinsman, or friend to console thee, thou must pass from life to cruel death. O my Lady Melicia, the flower and mirror of all women, thy servant will never see the more. He who never sinned against thee in word or deed. Lady, thou wilt lose what thou canst never recover, for never will you find another who will love so loyally as I have done. I would never have appeared before thee till I had found thy dear brother, and now death has overtaken me. Then having paused a while he cried again, Angriote, where have you tarried this while? In an evil hour of night were we separated, and I have no help in my last hour. True friend, God reward thee and receive my soul. But the Knight of the Green Sword, weeping bitterly to hear him, went up to him and said, My true friend Don Bruneo of Bonamar, take heart, for God has suffered me to find you, and if man can be saved by mortal skill, be sure that so shall you now, if it pleases God. Don Bruneo thought it was his squire, whom he had sent to seek some hermit or religious man. Lasindo, said he, you have tarried long, for my death is come. When you have disposed of me, go straightways and kiss the Infanta's hand, and give her this sleeve of my shirt, whereon I have written 7 letters with my blood, for I had no strength to write more. I trust that that pity which she would not show me living, she will feel for my death, considering that it befell me in her service, seeking through such perils the brother whom she loves so dearly. Dear friend Don Bruneo, quoth the knight, I am Amadis for whom you have undergone such peril. Fear not, I will help you with such a master as shall save you, if the soul have not left the body. Don Bruneo, weak as he was, then knew him, and raised his arms and embraced him, weeping much. The Green Sword Knight embraced him too, and called to Gandalin, and with his help disarmed him, and laid him upon Gandalin's cloak, and covered him with his own, and bade Gandalin go upon some hill and look out for the town as soon as it was light, and then hasten for Master Helisabad, and he remained holding Bruneo's head upon his knees and comforting him. So soon as it was dawn Gandalin saw the town, and he galloped into it with such speed that all who saw him knew surely that something had befallen his master, and he went to Master Helisabad and besought him to heal one of his master's dearest friends, and then went and begged of Grasinda that she would send such things as were fitting for one as high in lineage and as good in arms as his master. Master Helisabad took all things that were needful, and mounted his palfrey and followed Gandalin, and when he arrived and saw how the Green Sword Knight held Don Bruneo's head upon his knees, and was weeping over him, he knew that of a truth he loved him. He looked at the wounds and found them swoln and festering with the cold of the night, but such remedies did he apply that the pain presently abated, so that he fell asleep. When the Knight of the Green Sword saw that the master thought little of the danger, he embraced him, saying, Ah, Master Helisabad, my good sir and friend, in a happy hour was I in your company. I pray God that there may come a time wherein I may repay you, for though you see me now but a poor knight, perhaps ere long you may judge of me otherwise. I am more pleased, Sir Knight, he answered, in serving you than you can be in requiting me, though well I know your gratitude would never fail. But no more of this, let us eat, for it is time. They then took food with which Grasinda had provided them, and after their meal, as they were saying how these beech trees were the goodliest and largest that ever they had beheld, they saw a man come riding towards them, having 2 heads hanging from the poitrel of his horse, and an axe in his hand all blood. He seeing this company under the trees drew aside, but the knight and Gandalin knew that it was Lasindo, and feared lest he should innocently betray them. The knight therefore said, Stay ye here, and I will go see who this is that seems to fear us, and wherefore he carries those heads, and he mounted and took a lance and went with Gandalin towards him. The squire at that rode into the forest being afraid, and he of the green sword after him, but when they were out of sight and hearing of the others, the knight called out, Lasindo, stop, do not fear me. When he heard himself named he looked round and knew Amadis, and came and kissed his hands. Ah sir, you know not the unhappy news of my master, who has undergone such toil in your search, and he began to lament greatly. These two knights told Angriote that they had left him dead in the forest, wherefore he cut off their heads and bade me lay them beside him if he were dead, but if living present them to him on his part. I have found Don Bruneo, replied the knight, but in such plight that he could tell me nothing. Tarry you now here a while with Gandalin, as if he had overtaken you, and then come up and tell us this. But remember that you call me nothing but the Knight of the Green Sword. Then he returned to his companions and told them that Gandalin was in pursuit of the squire. Presently the two squires came up, and when Lasindo saw the Knight of the Green Sword he alighted and knelt to him and said, Blessed be God who has sent you here to help my master who loves you so well. Friend Lasindo, he replied, welcome, and he raised him up. Your master is doing well, but tell us wherefore you carry those heads. Sir, he said, take me to Don Bruneo, for to him must I relate it. Then went they to the tent which Grasinda had sent for Bruneo, and the squire knelt and said, Sir, you see here the heads of those knights who did you such great wrong. Your true friend Angriote of Estravaus sends them, for he knew their treason, and fought with them both and slew them, and he will be with you presently, for he hath stopped at a nunnery on the forest edge to have a wound in his leg dressed, and so soon as the blood be stanched he will proceed here. God reward him, quoth Bruneo, but how could he direct you here? Footnote: this is an oversight. It is said before that Bruneo had sent his squire for a hermit to confess him. End of footnote. He bade me go to the highest trees in the forest, for there he thought I should find you dead, by what one of the villains told him before he was slain, but the grief which he made for you cannot be expressed. Ah, God preserve him from harm, quoth the Green Sword Knight. Can you guide me to the monastery? Then bidding Master Helisabad convey Don Bruneo upon a litter to the town, he armed himself in Bruneo's arms, and went with Lasindo, who carried his shield and helmet and lance. When they arrived at the place where he had laid his venison, they saw Angriote coming hanging his head like a man who was in grief. Presently 4 knights all well armed came riding after him, and they cried out, Stop, Don False One, you must lose your head for cutting off theirs who were worth more than thee. Angriote turned and took his shield and prepared to defend himself, for he had not seen the Green Sword Knight, but he who had taken Bruneo's arms rode on as fast as horses could carry him, and came up to Angriote before the encounter and said, Good friend, fear not, for God will be with you. Angriote weened by the arms that it was Don Bruneo, and his joy was exceeding great. The Green Sword Knight met the foremost of the 4, who was that Brandasidel whom he had made ride with his horse's tail for a bridle. He struck him above the shield on the helmet mail that hung on the breast, and he drove him to the earth so rudely that he could neither move hand nor foot. The others attacked Angriote, and he them, like a full hardy knight. but that other laid hand on his green sword, and thrust himself among them, and with one blow sliced off the arm of one at the shoulder. Much was Angriote amazed at that so mighty a stroke, for he did not think there had been such strength in Don Bruneo. By this he had made an end of one enemy, and the remaining one fled before him of the green sword. In his fear attempting to pass a river he missed the ford and fell into deep water. The horse escaped, but he, by reason of the weight of his armour, was drowned. The green sword knight then gave his shield and helmet to Lasindo, and turned to Angriote, who stood astonished at his valour, thinking he was Don Bruneo, but coming near him he knew Amadis, and ran to him with open arms, thanking God that he was found. They then with tears embraced as men who loved each other well. Now indeed, said the knight, doth your true love towards me appear in this long and dangerous search. Angriote replied, you have bound me to more services than I can ever perform, for you have given me her without whom life could not have been endured. But tell me, have you heard the unhappy tidings of your good friend Don Bruneo of Bonamar? Then the green sword knight told him all that had chanced. So as they went on they perceived that one of the conquered knights was still living. He of the green sword stopped and said to him, foul knight, whom God confound, tell me why without reason you attempted to destroy errant knights, or I will off with thy head, and if you were at the hurt of that knight whose arms I wear. That can he not deny, quoth Angriote, for I left him and 2 others in the company of Don Bruneo, and afterward found the other twain boasting how they had killed Bruneo, whom they led away to help them, as they said, in the rescue of their sister, who would else be burnt. He went upon this adventure, and I went with an old knight who had lodged us to deliver his son, who was held prisoner in some tents near, the which I accomplished. Thus we separated. Now let this one tell wherefore they committed so great a treason. Descend and cut off his head, for he is a traitor, said he of the green sword to Lasindo. Mercy, for God's sake, quoth the knight, and I will tell you all. We knew that these 2 knights were seeking the knight of the green sword, whom we mortally hate, and because they were his friends we wished to kill them, and because we could not think to succeed if they were together, we devised this falsehood. So that knight went with us to release the damsel, having his head and hands unharmed. We came to the fountain of the beech trees, and while he was giving his horse drink, we took our lances, and I, who was nearest him, snatched his sword from the scabbard, and before he could help himself we threw him down and gave him so many wounds that we left him for dead, as in truth I suppose he be. What reason had ye to hate me so much that ye would commit such villainy? Are you then the knight of the green sword? Here is that sword, see now if I be not he. I will tell you. It is now a year since you did battle with one of these knights who here lies dead, and he pointed to Brandasidel. The combat was before the fair Grasinda, and he who was the strongest knight in all these parts appointed a shameful law for the vanquished, the which you made him undergo, and for this cause he and all his kinsmen mortally hated you, and we fell into this treason. Now then kill me or spare me, for I have told you all. I shall not kill thee, quoth the green sword knight, for the wicked die many times while they live, and pay what their wicked works deserve. Then he bade Lasindo lay the venison upon one of those knights' horses, and unbridle the rest, and turn them loose into the forest. So they proceeded toward the town. The knight then earnestly asked news of Great Britain, and Angriote told him all he knew, for it was 1.5 years since he and Don Bruneo had left it in quest of him. Among other things he told him that there was the fairest child in the world at the court of King Lisuarte, of whom Urganda had prophesied strange things, and he related how the hermit had found him, and what letters there were upon his breast. God preserve him, quoth he of the green sword, you tell me of a wonder. What age hath he? About 12 years. He and my son Ambor of Gandel serve Oriana, who favours them greatly, but they are very different, for Ambor seems slow and slothful. Ah, Angriote, quoth the knight, judge not of your son yet, for he can yet know neither good nor evil. If he were older, and Oriana would give him to me, I would take him with me, and make Gandalin, who has so long served me, a knight. Angriote replied, he well deserves it, and knighthood would be full well bestowed upon him as one of the best squires in the world. If this were done, and my son were in your service, then should I lose all fear, and be sure that he would do honour to his lineage. In such talk they proceeded to the city, and there was Angriote laid in bed by Don Brunio's bedside, and his leg which was greatly swoln was healed, and the Knight of the Green Sword had his bed also placed in the same chamber, that they might talk of all that had chanced. And when these knights had heard of the boon which he had promised Grasinda, they were well pleased, because having found him whom they sought, they were desirous to return to Great Britain. So when they were well healed of their wounds, and the fleet was ready and victualled for a whole year, they and the Green Sword Knight and the fair Grasinda, on a Sunday morning in the month of May, went on board and sailed with a fair wind toward Great Britain. End of chapter 12.
Book 3, Chapter 13 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 13. How Queen Sardamira arrived in Great Britain with the other ambassadors whom the Emperor of Rome had sent to bring Oriana, and of what happened to them in a forest with a knight errant whom they treated with rude words, and the payment which he gave them for their discourtesy. The ambassadors of the Emperor Patin, having arrived in Lombardy, took ship and passed over to Great Britain, and landed at Fenusa, where King Lisuarte honourably welcomed them, and gave order that they should be well lodged and served with all things fitting. There were many good men with the king at this season, and he waited for others with whom to take counsel upon this matter of his daughter's marriage. And he told the ambassadors that they should be answered in a month's time, giving them good hope that the reply would be such as they wished. He resolved also that Queen Sardamira should go to Miraflores, that she might relate to Oriana the greatness of Rome, and the great state whereto this marriage would exalt her, and this he did, knowing how averse his daughter was to the proposal, and in the hope that Queen Sardamira, who was a discreet woman, might bring her to consent, for Oriana at this time was in exceeding distress, thinking that her father would give her up to El Patin, and thus destroy both her and Amadis. Queen Sardamira therefore set forth for Miraflores, and Don Grumedan went with her by the king's command, and many knights of Rome and Sardinia, whereof she was queen, for her guard. Now it so happened that, arriving in a green and flowery meadow by the river side, they resolved to wait there till the heat of the noon was past, and therefore pitched their tents, and the knights of Sardamira, who were 5 in number, placed their shields without, whereon Don Grumedan said to them, Sirs, ye should place your shields within the tents, unless ye wish to maintain the custom of the country, which is, that every knight who places shield or lance without side of the tent or house or hut wherein he himself is, must joust with whatsoever knight requires the combat. We know the custom, they replied, and for that very reason have so placed our shields. God send that some knight may claim it before we depart. In God's name, quoth Grumedan, many knights pass this way, and we may perhaps see your prowess. Long they had not tarried before the good knight Don Florestan came by, full of heaviness, for he had been traversing many lands in quest of his brother Amadis, and now having heard that these knights of Rome were at the court of Lisuarte, was going thither to see if they knew aught concerning him. He, when he saw the tents, went towards them, and coming up to that where the queen was, he beheld her sitting on the estrado, and that she was one of the fair women of the world. The wings of the tent were open, and he rode nearer, even within the courts, that he might look at her. Presently there came a damsel to him and said, You are not over courteous, Sir Knight, to sit on horseback and look at so good a queen and ladies of so high birth as are there. It would become you better to look at those shields that are inviting you, and their owners. Certes, my good lady, replied Florestan, you say truth, but my eyes, desirous to regard so fair a queen, led me into this fault. I beseech pardon of her and those other ladies, and will make the atonement you require. The damsel answered, You say well, but the atonement must come before the pardon. That, quoth Florestan, will I, if I can, perform, but on this condition, that I shall not be required to desist from doing what I ought against those shields, or that they be placed within the tents. Sir Knight, said she, before those shields be removed, the shields of all who pass this way will be won, their owners' names written on the rim, that they may be carried to Rome, and there preserved in proof that the Roman knights exceed all others. If you wish not to fall into shame, turn back, or else your own shield and name will be carried away also. Damsel, quoth he, I do not trust your love enough to follow your counsel, but for those shields, I design to carry them to the Firm Island. Then he addressed Sardamira, God preserve you, lady, and give you as much happiness as beauty. And with that he went towards the shields. Don Grumedan hearing this was well pleased, and because the knight spake of the Firm Island, he weened that he was from the good lineage of Amadis, and able to perform what he had said, and though he did not know that he was Florestan, he saw that he was well armed, and sat well upon his horse, and he wished him good success. Florestan, who knew Grumedan, and that no knight was a better judge of chivalry, took the more courage, and with the blunt end of his lance struck the 5 shields one after the other, that the knights might meet him in succession. Then he withdrew about a bow shot off, hung his shield round his neck, took a strong lance, and sate in readiness. Now it was his custom always to take with him 2 or 3 squires, that he might be the better served, and have a store of lances and battle axes which he knew well how to wield. Presently the Roman knights armed themselves, and mounted, and went towards him. How now, knights? cried Florestan. Would ye come all at once and break the custom of the country? Gradamor, whom the others obeyed, then asked Don Grumedan what they ought to do, as he knew best. And he answered, The knights must go one by one in order as their shields were struck, and I advise them not to go too rashly, for methinks that knight is not one who will choose shame for himself. Don Grumedan, answered Gradamor, the Romans are not of your condition. Ye praise yourselves before the thing be done, and we, when it is done, suffer it to be forgotten, and for this reason there are none equal to us. Would to God our battle were upon this quarrel, though my comrades were not to lend a hand. Try your fortune with him now, replied Grumedan, and if he remain whole and unhurt after the joust, I will engage that he shall combat you upon that quarrel, and if by reason of any harm that cannot be, I will undertake it myself in God's name. Go to your joust now. Gradamor laughed at him in disdain. I would this battle were so near at hand as the encounter with yonder fool who dares resist us. Then he said to the knight whose shield had first been touched, Go on, and let us get rid of the little fame we can get from such a victory. The knight replied, Make yourself easy, I will bring him to be at your disposal. His shield and name shall be done with as the emperor commanded. His horse is a good one, and that I will keep myself. With that he crossed the brook. Florestan was ready, and they ran their encounter. Both failed in their attaint, but they met shields and bodies, and the Roman, who was the worst horseman, fell and broke his right arm, and lay like a dead man. Florestan bade one of his squires alight, and hang the shield to a tree, and take the horse of the conquered knight. Then he, with a sign of anger that he had missed his blow, took his place again, and sate lance in hand, the blunt end resting upon the ground, ready for the second foe. The second came on. In that encounter Florestan did not miss, but drove the lance so well that the knight was driven to the ground, and the saddle with him, and Florestan passed on. But presently turning, he said, Sir Roman, the saddle which you have carried with you shall be yours, and the horse mine, and if you choose to relate your prowess in Rome, I freely permit you. This he said so loud that the queen and her company could hear it. Now I tell you, Don Grumedan was right glad to see how the Knight of Great Britain spake and acted against the Roman, and he said to Gradamor, If you, sir, and your comrades do not speed better, there will be no need to throw down the walls of Rome for your triumphal return. Gradamor answered, You think much of this, but if my comrades finish the joust, I shall settle what you appointed differently from what you suppose. We shall see, quoth old Grumedan. That knight of the Firm Island takes good care of his armor, and I trust he will set aside my battle. At that Gradamor began to laugh without being pleased. When it comes to my turn, said he, I shall allow all you say. But Queen Sardamira was grieved to see the haughtiness of Gradamor and the Roman knights. Florestan had now made his squire take the shield from this second knight, who lay like one dead, for the spear had gone through him, but when it was drawn out he spake with a dolorous voice, and demanded confession. The third knight now took his place, and rode full force against Florestan, but their lances slanted and crossed each other, and Florestan struck his helmet and burst the laces, and sent it rolling on the ground, and made him bow to the horse's neck, but he did not fall. Florestan then took the lance, and with an overhand blow made at him. The Roman lifted his shield, but the blow drove the shield against his face and stunned him, so that he lost the reins. And then Florestan let his lance fall, and plucked the shield from his neck, and dashed it twice on his neck, so that he fell, and lay sprawling, while his shield and the horse went to keep the others company. The fourth knight then encountered him, but that joust was soon decided. He and his horse were borne down, and the horse's leg was broke. Florestan took another lance, and made ready to meet Gradamor. Gradamor was in new and goodly arms, and mounted on a bright bay horse, large and strong. He shook his lance threateningly, and cried, Don Grumedan, arm yourself, for before you take horse, this knight will stand in need of your help. I shall not take that trouble yet, quoth old Grumedan. By this Gradamor had crossed the brook, and Florestan came at him angrily, for he had heard his boasts. They met in full career. Gradamor pierced his shield. The lance went through about a palm, and then broke. Florestan's spear drove through the shield, and broke the armor on the left side, and sent him out of the saddle into a hollow which was full of water and mire. He then passed on, and bade his squire take the fifth shield and horse. Lady, quoth Don Grumedan to the queen, I think I may rest till Gradamor has cleaned his arms, and procured another horse for our combat. Cursed be his arrogance, replied Sardamira, and the folly of those who have made all the world hate them. Now had Gradamor, after rolling about in the puddle, got out, and taken off his helm, and having cleaned the dirt from his eyes and face as well as he could, he laced on his helmet again. Florestan, seeing this, came up to him. Sir Threatener, unless you can help yourself better with the sword than the lance, you will neither take my shield nor my name to Rome. Gradamor answered, I only wear my sword to avenge myself, and that shall I do presently if you dare maintain the custom of this country. And what is that? Quoth Florestan, who knew it better than he. That you give me my horse or alight from your own, that the fight may be equal, and he who plays worst to receive neither courtesy nor mercy. Florestan answered, I believe you would not have maintained this custom had you been the conqueror. However, I will alight, for it will not become so fair a Roman knight as you are, to mount a horse which another had won. With that he alighted, and they began a most perilous battle. But it did not last long, for Florestan, seeing himself in the presence of Queen Sardamira and her ladies, and of Don Grumedan, who was a better judge of such feats, put forth all his strength, so that Gradamor could not endure it, but gave ground, and made back toward the tent, thinking that for courtesy Florestan would not follow him there. But Florestan got between him and the tent, and made him turn, and pressed him till the sword dropped from his hand, and he fell down, having no strength left. Then Florestan took his shield and gave it to his squires, and caught him by the helmet, which he plucked off so forcibly that he dragged him some way along the ground, and threw the helmet into that standing pool, and took the knight by the leg, and was about to cast him in also. But Gradamor began to cry mercy for God's sake, and the queen exclaimed, a bad bargain did that unhappy one make, when he proposed that the conquered should show neither courtesy nor mercy. At this Florestan said, a covenant which so honorable a knight as you have made must not be broken, and you shall have it fully accomplished, as you shall see. Ah, wretch, I am dead, quoth the Roman. You are, unless you do two things at my bidding. Tell me what, and I will do them. The one is that with your own hand you write your name in your own blood upon the rim of your shield, and the names of your comrades in their blood, each upon his shield. That done, I will tell you what the other thing is. And as he said this, he held his sword over him who lay quaking for great fear. But Gradamor, because he could not write himself, nor lift up his hand, called for his secretary, and bid him empty out the ink from his inkstand, and fill it with his blood, and write his name and the names of his companions. This was forthwith done. Don Florestan then wiped his sword and placed it in the scabbard, and mounted his horse as lightly as if he had done nothing, and gave his shield to his squire, but his helmet he took not off, that Grumedan might not know him. His horse was strong and well limbed, and of a strange colour, and the horsemen of unanswerable make and stature, so that few were like him in their appearance. Then taking a lance, whereto there hung a rich pennon, he stopped by Gradamor, who had now risen, and said to him shaking the lance, Your life is no more, unless Don Grumedan will beg it. But he cried out loud to Grumedan to save him for God's sake. The old knight came up. Certes, Gradamor, quoth he, it would be but right that you should find neither courtesy nor mercy, as in your pride you covenanted with this knight. However, I beg him to spare you, for which I will greatly thank and serve him. That will I do with a good will for you, replied Florestan, as I would aught else to your honour and pleasure. You, Sir Roman, may relate in Rome, when you return there, how you threatened the knights of Great Britain, and how you maintained your threats, and the great honour which you won from them in the short space of one day. So tell this to your great emperor and his potentates, because it will please them. And I will make it known in the Firm Island, that the Roman knights are so frank and liberal, that they readily give their shields and horses to those they do not know. But for these gifts which you have made me, I do not thank you, but thank God who gave it me against your will. These words were worse to Gradamor than his wounds. Sir Knight, quoth Florestan, you shall carry back to Rome all the arrogance you brought from it, because they esteem it there, and we in this land like it not, but like instead of it what you abhor, courtesy and gentleness. And if, my lord, you are as good in love as in arms, you should go prove yourself in the Firm Island by the Arch of True Lovers, that you might take home that praise also, and then belike our mistresses may forsake us for you. Now I tell you Don Grumedan heard all this with great glee, and laughed to see the pride of the Romans so broken, but it was not so with Gradamor, for his heart was almost breaking to hear these things, and he said to Grumedan, Good sir, for God's sake, let me be carried to the tents, for I have been sorely handled. So it seems, replied the old man, by your appearance, and it is all your own fault. Then he made his squires remove him. Sir, said he then to Florestan, if it please you, tell us your name, for so good a man as you ought not to conceal it. My good sir, he replied, Don Grumedan, I pray you, be not displeased that I do not tell it you, for I would not that this fair queen should in any ways know it, because of the discourtesy which I have committed. For though her beauty was the occasion, I feel myself greatly to blame. I beseech you, procure my pardon, that she may take from me what amends she will, and send me the tidings to the Round Chapel hard by, where I shall rest to-day. I will send my squires with her answer, replied Grumedan, and if it be after my will, it will be such as so good a man as you deserve. The Knight of the Firm Island then said, I beseech you, Don Grumedan, if you know any news of Amadis, tell me. At that question the tears came into the old man's eyes. So help me God, as I should rejoice to know any news of him, and communicate it to you and all his friends. That I believe, replied Florestan, for such is your nature, and if all were like you, discourtesy and falsehood will not find harbour where they are harboured now. God be with you, I shall expect your bidding at the hermitage. Florestan then bade his squires take the 5 horses of the knights, and give the bay one, which was the best, to Don Grumedan, and the others to the damsel with whom he had spoken, and to say that Don Florestan sent them. Right glad was Don Grumedan to have that horse, because it had been won from the Romans, and still more to know that that knight was Don Florestan whom he loved so well. The squires led the other horses to the damsel and said, Lady, the knight whom you disparaged to praise your Romans, sends you these to dispose of as you please, and as a sign that his words were true. Much do I thank him, quoth that damsel, and of a truth he hath bravely won them. Yet had I rather he had left his own horse, than that he should give me these 4. You must procure better knights than these, replied the squire, if you would gain that. But, said the damsel, marvel not if I wish well to my friends, rather than to a stranger. Howbeit, because of the goodly gift which he has sent me, I repent that I said aught to offend so good a man, and will amend it as he may require. With this answer the squire returned to Don Florestan, who went then to the Round Chapel to wait there for Grumedan's answer, for this chapel was in the way to the Firm Island, and he being resolved not to enter Lisuarte's court, was going thither to hang the Roman shields there, and to hear if Gandales knew anything of his brother. Now when Don Grumedan had delivered his bidding to the queen, she listened willingly and said, This Don Florestan, is he son of King Perion and the Countess of Selandia? The same, and one of the best knights in the world. I tell you then, Don Grumedan, that the sons of the Marquis of Ancona speak wonders of his deeds in arms, and of his prudence and courtesy, and they may well be believed, for they were his companions in the wars which he had at Rome, where he abode 3 years when he was a young knight, but they dare not speak his praise before the emperor who loves him not. Do you know, said Grumedan, why the emperor does not love him? Because of his brother Amadis, replied Sardamira, of whom the emperor complains. because he won the Firm Island by arriving there before him, and so deprived him of the honor which he should else have won. Certes, lady, quoth Grumedan, he complains without reason, for in that Amadis saved him from great shame. Trust me, it is for another adventure that the emperor hates him. By the faith you owe to God, Don Grumedan, tell me the reason. Do not you be displeased then, lady. And then he told her how Amadis and he had met in the forest, and of their battle. Thereat was Queen Sardamira well pleased, and she made him relate it 3 times. Truly, said she, the emperor hath reason enough to dislike him. End of chapter 13. Recording by Maricel Cui.
Book the Third, Chapter 14 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 14. How Queen Sardamira sent to Don Florestan, requesting that, since he had left her knights in such plight, he would be her guard to Miraflores, whither she was going, to speak with Oriana, and of what passed there. Well pleased was Queen Sardamira to hear how the emperor had been vanquished by Amadis, because that journey which El Patin made to Great Britain was for her love, as he at that time loved her much, and she laughed to think how he had concealed this adventure. Lady, said Grumedan, tell me what message you will send to Don Florestan. She, after pondering a while, replied, You see in what plight my knights are left. They can neither protect me nor themselves, and must stay here to recover. I would wish Don Florestan, therefore, to guard me with you. Grumedan answered, I tell you, lady, that so courteous is he, that whatever dame or damsel should ask of him, that would he do. How much more for one like you, to whom he hath to make atonement for a fault. Give me then a guard to guide my damsel. He gave her 4 squires, and she, giving a letter of credence to her damsel, told her secretly what she should say. The damsel mounted her palfrey, and rode more than a pace till she reached the round chapel, where she found Florestan talking with the hermit. Her face was uncovered, so that the knight knew her, and welcomed her courteously. She gave him the letter, and said, The queen hath bade me say that you have left her knights in such plight that they are unable to guard her, and therefore, as this hindrance comes from you, she requests you to guard her to Miraflores, whither she goes to see Oriana. I thank you, lady, replied Florestan, for thus commanding me. We will go from hence, so as to reach her tent by daybreak. Well was the damsel pleased with the gentle demeanour of Florestan, for he was comely and debonair, and in all things such as beseemed one of such high degree. So there they took their supper together, and the damsel was lodged that night in the hermitage, and Florestan slept under the trees with his squires, and soundly did he rest after the fatigue of the day. When it was time, his squires awakened him, and they and the damsel accompanied him to the tent, where they arrived full early. She went straight to the queen, and Florestan to Grumedan's tent, who was preparing to hear mass, and he seeing Florestan embraced him joyfully. The queen, said he, desires you for her guard, and methinks she has made no bad bargain in losing her own knights and gaining you in their stead. In truth, replied Florestan, I am right glad to serve her, and the more so since it will be in your company, whom I had not seen so long. God knows, replied the old knight, how I rejoice to see you. What have you done with the shields which you won? I have sent them to the Firm Island, that your friend Don Gandales may hang them where they may be seen by all comers, and where the Romans may seek them, if they are disposed to recover them. In that case, said Grumedan, the island will soon be well stored with their shields and arms. They now came to the queen's tent. Florestan would have kissed her hand, but she laid it on the sleeve of his mail, to show how gladly she welcomed him. Don Grumedan then sent the wounded knights to the nearest town that they might be healed of their wounds. This done, Queen Sardamira mounted her palfrey, which was as white as snow, The saddle and trappings were all wrought with gold. She herself was most richly habited, and about her neck were pearls and jewels of great value, which were the more set off by her own exceeding beauty. Florestan took her bridle, and then she and her company went their way toward Miraflores. Now I say unto you that Oriana greatly grieved at her coming, knowing for what purpose she was coming. Yet did she rejoice that Florestan was coming also, that she might enquire of Amadis from him, and complain to him of the king her father. But disturbed as she was, she ordered the house to be made ready, and rich estrados prepared for the guests, and she apparelled herself in her best attire, and so also did Mabilia and her other damsels. When the queen entered she came in between Florestan and Don Grumedan, and Oriana liked her well, and thought that she should have been full glad to welcome her, had she come thither on other errand. Sardamira would have kissed her hand. Nay, said Oriana, you are a queen, and I but a poor damsel, who am suffering for my sins. Mabilia and the damsels then saluted her with great pleasure as being a queen, but that did not Oriana, who could show no sign of pleasure since the Romans had arrived, but she did welcome Florestan and Grumedan from her heart. They then all seated themselves upon one estrado, and Oriana having placed the two knights before her, after she had spoken a while with the queen, turned to Florestan and said, Good friend, long is it since I have seen you, and that grieved me, for I loved you much, as do all who know you. Great is the loss which we in Great Britain feel by the absence of you and Amadis and your friends who used to redress all wrongs, and cursed be they who were the cause of driving you from my father. If ye were here now as formerly, a poor wretch who expects to be disherited and brought to the point of death, might have some hope of help, for ye would defend her as ye have done, for ye never forsook the helpless in their need. But such is her fortune, that all have failed her except death. And then she wept bitterly, having two thoughts in her mind, the one that if her father gave her up to the Romans she could cast herself into the sea, the other was the want of Amadis, which she remembered more lively because of the likeness which Florestan bore to him. Florestan well understood that she spake of herself. My good lady, said he, God in his mercy will relieve great sorrows, and do you trust in him. As for my brother Amadis, if his aid be wanted here, there are others who experience it elsewhere, for trust me he is well and at his own free call, and is going about redressing wrongs as the one whom God hath gifted above all others in the world. Queen Sardamira hearing this exclaimed, God keep Amadis from falling into the hands of the emperor, who hates him mortally. There is no other knight in the world whom he regards with such deadly hatred, except it be one, who abode sometime at the court of King Tafinor of Bohemia, and slew in battle Don Garadan, the best knight, except Salustanquidio of all his lineage. She then related how that battle had passed, and in what manner the kingdom of Bohemia was by him delivered from El Patin's claim. Florestan said, Know you the name of the knight who achieved all this so greatly to his honour? They call him the Knight of the Green Sword, or of the Dwarf, not that these were believed to be his true names, but because of the green scabbard and belt of his sword, and of a dwarf, who though he had another squire in his company, never leaves him. When Florestan heard this he mused a while, resolving to go seek him so soon as this business was over, for he doubted not that this knight was his brother Amadis. Oriana knew this also, and was dying to speak with Mabilia. She said therefore to Sardamira, You come from far, lady, and must need rest, and then she led her to her apartments, which were full pleasant with trees and fountains. So having left her there, she retired with Mabilia and the Damsel of Denmark, and told them she had verily believed that the knight of whom Queen Sardamira had spoken was Amadis. They answered that they believed so also. And now, said Mabilia, the dream is out which I dreamt this night, for methought we were all fastened in a chamber, and there arose a great uproar without which put us in fear, and your knight burst the doors and called aloud for you, and I showed him where you were lying upon an estrado, and he took us by the hand and carried us away, and placed us in a tower marvellously strong, and said, Remain here and fear nothing. With that I awoke, and this hath encouraged my heart, and he will succour you. At this Oriana was rejoiced, and she threw her arms round her friend, the tears running down her fair cheeks. Ah, Mabilia, my good lady and true friend, how do you comfort me! God grant that your dream may come to pass, or if this be not his will, that Amadis may come and we may die together, neither surviving the other. Think not thus, replied Mabilia, for God, who hath so prospered him in the affairs of others, will not forsake him in his own. But do you speak with Florestan, and beg him and his friends to endeavour that you may not be carried away from this country, and let this request him of Don Galaor in his own name and in yours. But I must tell you that Don Galaor, though no one had so counselled him, was resolved so to advise the king, and you shall hear how it fell out. Lisuarte had been hunting, and when their sport was done, as he was leading the king's palfrey along a valley, he let the rest pass and called to Galaor and said to him, My good friend and loyal servant, I never yet asked your counsel that good did not come of it. You know the great power of the Emperor of Rome, who has sent to ask my daughter for his empress, wherein I see two things greatly to my advantage : the one that I shall wed my daughter so honourably, and have that emperor to assist me whenever need shall be ; the other that my daughter Leonoreta will remain heiress of Great Britain, and upon this matter I wish to consult with my good men whom I have called together for that end. Meantime, now we are thus alone, do deliver to me your opinion, for I well know you will advise me to my good. Galaor remained thoughtful for a while, and then replied, Sir, I am not so used to these things that I should advise you. I pray you hold me excused. Nay, tell me your opinion, Galaor, or you will offend me, and I shall be greatly grieved thereat, never having received aught from you but pleasure and good service. Since you will put my weakness to the proof, I must say, that if you think by this marriage to place your daughter honourably and in greater power, it will be quite otherwise than you think ; for she being the heiress of this land, you cannot do her greater wrong than to deprive her of that inheritance, and deliver her to the subjection of a stranger, for she will have no rule in that strange land. And allowing that she could attain that which is the utmost in such cases, that she should have sons and see them married, then will her state be worse than before, seeing another made empress. But as to what you say that he will help you in your need, considering your high rank and power, it would be shame to think that you could ever need his help. More likely is it, by what all say of his arrogance, you should for his sake incur great danger and waste of treasure without profit. But the worst is that doing service to him you must become subject, and as such be recorded for ever in his books and chronicles, and this, sir, I hold to be the worst dishonour that could befall you. That you would make your daughter Leonoreta heiress of Great Britain is a still worse error, and so it is that many errors proceed from one. That you would dispossess such a daughter to endow another who has no right to her inheritance. God forbid that I should counsel such a thing, not only when your daughter is concerned, but were it the poorest woman in the world. I say this for the faith I owe to God, to you, to my own soul, and to your daughter, for being your vassal I hold her as my liege lady. To morrow I must set out for Gaul, because the king my father has sent for me. I know not for what cause; if it please, I will give you this, my opinion in my own handwriting, that you may show all your good men what I have said, and if there is any knight who gainsays me, I will do battle with him upon that point, and make him confess it to be true. The king was little pleased at this. Don Galaor said, Since you must go, leave me this writing. This he asked with no design to produce it, unless there should be great need. So the next day Galaor left this writing with the king, and took his leave, and departed for Gaul. Now it was his wish to prevent the marriage, because it was not for the king's honour, and because he suspected the love of Amadis and Oriana. And when he found the king was determined upon it, he wished to be absent. But Oriana knew nothing of this, and therefore besought Florestan to request Don Galaor's aid. Thus, as you have heard, that day passed at Miraflores. Greatly was Queen Sardamira pleased with Oriana, and much did she marvel at her exceeding beauty, albeit it was impaired by long sorrow and the dread of this marriage. Nor would the queen speak at first concerning the emperor, but rather of such news as pleased her. But when on another day she did speak on that subject, she received such answers from Oriana that she never dared renew it. When Oriana knew Florestan was about to depart, she led him under some trees, where there was an estrado placed, and making him sit before her, she covertly explained to him her will. Her father, she said, wished to disinherit her, and send her into a strange land, and she besought him to pity her, for she expected nothing but death. She therefore besought not only him whom she loved so well, and in whom she had confidence, but she complained to all the nobles of the realm, and to all errant knights, and she called upon them to pity her, and change her father's purpose. And do you, my good friend Don Florestan, said she, counsel him thus, and make him sensible of the great cruelty and wrong which he would do me. Florestan answered, Good lady, believe you that I will serve you with the same earnest desire as I would serve the king my father, but I cannot say this to King Lisuarte, because I am not his vassal, nor would he have me in his council, knowing that I hate him for the wrong which he hath done to me and to my lineage. What services I and my father have since done him was for the love we bore to Amadis, and because if this land had then been lost, the loss would have been yours, whom my father esteems as one of the best princesses in the world, and if he knew your wrongs, believe me lady, that he and all his friends would make ready to redress them, which he would do for the poorest woman living. Do you therefore, good lady, take good hope, for yet if it please God I trust to bring you help. I will not rest till I arrive at the Firm Island, there I shall find Agrayes, who greatly desires to serve you, because you were brought up by his parents, and we will consider together what may be done. Are you certain that Agrayes is there? cried Oriana. Don Grumedan told me so, to whom he had sent a squire. God be praised! Salute him dearly from me, and tell him I have in him that true hope which reasonably I ought to have, and if meantime he know any tidings of your brother Amadis, let him send me the news, that I may tell them to his cousin Mabilia, who is dying for want of him, and God direct you, and grant that you and Agrayes may come to some good result for my succour. Florestan then kissed her hand and departed. Chapter 15. Recording by Amy Graymore of Maine. amysmindtoyourmind.com.
Book 3, Chapter 15 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira, translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 15. How the Knight of the Green Sword, who was now called the Greek Knight, and Don Bruneo of Bonamar, and Angriote of Estravaus, came with the fair Grasinda to the court of King Lisuarte, who had resolved to send his daughter Oriana to the Emperor of Rome to be his wife, and of what happened when they made their demand. The Knight of the Green Sword and Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Angriote went sailing on with Grasinda, sometimes with fair wind, sometimes with foul, as it pleased God to send it, till they came into the ocean sea, which is by the coast of Spain. And when he of the green sword saw himself so near Great Britain, he gave thanks to God that, after escaping so many perils, he was at last in sight of the land wherein his lady dwelt. Then called he the vassals, and desired that no one would call him by any other name than the Greek Knight, and bade them strive to reach Great Britain. He then bade Gandalin bring him the 6 swords, which Queen Menoresa had given him in Constantinople, 2 of them he gave to Bruneo and Angriote, who marvelled at the richness of their accoutrements, and 1 he took himself, bidding Gandalin place his own green sword where none might see it, lest he should be known in King Lisuarte's court. This was between nones and vespers, and Grasinda, being aweary of the sea, was led on deck, that she might be refreshed by the sight of land, and so sate talking with the 3 knights. When it was about sunset they saw a ship, and the Greek knight bade the sailors steer towards her, and when they were within hearing, Angriote hailed them courteously, and asked whence the ship was going, and who were in her? Answer was made, the vessel belongs to the Firm Islands, and 2 knights of the island are on board, who will tell you what you please to ask. When the Greek knight and his comrades heard this, their hearts rejoiced that they should now hear what they so much wished to hear. Friend, said Angriote, I pray you for courtesy request your knights to come up, that we may ask news of them, and if it please you tell us their names. That, they answered, we will not do, but we will say what you desire. Presently the 2 knights came on deck, and Angriote asked them if by chance they knew where King Lisuarte then was. We know all concerning him, they replied, but first we would inquire a thing for which we have undergone great toil, and will yet go through more. Know you any tidings of a knight called Amadis of Gaul, in quest of whom his friends are perishing, and wandering all over the world? When the Greek knight heard this, the tears ran down his cheek for pure joy, to think how true his friends and kinsmen were to him, but he continued silent. Tell me who you are, said Angriote, and I will then relate to you what we know concerning him. The one answered, Know that my name is Dragonis, and this my companion is Enil, and we are going over the Mediterranean Sea to seek him in all its ports of either shore. God give you good tidings, cried Angriote. In these vessels we have mariners from sundry parts, and I will inquire among them if any one have heard of him. This said he by the Greek knight's bidding. Now tell me where King Lisuarte is at present, and what you know of Queen Brisena and of his court. Dragonis answered, He is in the town of Tagades, which is a seaport opposite to Normandy, and there he holds a court to consult with the chief men of the land, if he shall give his daughter Oriana to the Emperor of Rome, who hath demanded her in marriage. Many Romans are come to escort her, among whom are Salustanquidio, Prince of Calabria, and with them Queen Sardamira is arrived to accompany Oriana, whom El Patin already calls Empress. The heart of the Green Knight failed him, and he stood like a man dismayed. But when Dragonis came to relate the bitter lamentations which Oriana made, and how she had appealed to all the high-born men of Great Britain, then was his heart comforted, and he took courage, thinking that as the thing displeased her, the Romans could neither be so many nor so mighty but that he would rescue her from them by sea or land. This would he do for the poorest damsel in the world, how much more for her, of whom if he had lost all hope, he could not endure to live. And then he gave God thanks for directing him at such a point of time to the place where he might serve his mistress, and somewhat requite her for the love she bore him, and win her, and have her his own, even as his heart desired, without fault. These thoughts made him full joyful, and he bade Angriote ask Dragonis how he had learnt this news. It is 4 days, replied the knight, since Don Quadragante arrived at the Firm Island, which we have so lately left, and with him his nephew Landin, and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Mandasil of the Silver Bridge, and Helian the Haughty. These 5 came to consult with Florestan and Agaraes, how they should proceed in search of Amadis, whom we are seeking. Don Quadragante would have sent to the court of King Lisuarte, to know if any among the strangers there knew aught of that excellent knight, but Don Florestan told him that they knew no tidings of Amadis there, for he had been at Miraflores with the Princess Oriana, as the guard of Queen Sardamira, all whose knights he had overthrown, and then he related the manner of his combat. Glad was the Greek knight and his companions to hear of Florestan's good fortune, but when he heard Miraflores mentioned, his heart leaped, and immediately he took Gandalin apart and said to him, My true friend, you hear how it is, that if Oriana be thus given to another, both she and I must pass through death. Now I beseech you, very carefully perform what I shall bid thee. Do you and Ardian the dwarf take leave of me, and of Grasinda, saying you will go in that vessel in quest of Amadis, and there tell my cousin Dragonis and Enil all the news of me, and bid them return to the Firm Island. And when you arrive there, beseech Quadragante and Agrayes not to leave the island, for in 15 days I will be with them, and tell them to collect all the knights, and bid Florestan and your father Gandales prepare all the shipping they can find, and store them with food and arms, for I must go with them to a place appointed, which they shall know when I come. Be careful in all this, for you know how it concerns me. Then he called the dwarf and said, Ardian, go you with Gandalin, and do as he shall direct you. They obeyed their bidding, and took leave of Grasinda, and Angriote said to the knights in the other vessel, Sirs, here are a squire and a dwarf, who would go in your company in quest of Amadis. But when Dragonis and Enil saw Gandalin and Ardian, they were full joyful, and the more when they heard the truth from them. So they made sail for the Firm Island, and Grasinda with her company sailed on towards Tagades. King Lisuarte was at this time in his city of Tagades, taking counsel with the good men of his land concerning the marriage of his daughter, but they all advised him against the resolution he had taken, saying he would sin against God if he dispossessed his daughter of her lawful inheritance and gave her to a stranger, a man of so evil a disposition and so fickle, that inasmuch as he desired her, so much would he soon dislike her, as is the manner of such men. But the king remained firm in his intentions, God permitting that his greatness and honour should be abased by that very Amadis, who had so greatly exalted it, and so often secured his kingdom and his life. This king not to change his purpose, but that his obstinacy and rigour might be more manifest to all, thought proper to summon to that council his uncle, Count Argamon, who was very old and gouty. Yet he, knowing the design of the king, did not wish to leave his house and advise him in vain, but when the summons came for him, he obeyed. Lisuarte met him at the palace door, and led him to his seat, saying, Good uncle, I have convoked you and these good men to counsel me upon my daughter's marriage with the emperor. Tell me now your opinion. Sir, replied Count Argamon, it is a grievous thing to answer you. In whatever manner I shall do it, to contradict you will be to displease you, as all kings are offended when their inclinations are opposed, and to agree with you would make us guilty of falsehood and disloyalty in the sight of God and of the world. The same right which you had to this kingdom on your brother's death, the same and even stronger right hath your daughter Oriana after you. But you think by making Oriana empress and inheriting Leonoreta in Great Britain to increase the rank of both. If you will look well to this, you will perceive that the contrary must happen. For you cannot set aside the right order of succession to these kingdoms, and the emperor having your daughter Oriana to wife, her right will become his, and with his power after you are gone, he will easily win the land, and thus will both your daughters be disherited, and this land, which is so honoured and famous in the world, will become subject to the emperors of Rome, and Oriana will have no other power therein than it shall please her husband to permit, so that instead of sovereign, she will herself be a subject. Uncle, replied Lisuarte, I well understand what you say, but I had rather you had approved of the promise which I have made to the Romans, for I cannot recall it. The count answered, It is on the terms and confirmation that depends, and then you may preserve your honour and your word, and confirm or set aside as shall be best. You say well, replied the king, and with that he broke up the assembly. Grasinda and her company sailed on so long that the sailors one morning saw the mountain of Tagades, from whence the city at its foot took its name. They immediately went to Grasinda, who was talking with the knights, and said, Sirs, give us our albricias, the reward of good tidings, for if the wind hold but 1 hour longer, you will be in your port. Full joyful was Grasinda, and they all went on deck to see the land which they had so desired to see. And Grasinda gave thanks to God who had safely guided her, and with great humility besought him to prosper her enterprise, and give her the honour which she desired. But I tell you that when the Greek Knight beheld that land wherein his lady dwelt, and which he had so long longed to behold, he could not suppress his tears. He turned his face away that Grasinda might not see him weep, and having recovered, said to her with a cheerful countenance, Take good hope, my lady, that you shall depart from this land with the honour which you desire, for seeing your beauty sure I am that our cause is right, and since God is the judge, that the honour will be ours also. But she, who, seeing herself so near the trial, was somewhat fearful, replied, I have more confidence in your prowess than in my own beauty. Do you remember that, and do as heretofore you have done, and you will make me the most joyful woman alive. Then they called Grinfesa, one of her damsels, who understood a little French, which King Lisuarte understood also, and they gave her a writing in Latin to give to Lisuarte and Queen Brisena, and then return on board with their answer. The damsel forthwith arrayed herself in rich attire, and her father, who was Grasinda's steward, prepared horses and palfreys, which were lowered into a boat, and the damsel with her two brothers who were good knights, and their squires, left the vessel and put to land. The Greek Knight then bade Lasindo go ashore in another boat, and to the city by another road, and ask if there was any news of his master Don Bruneo, feigning that he had been left behind sick when that knight went in quest of Amadis. Under this pretext he bade him learn what answer the damsel received, and return on the morrow. Now I tell you that when the damsel entered the town, all were delighted to see her, how richly she was arrayed, and how well accompanied by those knights. It so befell that Esplandian and Ambor de Gandel, Angriote's son, were going hawking, and met the damsel, who was inquiring the way to the palace. Hearing this, Esplandian gave his merlin to Sargil, and went up to her, saying in French, My good lady, I will guide you, and shew you the king if you do not know him. The damsel marvelled at his beauty and gentle demeanour, thinking that she had never beheld man nor woman so fair. Fair child, said she, whom God make as happy as he hath made handsome, I thank God for such a guide. Her brother then gave Esplandian her bridle, and he led her to the palace. The king was at this time out in the court under the porch, talking with the Roman knights, and had just given them his final promise to deliver to them his daughter, and they had bound themselves to receive her as their lady. The damsel alighted, and was led towards him by Esplandian. She knelt down and would have kissed his hand, but that the king never permitted, save only when he conferred a favour upon a damsel. She gave him then the letter, and said, Sir, the queen and all her damsels must hear my bidding, that if peradventure the damsels should be displeased thereat, they may procure a knight to defend their cause. King Arban of North Wales then went to Brisena and brought her and her ladies, so fair a company, that hardly could the like be found, and she seated herself by Lisuarte, and the damsels ranged themselves round her. The damsel ambassadress kissed Brisena's hand and said, Lady, if my errand shall appear strange, do not you marvel at us, for your court is remarkable above all others for such things, because of your worth and the king's. Hear this letter, and grant what is requested therein. The king then ordered the letter to be read, which was thus. To the most high and honourable Lisuarte, King of Great Britain, I, Grasinda, the lady of beauty above all the dames of Romania, kiss your hand, and make known to you that I am come into your dominions with the Greek Knight, and the reason of my coming is this. Having been judged the fairest dame of all the dames of Romania, so would I in pursuit of that glory which hath made my heart glad, be judged fair above all the damsels in your court, that having won this victory also, I may rest in the happiness which I so much desire. If there is any knight who will undertake the quarrel for any of your damsels, he must prepare himself for two things, to do battle with the Greek Knight, and to place in the field a rich crown such as I bring, that the conqueror may present both in token of victory to her for whom he hath conquered. If this demand please you, most noble king, do you give me security for myself and my whole company and for the Greek knight, save only from him with whom he shall combat. And if the knight who fights for the damsel shall be conquered, let a second, and then a third come on, for he in his worth shall keep the lists against all. As God shall help me, quoth Lisuarte, the lady must be a full fair one, and the knight must think not a little of himself. A great fancy have they taken up, which they might safely have avoided. Howbeit, damsel, tell you your mistress that she may come safely, and if there be none to gainsay her, her will be satisfied. Sir, replied the damsel, you answer even as we expect, for from your court none can depart with just complaint. But because the Greek knight brings with him 2 companions who require to joust, they must have the same safe conduct. So be it, answered Lisuarte. In God's name then, quoth she, tomorrow you shall see them in your court, and do you, my lady, said she to the queen, command your damsels to be present, that they may see how their honour is increased or lessened by their champion. Then took she leave and went her way to the ship, where her tidings were joyfully heard. Forthwith the arms and horses were landed, and 1 large tent and 2 lesser ones were pitched on shore. Howbeit only the steward and certain men as a guard left the ship to sleep in them that night. Now you must know that so soon as the damsel had departed, Salustanquidio, the cousin of the Emperor of Rome, rose up, and with him 100 Roman knights, and he spake aloud that all might hear him. Sir, I and these good Romans ask of you a boon, which will be to your profit and our honour. Lisuarte replied, I shall willingly grant whatever boon ye ask. Let us then, said Salustanquidio, answer this defiance for the damsels. We shall render them a better account than the knights of their own country can, for we and the Greeks know one another, and the Greeks will fear the name of the Romans more than the deeds of those of this land. Don Grumedan hearing this immediately rose and said, Sir, although it be a great honour to princes that strangers come to seek adventures at their court, it soon becomes a shame and a reproach, if they be not discreetly received and restrained. This I say because of the Greek knight's challenge. If his pride should be satisfied, and he should conquer those who are to oppose him, the danger would be theirs indeed, but the shame and loss of honour yours. Therefore methinks, sir, you should wait till Don Galaor and your son Norandel arrive, who will be here within 5 days, and by that time Don Guilan the Pensive will be recovered enough to bear arms, and these 3 will undertake the quarrel, and thus maintain your honour and their own. Lisuarte replied, This cannot be. I have granted the boon to the Romans, and they are such that they could bring greater adventure to a good end. That may be, quoth Grumedan, but I will prevent the damsels from granting it, and to them this matter appertains. No more, cried the king. What I do, I have done. Salustanquidio then kissed the king's hand, and said to Grumedan, I shall end this battle to my own honour and to the damsels. And since you, Don Grumedan, think so much of these knights, and of yourself, that you say they would perform the battle better than we shall, if after the combat I am able to bear arms, I and 2 companions will do combat with them and with you. Or if I am unable, I will bring another in my stead, who shall well supply my place. In God's name, replied old Grumedan, I accept the challenge for myself, and for those who will bear a part with me. And taking a ring from his finger, he held it toward the king, saying, Sir, here is my gage for myself and those whom I shall produce with me, nor can the battle be refused since they demanded it, unless they confess themselves vanquished. Salustanquidio replied, Sooner shall the seas be dry than a single word of Rome be unsaid, unless it be to her honour. If old age had bereft thee of thy senses, thy body shall pay for it, if thou darest risk it in the battle. Certes, answered Don Grumedan, I am not such a boy but that I have years enough, but this which ye think against me is to my help, for I have seen many things, and one of them is that pride never comes to a good end. So will it happen to you, who are the captain and head of all pride. King Arban of North Wales then rose to answer the Romans, and with him full 30 knights to take up the quarrel, and 100 others rose also. But the king held a wand and bade them be silent, and Don Grumedan also. And Count Argamon then said, Order them to their dwellings, sir, all of both sides, for such disputes are not to your honour. The king accordingly dismissed them, but the count then said, What think you, sir, of the arrogance of this people? And yet you will give your daughter to them? How is it that one so wise as you will thus venture to tempt God? Remember how you made Amadis of Gaul and all his lineage forsake you for your pride, and now you would commit yet another worse error. Therefore, sir, I discharge myself of my fealty and homage due to you, and will go to my own lands, that I may not witness the tears and wretchedness of your daughter Oriana, when she is delivered up, for I am told that you have sent to Miraflores for her. Uncle, replied the king, say no more upon this subject, for what is done cannot be undone, and I pray you tarry yet 3 days longer to see the issue of these combats, of which you shall be judge, with such other knights as you shall appoint, because you understand the Greek tongue better than any other man of my realm, by reason of your long abode in Greece. Argamon answered, I will do this to please you, but longer will I not tarry, for I cannot endure these things. Lecindo the squire of Don Bruneo, as the Greek knight had enjoined him, learnt all that passed after the departure of the damsel, and returned to the ship to acquaint him. And he told him also how the king had sent for Oriana from Miraflores, to deliver her to the Romans so soon as this combat was over. When the Greek knight heard that the Romans were to fight for the damsels, he was full joyful, for what he most feared was, that his brother Galaor might be in the court and take up their cause against him, in the which case either he must have died or have slain his brother, for Galaor was the knight who had put him in greater danger than any with whom he had done battle, even though a giant. Therefore his heart was now at rest, and the more so knowing that he was not to fight against any of his friends. Lady, said he to Grasinda, let us hear mass betimes tomorrow in the tent, and do you prepare yourself, for by God's help we shall bring this adventure to such issue as you desire. End of chapter 15. Recording by Maricel Cui. Book 3, Chapter 16 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de Lobeira. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 16. How the Green Knight and his companions led Grasinda and her company to the place of battle, where her knight was to fulfill her command. On the morrow Grasinda with 4 damsels heard mass in the tent, the 3 knights being armed mounted, and Grasinda mounted her palfrey, she and her palfrey being arrayed in cloth of silk and gold, with pearls and jewels, that the greatest empress in the world could not have been more richly adorned. This day had she long looked for, and therefore had prepared the ornaments the costliest that could be procured, for having great possessions, and neither husband nor children, nor people, she thought of expanding her wealth no other way than this. Her damsels were also in rich array, and she herself appeared so well, that all who beheld her thought her beauty marvellous. Great confidence did her champion feel in beholding her appearance that day. She wore nothing upon her head, except the crown which she had won as the fairest among all the dames in Romania. The Greek knight led her bridle. The armor which he wore Grasinda had provided for him. The breastplate was white as snow, the surcoat was of her colours and laced with threads of gold, and his helmet and shield were of the same colour as the surcoat. Don Bruneo wore green armour, and he bore a damsel on his shield, and before her a knight whose arms were waved with gold and murrey, as if he had been supplicating her. Angriote of Estravaus rode a mettlesome horse, his arms were or and argent, he led the damsel embassadress, and Bruneo took her sister's bridle. The three knights had their helmets closed, the steward and his sons went with them, and in this array they reached the place where combats were performed. In the middle of this place was a marble pillar of the height of a man, whereon they who came to the mad battle were to place shield or helmet or garland of flowers or glove as their gage. When the Greek knight and his company arrived, they saw the king at one end of the field, and the Roman knights at the other, and among them Salustanquidio in black arms, bearing serpents or and argent. So huge of stature was he, that he seemed like a giant, and the horse he rode was of growth marvellously great. The queen was at her window, and the princes near her, and among them was the fair Olinda wearing a rich crown. But when the Greek knight beheld the queen and her damsels, and saw not Oriana whom he was wont to see among them, his heart trembled with the want he felt of her. Howbeit beholding Salustanquidio how stern and strong he seemed, he turned to Grasinda, whom he perceived to be dismayed, and said to her, Be not affrighted, lady, to behold a man of such disproportionate body, for God will be for you, and I will make you win that which will gladden your heart. May it so please him in his mercy, she replied. Then he took the rich crown from her head, and riding gently to the marble pillar, placed it thereon, and returning to his squires who held 3 lances, each with a pendant of different colour, he took the strongest, and threw his shield round his neck, and rode to the king, to whom he said in Greek, having forgotten himself, O king, God be with you! I am a foreign knight who come hither from Greece to prove your knights, who are so good, not at my own will, but at the will of her who has power in this instance to command me. But my good fortune it should seem so ordering it, the trial will be between me and the Romans. Bid them therefore place the crown of the damsels upon the pillar, as was covenanted. He then brandished his lance and rode to one end of the lists. The king did not understand what he said, because he had spoken in the Greek tongue, but he said to Argamon, It seems, uncle, that knight will not choose dishonour for himself. Certes, sir, replied the count, although you would partake some, because these Romans are in your court, I should be right glad to see their pride humbled. I know not how that will be, said Lisuarte, but methinks we shall see a fair encounter. Now the knights and all they of the king's household, seeing how the Greek knight rode and appeared in arms, marvelled at him, and said they had never seen so promising a knight, except it were Amadis. But Salustanquidio, who heard these praises and saw how all eyes were fixed upon the Greek knight, exclaimed angrily, What is this, ye men of Great Britain? Why do ye marvel to behold a Greek knight, who can do nothing but manage his horse in the field? This is a sign that you can never have performed any worthy feats of arms, when this surprises you. You shall see him who is so fair on horseback, heartless and dishonoured upon the ground. The Roman then went where the queen was, and said to Olinda, Lady, give me your crown, for you are she whom I prize above all others. Do not fear to give it me, for I will return it presently with the other, and you shall enter into Rome with it, for the king and queen will consent that I shall take you hence with Oriana, and make you the lady of me and my land. Olinda hearing this despised his presumption, but her heart and limbs trembled, and a lively colour flushed over her cheeks, and she did not give him the crown. Salustanquidio repeated, Do not fear, the honour shall be yours, and that foolish woman shall go hence without her crown, which she hath trusted to yonder cowardly Greek. Yet would not Olinda give it, till the queen herself took it from her head and gave it him, and he placed it by the other on the marble pillar, and hastily demanded his arms. 3 Roman knights brought them to him. He hung on his shield and helmed himself, and took a strong lance with a long and sharp iron head. then seated himself on his horse. He now seeing that all were looking with admiration at his great size, grew more confident, and said to the king, I will let your knights see what difference there is between them and the Romans. I shall conquer that Greek, and as he said that if he conquered me, he would combat other two, I will combat the two best whom he can bring, and if their courage fail, let a third come on. Don Grumedan, who was swelling with anger to see the arrogance of the Roman and the patience of the king, exclaimed, Salustanquidio, have you forgot the battle which you are to wage with me if you escape from this, that you demand another? This is an easy business, replied Salustanquidio. With that the Greek knight cried aloud, Misshapen beast, what are you talking about and letting the day run on? Remember what you have to do. The Roman at this turned and ran at him. They ran at each other full speed, their lances laid in rest, and being covered with their shields. The horses were both fleet, the knights both strong and mutually enraged. They met in the middle of the lists, and neither failed in his blow. The Greek knight struck him on the edge of his shield and pierced it, and struck the strong plates of iron beneath, with so rude a blow that though it did not pierce them, it bore him from his saddle. The Greek knight passed on, carrying the lance of Salustanquidio hanging in his shield and in the sleeve of his mail, so that all thought he was wounded, but it was not so. He drew out the lance and raised it with an overhand grasp, and turned to Salustanquidio and saw that he did not move, but lay as if he were dead. This was no wonder, for he was a large man and bulky, and had fallen from a high horse, and his armor was heavy, and the ground was hard, and moreover the left arm upon which he had fallen was broken near the wrist, and the greater part of his ribs put out. The Greek knight, who thought him stronger than indeed he was, stopped his horse, and held the lance point at his face, for his helmet had fallen off with a shock, and said to him, Knight, you will not be so discourteous as not to award the crown to that fair dame, because she merits it. But the Roman made no reply. The Greek knight left him and went up to the king. Sir, quoth he, though yonder knight is free from pride now, he will not award the crowns to the dame who is waiting for them, nor defend them, nor yet answer me. Do you therefore decree that they are hers, as by right they are? Otherwise I will strike off his head, and so decide it. This he said in Greek, and then rode back to Salustanquidio. The king asked Argamon what he had said, who having interpreted it, added, It will be your fault if you suffer the knight to be slain before you, for you may lawfully award the crowns to the conqueror. Sir, quoth Grumedan, let the Greek knight do what he will, for these Romans have more tricks than a fox, and if this one lives, he will say that he was able to maintain the battle, if you had not hastily given judgment against him. All laughed at this except the Romans, whose hearts were bursting. But the king, seeing that the Greek knight had alighted, and was going to cut off Salustanquidio's head, said to Count Argamon, Haste, uncle, and bid him spare him, for I judge the crowns to be his. Count Argamon cried aloud to him to hold his hand and hear the king's request. He drew back, and resting his sword upon his shoulder, waited to hear the count's bidding, which having heard, he replied, I am content, and know, sir, that if I had fought with any of the king's vassals, I would not have slain him, if by any other means the combat could have been decided. But for the Romans I would kill them, or dishonor them as wretches that they are, following the bad example of their arrogant emperor, to be boasters first, and cowards when put to the proof. He then mounted again, and took the 2 crowns from the pillar, and placed the crown of the damsels upon Grasinda's head, giving the other to one of her damsels to keep, and he said, Lady, your wish is accomplished, and I, by the grace of God, am discharged of my promise. Go now, if it please you, and rest in your tent. I will remain to see if any of the Romans will take the field to revenge this shame that they have received. Sir, she replied, I will not leave you yet, for I can receive no greater pleasure than in beholding your rare chivalry. He then examined his horse, and found him fresh, for he had had little labor that day. So he threw the shield round his neck, and took another lance with a fair pendant, and said to the damsel ambassadress, Go, my friend, to the king, and tell him that as I promised, if I was able after this first battle to combat with 2 knights at once, I must now make good that vaunt, but say that I beseech him not to send any of his knights against me, for they are of such renown, that they would gain no honour in conquering me. Leave that to the Romans, and let them see if I fear them because I am a Greek. The damsel delivered her bidding in French, and Lisuarte answered, It would not please me that any of my household should go against him. He has done enough to-day for his honour, and if it might please him to remain with me, I would recompense him well. I forbid all my subjects to challenge him, for I have other things to attend to. The Romans may do as they like. This he said, for he had much to arrange about his daughter's departure, and likewise because at that time none of his good knights were present, they having all departed, that they might not see the cruelty and injustice which he was about to commit against Oriana. Only Guilan the Pensive remained, being sick, and Sendil of Ganota, who had been shot through the leg with an arrow by the Roman Bronjadel of the Rock, when hunting with the king. The damsel answered, Many thanks, sir, for your gracious offer, but the Greek knight's choice is to go about the world redressing wrongs. If he would have remained with the Emperor of Constantinople, he might have been rewarded with whatever he would have asked. I pray you, quoth the king, tell me by whom he is commanded? Certes, sir, I know not, but if any one, it must be by one whom he greatly loves. I must bear him back your answer. Whoever will seek may find him in the lists till noon. When the Greek knight heard this reply, he gave his lance to one of the steward's sons, and his shield to the other, and bade him place the shield upon the pillar, to see if any of the Romans would challenge him. His helmet he did not take off, lest he should be known, and thus he stood talking with Grasinda, and holding her bridle. There was among the Romans a knight called Maganil, who was the best next to Salustanquidio, and his countrymen surely thought that no 2 knights in Great Britain could stand against him. And he had 2 brethren, both of great worth in arms. To him the Romans all looked for vengeance, but he seeing this said to them, I cannot take up this challenge, for I promised Salustanquidio that if he was not able, I and my brothers would do battle for him against Don Grumedan. If he and his companions should refuse it, then may I undertake this. While they were thus speaking, 2 brethren well armed and mounted rode up, by name Gradamor and Lasanor. They were nephews of Brondagel of the Rock, the sons of his sister, who was a fierce and haughty woman, by the emperor's high steward. They without speaking or making obeisance to the king, went into the lists, and the one taking the Greek knight's shield dashed it against the pillar so violently that he brake it to pieces, and exclaimed foul before him who would permit the shield of a Greek to be placed there against the Romans. At this the Greek knight was so enraged that his heart burned for anger. He left Grasinda and caught his lance, and heedless of a shield, though Angriote called to him to take his, he rode full against the 2 Romans, and they at him. The one who had broken his shield he smote so rudely that he bore him from his seat, and his helmet came off in the fall. He himself lost his spear. He drew his sword and turned upon Lasanor, who was assailing him fiercely. Him he smote upon the shoulder and cut him to the bone, and made him drop his lance, and with another blow upon the head, he made him lose his stirrups and bow down upon the horse's neck. Then lightly passing the sword to his left hand, he caught Lasanor's shield, and tore it from his neck, and with the force brought him to the ground. The Roman presently rose, being in fear of death, and went up to his brother, who had now recovered himself. The Greek knight, fearing lest they should kill his horse, alighted, grasping the shield he had won, and went towards them sword in hand. But then all were amazed to see his great prowess, and how little he cared for these enemies. He had so pressed them that Lasanor cried out for mercy, and while he was crying, the Greek knight lifted up his foot, and kicking him in the breast, felled him. Then he turned to the other who had broken his shield, but he could not endure his might, and ran towards the king, that he might save him. The Greek knight turned him, and drove him towards the pillar, and then he ran round the pillar, avoiding the blows which his enemy aimed at him in exceeding wrath, and which fell sometimes on the stones and struck fire there, till at last, being sorely wearied, the Greek Knight caught him in his arms and squeezed him till all his strength was gone, then let him fall, and took his shield and dashed it upon his helmet, so that he broke the helmet, and he made him mount upon the pillar, and then thrust him down, and placed the fragments of the shield upon his breast. Next he took Lasanor by the leg and dragged him beside his brother, and all who were present thought he meant to behead them. And Don Grumedan cried out, Methinks the Greek hath well revenged his shield. But Esplandian, seeing this, was moved to pity for the knights, and calling out to Ambor, clapped spurs to his palfrey. The Greek Knight, seeing them approach, and that he was the fairest child that ever he had seen, waited to know what he would say, and Esplandian said, Sir, I beseech you grant me their lives, for they are conquered, and the honour is already yours. The knight made semblance as though he understood him not. Count Argamon then came up and interpreted, and he replied, I should have had a pleasure in killing them, but I spare them for his sake. Who is this fair child, sir, and whose son? No one in this land, replied the count, can tell. And with that he related the manner how the child was found. I have heard mention of him in Romania, cried the knight. Is he not called Esplandian, and hath he not certain letters on his breast? Would you see them? said Count Argamon. Willingly, and should thank you and him to show them to me, for it is a marvellous thing to hear, and more to see. Esplandian then drew nearer. He had on a coat of mail, and a French hood, wrought with lions of gold, and was girt with a golden girdle. The hood and coat were fastened together with gold brooches. A few of them he opened and showed the letters. Much was that knight amazed, for it was the strangest thing that ever he had seen. The white letters made the word Esplandian, but the colored letters could he not read, though they were sharp and well made. God prosper you, fair child, said he, and taking leave of the count, he mounted and rode to Grasinda. Lady, quoth he, you must have been displeased at witnessing my follies, but impute you the fault to the pride of these Romans, who provoked them. Nay, sir, she replied, it rejoices me to see your good fortune. Then went they to their ships, both full joyful, she for the crown which she had won, and he that he had shown himself to the Romans. They took their tents aboard and went towards the Firm Island. But Angriote and Don Bruneo remained on board one of the galleys, by his desire, to help Don Grumedan secretly in his combat, the which being past, they were to hasten to the Firm Island with tidings of Oriana. End of chapter 16. Recording by Maricel Cui.